Hello? 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 Is this working? Is this working? Hello, Bonnie just sent me a text saying angel whore, which I am. But yeah, um, yeah, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, yes, okay. So, Hortus de Escapismo. I am so biased about this event. I love this. I love this so much. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited about this. Also, how long do I have left? I have 2 hours left to I really need to get who the fuck is a guard that has the skill specialization time up? Oh well. But yeah, oh my god. So, oh Irene fuck! Or I mean sorry, I like has the skill 3 time up. Does Irene have that? Oh, she probably does. Okay, well, I guess that'll be up later on my list because eventually I do want to. Oh, I have so many operators I want to level. But oh my gosh, I hope you are all doing well. I hope in 24. Okay, well, not that it'll be that useful. Not that I'll have. Well, I mean, I'll be done with Federico. Well, with Federico's masteries by the time I level her. But you know, that's good to know. That is very good to know. In 24 hours, awesome. But yeah, oh my gosh, this I have had so many thoughts about this event. Orange messaged me and Orange messaged me about finishing this event, and I was just like, yes, yes, yes. Another masteries on stream. Well, probably. Oh, well, for Federico, maybe. We'll see how long it is. I think I have like 16. With Flint's reduction, it's something like 16 hours to M3, so that's like 18 hours given what I have now, so I probably won't be going that long, but we only have 2 more hours till we get M2, so, you know. But yeah, I hope all of you had a wonderful, holiday or break if you don't celebrate the holiday. Yeah, my scientist, we still have more to go. We still have more to. Oh, thank you. My scientist and I still have more to go, but we got most of the busy stuff done with. Oh my gosh. Okay, I wanted to kind of summarize Hortus for Bonnie's sake, and to try and also just for myself remember the fucking everything that went on, because holy smokes did a lot of things go on in this event. So, Hortus de Escapismo, as I was telling Orange, Orange really nailed it when they were saying that it was very similar to Twilight of Woyamont in the feel of it, and I really agreed with that because it's basically a look into a microcosm of the struggles between an oppressed group and a privileged group on Terra, and how those different systems have reinforced or have caused this suffering, and then how the actions of an individual or of multiple individuals within this microcosm affect the result of it and may or may not change the overlaying the underlying fundamental like oppressive systems. However, it still shows like the difference that one can make within a small situation, and this sort of idea that in the future making enough of, well, these changes may or may not result in a fundamental change to how the world works, or they may or they may not but how individual actions, even within these situations, can make a difference. Yeah, the extremely brief summary is like some officials went missing, Federico and company went to search for them, and then shit gets fucked up. Things went tits up, very much. To describe this event, so to describe this event in more detail, oh god, trying to remember what happened. So much happened throughout the event that I'm like looking back at the beginning like, holy smokes, we really just did have a ceremony for Federico being appointed as a saint by the Pope after the god in the Laterano basement was like, bing 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 bing, fucking danger. And then we ended up with all of this. It really does happen in one day. It's insane. But yeah. So the story starts with the god in the Laterano basement basically goes, bing 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 bing, hey Pope, hey, shit's fucked, you need to do something about it, and here's a list of people that might help. And that's what leads to Federico being appointed and canonized as one of these saints of Laterano, which is a title not given like this man is your Jesus now. That's what happened in my brain. But so the saints are, saint is a title normally reserved for only the folks who started, who founded Laterano as a paradise, as a peace, and for these popes, over the years. Which is why this is very special and very different and very, unusual. And so as his first action, the Pope has assigned him to go investigate this monastery, Sanctiluminum Ambrosii. And this monastery recently sent a distress signal to Laterano, and as a result, they sent two nuncios, Lemuin and Orin, but neither of the two nuncios had reported back. And so Federico, also I think his name is pronounced Raquel, based on the Japanese tags and writing that I saw. So I'm gonna have to retrain my brain to why do I see Bonnie saying Bones and Al are being horny on Twitter? Well, I'll check that out. But yeah, no, we still haven't gotten what the emergency is yet. I'm guessing it's something about the Seaborn. I'm guessing it's something about Laterano and this fundamental, this exclusionist idea of it, and something between. Good question. Hold on. Before we do this, I actually haven't checked this because I got so distracted by the everything else, and also, you know, helping out my scientist with all of their family stuff. So I should listen through both of these. And
you need my help. How long was that? Yo, doctor. Don't get me wrong, doctor. Yes, I was elected. Oh, doctor, you're awake.
Wait, I like
Please don't tell Dr. Kaltsit and Amia you were napping at work. What napping?
Okay, I like. I like him.
Liaison from the Lateran Notarial Hall. Insider.
Okay, so
here's
no,
the
he gives
paperwork
his
for
code
our,
name.
Let's see. Promotion. Got it. I'm in charge. All right then. Firearm check. I wish all right.
I've
Bullets
heard
maybe
these,
chill.
blah blah
Everyone.
blah.
I'm actually. I'll give you some time to cry out in
Inside,
pain while I
yeah,
adjust.
he does. No, he does. He has a very
in our
interesting.
current, I knew I was getting. All right. Time. What? It's clear we need to. What? Did some of them escape?
Funny, but
I had one eye closed while aiming my shots, so maybe they happened to be out of my sight.
funny he says that, because yeah, he has one eye closed during his skill animation.
You have. It's nice to occasion arc nights.
Okay.
You can take a break first, Doctor.
Maybe hold on. Let me see if Serpilia says anything, because I haven't. I didn't look through all of their voice lines. I was laser focused on one specific character.
No problem. I guarantee that how's my stay?
Headphones.
Do me a favor and tell me when Lemuin shows up, Doctor.
Lemuin, so she says Lemuin instead of Lemuin, which is what I've been saying.
Laterano has tons of magazines covered. Hey, you asleep? Well, seems like a spoolery.
God, you little shit.
You wanna watch combat? If you're giving me more permissions. Yep, no problem. Relax.
Okay.
Perfect. Comms. Inchup. Hello, onside, sir.
Oh, wait, hold on. What was this?
Inchupe. Quid concilio mest.
Oh, interesting. Is that hold on.
Come on, just a small. Take a guess. Am I? What? As just as promised, the mission's a no worries.
Also, I like that she's also
promised.
one of the ones. I think either Latin or Italian. I'm actually not sure. I am not that familiar with those languages. I know more about hearing the difference between like Asian languages, so I'm not actually sure. Side note, I like that Serpilia is another of those where you're just like, so we just finished the mission. Where were you during the mission? And she's just like, oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Doctor.
Just as promised. No worries.
Okay.
It's not a big deal. Ooh, careful. How much do you know, Arknights? Hey, Doctor, you're finally here. While you were gone, absolutely nothing happened.
Yeah, sure, Serpilia. I definitely believe that. Her VA is really, really good. I have to say, yeah. Her VA is really good. I'm waiting for Kyle to show up so that I can like show off some of her voice lines to Kyle, because like I know I've been using her for some of my autos to increase trust, and like listening to some of her voice lines here.
Come on, don't be such a drag. Just a small test. Take a guess. Am I holding my gun to pray? Uh-oh, you got it wrong.
Like, I've been I keep hearing those, and I'm like, damn, where the fuck is Kyle to be horny as shit about Serpilia? Like, this is unhinged about Angel's time. Come on, we need you over here. But yeah, I'm not sure with Raquel. So the thing is that in when I was looking at stuff, I was outside or art and whatnot, looking at things. I could see that. Ooh, I could see how that actually, because she actually has really good synergy with ammo-based skills versus time-based skills. Because for time-based skills, I mean, it kind of sucks that her skill is time-based, but also, hold on, let me type this out really quick before I where the fuck is this is how they spell his name in Japanese, which is Raquel instead of Richel. So I was like, oh, am I just going to pronounce, is that how it's pronounced? So that's why I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to retrain my brain to say Richelle. Hello, Luigi man. I am being mostly normal about this. We are discussing the story of Hortus, because Orange finished the story, and I got very excited because I really enjoy talking about Arknights, like lore and stories, and well, this one in particular for many different reasons. We took a brief detour because I was commenting on how Raquel, Insider's name is written Raquel in Japanese, and I've been calling him Richel because of how it's spelled. but I'm not actually sure, and so we were looking through a few of the voice lines to see if any of them were what's the word, if any of them said his name. I might actually go pull up a ship and go look at like the trust lines and stuff for Spuria and him to see if we hear it there. But yeah, we were also discussing how sorry, but yeah, how Spuria's buff is very interesting because it kind of sucks because it has a chance to stun. Right, so it grants attack plus 20% and attack speed plus 30%, blah blah blah, to sniper operator. However, when attacking, this unit and the sniper operator have a 25% chance to stun themselves for 2 seconds, which kind of sucks, especially for like time-based skills, because 2 seconds is a decent amount of time. However, that means that it works a lot better with ammo-based skills, because ammo-based skills aren't based on time, so even though they stun themselves, they still have the rest of their ammo to keep shooting and using the buff. And if they end up stunning themselves, then it's not like they lose out on shots from their skill, it's just that they lose out on shots that are buffed by Spuria's skill. And Toddyfons is a good example of that. And it also, yeah, as Orange said, it mitigates her, oh, they actually have the same skill cooldown? Cool. But yeah, and so then the attack speed reduction on Toddyfons also really helps. Hold on. So right now I'm pulling up Raquel's voice. Oh, A-Ship is out of date. A-Ship was out of date from a while back, so I need to check out let's see, does Game Press have the voice lines? Where are you, Insider? But yeah, so what was, oh god, sorry, there's going to be lag as I pull up Insider's file on Game Press. Side note, one thing I was like, it's been really funny, like trying out Insider and looking at what everyone, like, how everyone else is, well, just looking at stuff with him, because, like, I'm not, it's, the funny part is, if you're looking at, like, well, okay, back when Hortus first released, I was looking at, you know, lots of art to see what resulted from it, and there was relatively little of Insider, which I think is very funny, and how people have talked about him, just like, he is so generic looking, and I constantly think of this one Tumblr post that was just like, I hate that people are complaining about him, like sure, it's very simple, but it's practical, and and they said, and I quote, he's got that federal agent drip, which I think about that every time I look at his design now. And they're not wrong. They're very much not wrong. Okay, also give me a second to skim through the voice lines. Notarial Hall, Latra, oh fun, he actually helps you practice shooting. Cool, in the voice line. That's trust increase 1. Holy smokes, okay. I mean, okay, you compare him to, like, Federico in this, and it's, of course, like, given the efficiency of Federico, you can, he seems normal, but, he certainly does live up to being an executor of the Laterano Notarial Hall, based on his Trust Increase 3 line. Holy shit. It is very much the whack-ass hair. It's so much the whack-ass hair. I was mentioning about how, Prowler was making Miis for a bunch of folks on his Wii, and we had this one person, Shadowclaw, who used one of the modern Miis and had hair like this, and it doesn't exist on the old Wii, so we had to figure out what the hell to do with it. But anyways, the hairstyle looks like this, and that's all I can fucking think of when people mention it. But yeah, no, it's funny because I actually haven't seen that much about him because he just got completely overshadowed by everyone. Like, first geek specialist other than Ak, and then fucking Federico, who does insane amounts of damage. And so I've seen like nothing on Insider, but I was actually playing with him and I was like, wow, you actually hit surprisingly hard for a marksman sniper, which is quite nice. That attack plus 100% actually does quite a bit. While his skill is up, he does a surprising amount of damage, and I was like, oh, huh. You're not bad. He's genuinely not bad. It's just that I think, or that I have seen fucking nothing about him in comparison to the other two who were released. But yeah, okay, so I don't oh right, I was going to look at Spuria, hold on. Spuria. He's not bad, yeah, he's not bad, but he's just very generic, both in gameplay and in, style, and, yeah. Oh my, okay. I hate looking at game press evaluations. Like, it's just the fact that they very much fall into the trap of, like, what is conventionally community seen as good, which means you discount a lot of operators who are actually good, and I just, like, oh, shit, wait. Is that something that shows a watch streak? Nice! Yeah, so, honestly, I fucking hate game press evaluations, and don't look at, I think a lot of them are bad. You should look at game press for the general info, about just, like, the operator info, but if you start by reading the game press stuff, it's, like, annoying. Or you start ending up getting those ways of evaluating it. Nice! Lateran, okay, let's see. Lemuming, Tyria, Firearm, Spuria, blah 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 blah. Okay, so they don't actually have pronunciation of his name, which I'm sad about, but I'm going to call him Raquel because of the what's it called? The Japanese. Okay, so what the hell? We were going back to this. So yeah, so Federico was appointed a saint, and they were sent to this monastery to figure out what happened to Lemuin and Orin, and he went with Raquel and Spuria. Meanwhile, in the monastery, we find that this monastery was a joint Iberian Laterano thing, but it got stuck in the wilderness after running out of fuel, and this Bishop Abbot Stefano was put in charge of the monastery from a long while back, over a century or so. Yeah, exactly Orange. Over a century or so, because he talks about like 60 years. And while at first this monastery, everything has been a struggle because they are stuck in the wilderness, they don't have that much to eat, but they have all worked together to survive and keep going. And some years ago, decade-ish ago, they picked up a group of Sarkas off the wilderness. And there has historically been a lot of issues between the Sarkas and the Sancta for a number of different reasons. Incidentally, we also have the conflict going on in the main story in Victoria, where the Sarkas have taken over Victoria. I thought it was 60 years, not decades. 60 decades is a lot. But so the Sarkaz have been basically undergoing a coup in Victoria. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that has soured international relations with folks around the Sarkaz quite a bit. However, in this monastery, the Sancta and the Sarkaz have been able to live in relative peace. They've been struggling, again, needing to survive in a very difficult situation, but they are able to live together and grow together and be peaceful. However, more recently, the monastery has been undergoing harder and harder times, so they don't have enough food, which is why Bishop Stefano, sent out a distress signal to Laterano, and they sent back the nuncios, Lemuel and Orin, and the nuncios have told the monastery that yes, we can bring the monastery back to Laterano, also because Laterano would, like to get its hands on this mobile city, or this mobile moving plate of a monastery, because it's pretty good, and so they've told them, like, yes, we can bring you guys back to Laterano, where you won't have to struggle, you won't have to suffer, where there will be food and everything and plenty for you in Laterano, our holy city, our paradise. However, these Sarkaz that you've spent the last 10 years living with, they cannot come to Laterano. They will have to leave. And so this is a whole thing about the prejudice against Sarkaz and the oppressive, systemic oppression in Terra. And so the majority of this conflict comes from this difference in opinion, this conflict over, do we want to go back to Laterano where our lives will be much easier, or do we want to abandon Laterano and live with the Sarkaz because our friends and our family, they have grown to be our family, cannot come with us? And that's the core fundamental idea of this, of that law of Laterano, and whether it's right or wrong. I mean, well, obviously it's wrong, but what to do about a law that's wrong? Do we ignore it? Do we not leave? Do we, what do we do as a result? Yes, and it's also a question of faith, because the prejudice is built into the law, which is a whole thing about Laterano and the way that works, which is another, that's a whole another discussion about how there's a theory that Sancta are actually transformed Sarkaz, and it's that the god in the Laterano basement wanted to give them a paradise and a peaceful life. So the god in the Laterano basement told them, like, you must follow these commandments, but if you and then you'll be able to make Laterano this holy city, which is why if they break the commandments, they fall and become Sarkaz. Which leads us back into this event and the whole complicated, absolute shithole of a situation that keeps getting worse. There's also something just that I was personally mulling over with how the Sarkaz are supposed to be the life forms. The Sarkaz are the life forms endemic to Terra, right? They've lived with Originium, the T-Kaz, and the Ancients weren't native to Terra, right? The animal people, which is interesting to think of, like, the various gods or demons or whatever. This god in the Laterano basement made a deal with the endemic people, the Sarkaz, to have this. That's a thought that hasn't fully formed yet. But going through this event, we first start to get Sarkaz inside the law, inside the god of Laterano. I'm really curious what they're going to do with the god in the Laterano basement. Also, I need to add some more CC things. Hold on. I keep getting, like, Toronto, and we added in La Toronto, and then we have Lot Toronto, Toronto, Save, okay. But yeah, so as part of this event, we're going through and, so, as part of the things that make this event worse, for one, oh god, what the fuck happened in what order? First of all, we know that this group of Sarkaz that used to be mercenaries before they found the church. And so one thing about the Sarkaz is that they have, or their homeland of Kazdel is basically occupied in, there's a whole lot about colonialization and stuff. And so the Sarkaz are wandering folks who have been basically forced into the role of mercenary, and have thus, that establishes that stereotype and prejudice. It was good, Acer. I hope you felt better. I hope you felt better during your holiday or your break at least. We're currently discussing this story of Laterano and this monastery, and we're starting to get into the details of what. Oh, I know, right, Orange? It was so much shorter than reading through some of the other events. Like, and to be fair, I do think that muddled up some of the stuff near the end. However, like, God, it's so much nicer to be able to read a shorter event. I'll get to that later, though. But so, part of the problem is, again, that these Sarkaz mercenary, which problem is I talking about? Sarkaz mercenary folks, distrust, what's the first one the first thing that we get the first, like, curveball that we get thrown in the event is, oh no, sorry, I was talking about the Sea one. The first curveball we get thrown in the event is that there's actually a Church of the Deep cultist here. Now, the Church of the Deep has to do with Iberia and the Seaborn. The Seaborn are a group, are a species of ocean creatures. It's ocean bloodborne, and they have a really fast survival thing, and I have thought about it, but I don't organize my thoughts that well, and I'm better at, like, answering questions individually. As you can see how I immediately get fucking distracted by the question. Not that it's a bad thing. I like answering this kind of stuff on the fly. But yeah, it just requires a lot more prep and planning versus, like, being like, okay, we're gonna talk about Hortus, and you guys can just ask me shit, and then I'm gonna go off on, like, 50 bajillion tangents about it. It's not, I mean, it's something that I would maybe want, or I would, if I had, honestly, I might, right now, this is me getting my thoughts together about Hortus and basically doing a video essay. Honestly, I want to make a fucking video essay about Hortus for Bonnie, basically, to summarize what the hell happened in this event, because I need Bonnie to know what happened in this event. But yeah, so, we went on a tangent with Raquel's name earlier. Exactly. Hello, Damiap. We're not doing anything special, we're just discussing Hortus, so I'm not doing as much gameplay, but we're discussing what happened in the event. I might play a little bit, but we'll see what I end up doing. So the first thing we were discussing is about the, story and fuck, okay. I'll think about this, because at the very least, most of it is just summaries. Okay. For specific stories that I'm very into, at least. And this is also just, I guess this stream is me getting my thoughts together on Hortus with some input from the rest of y'all, which is good to have. But yeah, so the first curveball that this event throws us is that we see a Church of the Deep cultist, and so that's the Seaborn, which are a whole nother storyline, and it's ocean bloodborne, and the Seaborn's fundamental idea is of survival and of evolution to keep surviving. And so we encounter that by talking to a priest. Is there an event that I'm not into? Okay, I mean, it's just certain events I'm more into than others, for reasons. But so, good question, Domiak. Hold on, we're going to look at. So
You have changed greatly,
Laterano
Doctor.
is Laterano is near let's see. Yeah, it is. It is. Trying to remember how this is laid out. God, I swear, I'm not doing this for stream either. I opened up the game earlier and every time I open up the game now, I'm just like, I'm normal, I'm going to be normal. But yeah, so it looks like we have Iberia here, and then Laterano over here. Interesting. Oh yeah, no, the network layout is based on, I should check, I was just thinking that, Orange. I've just been checking this out of habit before we got, you know, like the big ol' fancy Annihilation map, and then at least this one's a little bit, like, clearer. It's not the most accurate, but it is laid out intentionally to be the right shape. But yeah, so Laterano, so we had Iberia here, and then Laterano here, and then I guess the ocean is somewhere, so here's Sargon, and we have this fuckery of Sargon desert demons or whatever this way. Then we have Iberia and the ocean, and that fuckery of ocean bloodborne over here. Then we have Yan, which probably has something over here that I'm not thinking of. And then we have Sammy and Ursus, which has the frost demon bullshit going on over there. Okay. But yeah, so where am I going with this? This is just like one section, for real, like, however, it's the main bit of Terra that actually has like communication with each other, because everything else is separated by whatever frost demon or ocean demon or whatever the hell is going on. Which I could talk about more later, but that's another tangent. But so in short, our first curveball thrown is that we have a Church of the Deep cultist, and he's basically converted one of the Sarkas here into a Seaborn by feeding them Seaborn pieces, bits of Seaborn, and as a result, they have begun to be subsumed by the call of we many, and are becoming a Seaborn, a Sea Terror, rather than, and no longer being a human, a Sarkaz. As for which character, that's another curveball that we'll talk about later. Yeah, basically infested with all of Iberia. So that's one thing that's currently going on. The other thing, or the next curveball that we get thrown, is that while struggling, or while discussing, after Federico and Raquel and Serpilia all arrive at the monastery, we find a couple of girls, a couple of Sancta girls, Fortuna and Delfina. And Fortuna and Delfina both have opinions. Well, this is, in Fortuna and Delfina, we see the main struggle going on between monastery inhabitants. Fortuna believes that perhaps Laterano will change. Perhaps the Sarkaz they'll be able to get Laterano to change, to make an exception to let the Sarkaz in, and they can still have their paradise. Meanwhile, Delfina believes that Laterano is set in stone, and they cannot, oh my god, Lamau, hey Toad, and so Delfina believes that Laterano cannot be changed, that Laterano will never make an exception for the Sarkaz thunk, and that she would rather abandon this place, even though it offers paradise, because it won't accept these people, it won't accept their family, despite there being no difference between them. And as a part of, and so they begin to argue about this, and earlier as Serpilia had fixed up Delphina's Patron fire. It's also, I have something to say about the Patron firearm too. It was really interesting the way the Patron firearm symbolizes, again, that same difference in ideals, because Fortuna holds on to her Patron firearm that she got from her father and prays with it, and that represents, like, again, her desire and her hope for Laterano, versus Delphina doesn't have that. They talk about the Patron firearm, and Fortuna says that we can share it with you, Delphina, but Delphina doesn't have one and doesn't want one, and that is key to her idea of, I don't want to be part of Laterano if Laterano is prejudiced like this, if that's built in and doesn't want, and they don't want my family with them. But so all of this comes to a head when with that newly fixed Patron. Oh, of what is good point, Orange. I should think about that, because that's another thing about how the Sarkaz are constantly questioning what is their home, or what is their home, how, or when they don't have a home. And of course that's also tightly tied to this story, in that the Sarkaz are one of the major they are the major oppressed faction that plays a role in this. But so that argument between Fortuna hoping for change from Laterano and Delphina, who would rather ignore Laterano and, like, figure out something and something else, or even if it comes at a struggle, they end up arguing over these ideals, over the Sarkaz, and they end up fighting over Fortuna's Patron firearm, which Fortuna ends up shooting, which ends up killing Delphina. And so Delphina dies of her gunshot wound, and Fortuna falls because of the Sancta commandments. So that's one of that's another curveball that's thrown in. Which adds a lot, again, into the conflict of what do we do with her, and then how does Fortuna cope with being a Sarkaz now, unable to fulfill her dream that she wanted in the first place? Does she still hope for it? Does she still, or what? And that's another very interesting thing that I'm going to touch on afterwards, after we keep summarizing this. The last and most pressing not last, but the one of the larger, in a way, problems is that, so I told you how the two nuncios were sent here, Lemuin and Orin. We saw Lemuin at first, but we didn't see Orin, and that's because Orin recognized the Sarkaz leader, who goes by the name of Gerald here. However, before he came here and went by the name of Gerald, he was a Sarkaz mercenary, like most Sarkaz are wont to be, because they have no other option. But so he is also wanted by Laterano for killing a large number of Sancta, and so as a result, Orin recognizes him and decides to hide in the monastery to plan a secret mission, or plan a secret side thing happening, in order to capture Gerald, because again, he's been on the run from Laterano authorities. And give me a sec. This all begins to come to a head because Orin has now brought a large number of Laterano troops and soldiers to basically surround the monastery and prevent anyone from getting out, and to capture the Sarkaz afterwards. And which likely means that a lot of the Sarkaz would be punished by or basically would be hurt by these Laterano troops, effectively massacring. Well, because as we learn later, the motivation for this is, how I mentioned, the political eggshell of the Sarkaz and what's happening in Victoria. Laterano wants to keep its international relations up and well for the Summit of Nations, and having a Laterano monastery knowingly collude or live with a bunch of Sarkaz could lead other nations to question them in terms of international relations, given that given the whole coup the Sarkaz are pulling in Victoria, and how that is destabilizing a lot of other things. And so Orin, for looking out for the sake of Laterano's international relations, aims to capture these Sarkaz and, one way or another, sweep this incident under the rug to make sure that no one else learns of these Sarkaz living at the monastery, so that Laterano doesn't have any ties to the Sarkaz. And through all of this, these tensions are building. And we also have Arturia here, who didn't play that big of a role in the story per se, but it's interesting because of her symbolic place in the story. Arturia represents people's innermost desires in what she brings out in her music, and she wants to bring out what people truly feel, and that ties into this event being in how these emotions and these tensions rise to the surface and cause these problems between people. She feels like the mastermind, kind of. It feels like this is, again, the sort of thing that would happen otherwise, but she is here to orchestrate it, not to orchestrate it as... She is here to accompany it and to emphasize it. Basically, to bring these tensions to the surface, to bring this tension that would have arisen otherwise, but she wants to draw it out faster and stronger to see what happens. I'm gonna come back to that thought. Yeah, exactly. She gives it a nudge. The reason I said orchestrate is because I was trying to think of the word. She accompanies it, I suppose, with her music. She emphasizes what she's there to emphasize the problems that already exist, but to make them worse and to exacerbate them and to bring out the results of those problems. But so that leads us to Arturia, who's been around here as well, and again, trying to bring out what these are people's base motivations, their fears, their worries, their desire for survival, their desire to be this whole mess of conflicting emotion over wanting to be with these Sarkaz, but also their own self-interest. And Arturia aims to bring out that self-interest. Yukai-han, someone... I'll also get back to that. Because that also goes along with the comic that I showed 6 times on stream. And I could talk a lot about it's not a foil, but them being opposing, Arturia and Federico being opposing ideas to each other. And so, as part of this, do I sense a 7th Lamau? Lol. Lamau, even. But so... Part of this is that these tensions begin to come to a head when a fire is set in the sacrarium, which is where there's a holy statue and also a bunch of these flowers. And these flowers are representative of the peace and friendship and hope between the Sarkaz and the Sancta, between all these different people, between these oppressed groups, and between folks who are not. But a fire is set in the sacrarium, and that is destroyed. And this also begins to set off more tensions between the Sancta, who are worried, or the Sancta or the Lateran folks, who suspect the Sarkaz of setting the fire. And that, however, does not evolve into a conflict. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have the Bishop Stefano, who is currently undergoing a crisis of faith, because, so we talked about how there's this prejudice that is baked into the faith, into the law of the Lateran people, against these Sarkaz, against how this against how the world works. And so Stefano, however, having seen this in the monastery and having seen people go through this suffering, doesn't want people to suffer, and he questions if they're saying that the Sarkaz cannot be part of this, then what is the meaning of this? How I have been a bishop, I have been an abbot for this long, I have done everything, and I have felt this belief very strongly, and yet here is my belief, but I also want to help people, and I swore that I would not turn people away, and yet here is my faith asking me to do so. And so he has a crisis of faith, and goes to speak to the Church of the Deep cultists. At the same, and this is really interesting because there's a couple parallels here between Clement, and the bishop having this crisis over what's going on. Oh, that's true. It does. It spurs Geralt and the abbot's decision. That's true. They managed to diffuse the immediate incident. However, it's that those underlying tensions get even stronger, and it spurs on those other actions. Throughout all this, Orin has finally asked the Lateran troops to come and capture the monastery, to capture the Sarkaz. Oh my god, wait, sorry. There's so much happening. Through all this, let's see, after the fire, Federico finds 2 children, Arendelle and Istara, 2 Liberi children, who he rescues there, and they go to try, and they ask him to try and find their mother, and we find out that their mother is actually Hyman, who was the Sarkaz, who was subsumed by the Church of the Deep. Exactly, it intensifies it. That adds just another layer of, oh fuck, into this event, basically. And then, oh god. So throughout all that, let's see, we have the fire, we have Hyman, we have, the troops, and so finally, Orin wants to bring the troops in. Federico warns Gerald that he recognized him being a mercenary, and as a result, Gerald decides to sacrifice himself, basically, well, quite literally telling Clement to bring his last words, as in, asking them to accept the head of the wanted mercenary, Holst Tryfandale, i.e. his own head, and gets Clement to bring him and sacrifices himself in order to ask Laterano to have mercy on the rest of the Sarkaz. Well, I won't deny that sure has been my fucking experience with Hortus. That, I mean, why not both? But so, after this, Clement is so I mentioned, so the bishop is undergoing a crisis of his faith and what to do about this. Clement is also undergoing a similar internal struggle, where they both are just so tired and so frustrated and so exhausted by the fact that they want to make such a difference in how these folks are treated but cannot, that maybe it's better to simply stop rather than waiting for things. They hadn't refined the tech back in the 50s snip off at the same time. To say that maybe rather than waiting for everyone to go through this struggle and have to fight each other, it's easier to just kill them now, because they'll all die in the end. And is it not better to die and find their salvation, quote unquote, being loving each other still and believing this, what's it? I feel like this is also some Catholic whatever stuff that I need to ask Citrona about, but it feels like there's this idea of like they could die now and still believe themselves to be You know what this reminds? Oh, sorry. Hold on, guys. I need to take care of something. Sorry. Technically, again, working from home, but I really wanted to discuss this because it's very cool. No, we were talking about a lot of other stuff, Flowerheart. We're talking about a lot of different things. We're also taking a hot second so that I can, finish this. Okay, but yeah. So where was I? Oh yes. So there's you know what this reminds me of in a horrible way? It reminds me of Rosa. It reminds me of Rosa and her struggle, because of how Rosa talks about how she was one of the noble class oh fuck. So this is from Children of Ursus, and so this was about how during the reunion conflict, Rosa and the Ursus student group, Zima, Gummy, and the rest, yeah, exactly Orange, were basically locked inside. They were trapped. A large school. Patriot tried to protect the kids at school from the reunion conflict by locking them inside the schools to be safe. However, Mephisto was placed in charge of that, and he egged them on to make a kind of Lord of the Flies situation. And so the core conflict, which I don't know this one as well, but is that there was there ended up being a conflict between the noble students and the working class students. And so this was again another microcosm of the struggles between the nobility and the working class. And I, again, don't remember the exact details, but Rosa, being part of the nobility, effectively united the nobility, saying, okay, we can do this to make things better for us by basically pointing the nobility at the working class students, thus effectively starting this class struggle within the school and making everything a lot worse. And so Rosa is very interesting because she okay, hold on, let me pull up the Tumblr posts, because this is they're much better at explaining Children of Ursus than I am. There's gonna be a second of lag. Who the fuck is binging me on Discord too? Oh, it's you, Orange. Okay, hold on. While I look at this / Rosa, because Rosa is... No. It's not a bad thing. It's just that I see, like, a bunch of stuff on my what's it called? And I'm like, oh, what is this from? Okay, so there's this post is the one that I constantly think of when it comes to Rosa, and this is what I was thinking of when it came to Hortus de Escapismo. Also, oh, I saw that one. I like that one. Yes, Orange. Thank you. So this is by Tainbokalange Lance. The real kicker on Children of Ursus is the reveal that Peterheim wasn't the only school that Reunion had locked kids into, but it was the only one that had devolved into a Lord of the Flies hellscape. Absinthe had escaped from a different school, but was shocked at the state she found Peterheim in, nor did she even consider that it was the students themselves who had wrecked the place to that extent. But Peterheim was not a unique case, merely a microcosm of societal tensions that were present throughout all of Ursus. As Estina said, the first fire was merely the trigger that set off something that was already brewing. The tragedy at Peterheim had everything to do with the fact that it was this school specifically where the children of nobility had been locked up with children of much poorer background like Seema. Within the first day, the nobles had started infighting, and Rosa was only able to unite them by throwing around the weight of her name and then turning them against the common people, who had been scared but reasonably united until then. Only then did the situation at Peterheim snowball into a living hell. Rosa is not a bad person in any common understanding of the term, but she was still the result of a noble upbringing and believed herself to be preserving peace to the best of her ability by allowing the commoners to be terrorized for the sake of the nobility's comfort. Something which she did understand as a bad thing, but believed herself to be forced into by circumstance. A line of thinking she is now so horrified by that she can barely stand to live with herself anymore. Rosa did not kill anyone, but she is directly responsible for the chaos at Peterheim by allowing those under her command to pillage. The continued existence of nobility itself is a crime that Rosa is guilty of and doesn't know how to even begin to atone for now that she realizes the harm she used her position for, even when thinking she was being helpful. And then here's a quote from this. "If you'd killed me back then, I would have been able to die believing myself to be a good girl forced by circumstance." And that's... there's so much with Rosa. There's a couple of her voice lines which... oh shit, I actually have trust increase up. We can listen to it and cry. Yeah, okay, hold on. I'll get back to that thought. First, we're gonna listen to this and cry.
Doctor, I wonder if you could ever understand. I was a victim at times, I know. But at some point, I found myself an unconscious victimizer. And I even indulged in it. I can never forgive myself for that. Doctor, is it easier to forget when you're fully grown? When I come of age, will I be able to forgive myself? Will becoming as mature as you allow me to finally deal with the misery in my heart?
Yeah, so that's fucked. That's absolutely fucked. You know what Rosa's fucking potential token is? A paper cutter. She solemnly handed it to you, but you're not sure why. She was planning to kill herself with this. Out of the guilt of doing that. And so, there's so much. There's so much. It's... oh god. So, it just makes me think, in this event, how the bishop and how Clement don't want these sancta to have to go through that. They don't want they don't want the sancta to go through the feeling of becoming an oppressor, because they know, the bishop knows all too well how being an oppressor as part of La Toronto, of hurting these people, and he doesn't want these people to have to go through that, or to become that part of it. And so both he and Clement have come up with ways to effectively stop them before that happens, to stop them and make it so that they wouldn't have to make that choice in the first place, whether it's by blowing up the monastery and everyone in it, or by turning them all into Seaborn. And so this is another... I have to think about this one too, because that's a very... there's so much to that. In the end, though, they, Federico tells Orin to stop the Lateran invasion, to stop them from taking control of the monastery. The bishop decides not to feed the churchgoers the seaborne food. Clement struggles, but in the end, Federico... Oh, Orange, you were asking about Clement's injury. That's because Clement had explosives, the firebombs, right? We talked about the firebomb... We saw the firebombs before, and we thought it was the priest. No, Clement set up the firebombs underneath the monastery and the sacrarium, and underneath the chapel itself. And he was holding a lighter before the fight. And so what Federico did was he didn't shoot Clement, but he shot the lighter. Yeah. And so he was still hesitating, not knowing what to do about Clement himself, but he shot the lighter so that Clement would be unable to blow basically everything up. And so that, I think, is where at least one of Clement's injuries came from. Or it could be that was the injury. I did want to go over that and to look over in more detail because they were really vague about it, but then again, it's like, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, y'all saw me on stream play HE8 for like an hour because I was trying to do it with fucking pseudo Reaper or Enmity Knights and no medic, and I was figuring that shit out with very little DP. It's still, yeah, that's something that we can definitely talk about, and that Orange brought up that I wanted to talk about because I felt like it had really good potential, but it wasn't handled quite as well as I was hoping for, which made it have a bit less impact. But yeah, doing the levels was so easy compared to, yeah, I enjoy my challenges. But yeah, I'm not saying, I think they did lead up to it pretty fine, Orange. They did a good amount of build up to it. It's just that depicting the actual thing happening was very sloppy. And then actually bringing it back. Like, certain... So this event was a fucking lot of setting up a lot of story, showing us a lot of the situation, and then steadily making shit go down and tying each of those things we learned together. Like when it came to first seeing the Sea Terror, we had first, we simply saw that a Sea Terror was involved. Then as we got further, we realized it was the Sea Terror and the Bishop having a crisis of faith, and the Communion, and then also the Sea Terror being Hyman, which is connected to the kids, which was connected to everything else. And so, yeah. Okay. Before I forget what I'm saying, I actually didn't mind that aspect of it as much, because Clement was the gardener, but also he was the one who was helping out around the monastery the most, right? And so he had access to the basement, he had access to all this, and so both Clement and the Bishop were suspects and also interesting crises of faith in different ways, in that Clement, in order to take care of the monastery and use those tools, had access to, I guess, something to be interesting to be said about how the Bishop was trying to make this his own, was trying to make this decision himself. These are the details. But so the Bishop, the Abbot Stefano, because he wanted to take the blame upon himself to basically say, like, if I want to prevent these other folks from having this sin, this guilt of leaving others, and so that's why he was deciding and trying to make the choice of whether to feed them this or not. But it's interesting because even though he wanted that choice to be his own, and he wanted it to basically take all of the blame upon himself, to take the guilt for the rest of them, Clement was able to access this, and so in the end, he did not take it all upon himself. Other people are still, even when one person attempts to make attempts to do a bad thing, like for the sake of an ending, Clement was still able to get involved in it, and so in the end the bishop would not have even succeeded in only taking this guilt upon himself. Clement, like, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, becoming a martyr. Yeah. So something about, even if you want to attempt to become a martyr for this, taking it on upon yourself, it isn't just upon yourself, you know? Even if you think you are going to be a martyr with this and making these decisions, making the hard choice yourself, other people will still make fucked up choices. Trying to do that yourself will not necessarily stop others from taking actions that they will regret. It didn't absolve the other people's sins. Yes, it did not absolve Clement. Clement made this choice anyway, and it was also Clement's own decision when not succumbing to the sea. There's a lot here. But yeah, it makes me think of, what am I thinking? Something about the parallel between Anduin, and how his title is Anduin the Martyr, and how he was a traitor to La Toronto. He did something, he shot, or he did something which resulted in Mastema falling and Lemuel becoming disabled, that and thank you for the sip. But about how he made that choice, but it still had these effects. He wanted to do this for himself, for his own choice, his own questioning, but it still affects other people. And something about thinking of how your self-martyring actions, your self-sacrificial actions will still affect other people. It isn't necessarily a good thing, or it's more complicated than just sacrificing one person for the rest. There's more that I'm trying to articulate about how it's like how Anduin's martyring and sacrifice and traitoring had collateral damage, and same with this bishop and his choice. He had this collateral damage of Clement, and I'm not sure where I'm going with that thought, but it's a thought. Holy moly. In the end, the bishop doesn't feed the Sancta and the Sarkaz the food. They are fine. In the end, they call off the Lateran troops. In the end, Gerald dies, Clement dies, Delphina dies, Fortuna falls and chooses to go with the Sarkaz. But, and things basically go back to the status, kind of to the status quo. The Laterans, 3 casualties at the end of it, yeah. The Laterans are going to go with the monastery back to Laterano. The monastery is going back to Laterano. The Sarkaz end up leaving to go back to Wander. And so it's a very interesting event because in the end, in the grand scheme of things, nothing much happens. We go back to the original, the paradise, the oppression, all of it. And so it's frustrating in a way because all of this happened and these people died, but for what? But at the same time, it isn't that this event wasn't important. It isn't that what happened during this event wasn't important. We stopped, they prevented a group of people from becoming Seaborn and having to be mercy killed. They prevented the Laterano troops from massacring a group of Sarkaz who just wanted a home. We had casualties, but imagine what the casualties would have been without this. In the end, the abbot, yes, exactly, the abbot's inner conflict, he had a questioning of his faith, but now, rather than martyring himself and doing this, he has the time to go along and venture through Laterano and to question his faith further and to actually reevaluate what he would find in paradise and reevaluate this. It was the best case scenario in an absolute god-awful situation. And it's interesting to me because a lot of times it's difficult to say, like, in the grand scheme of things, when we take actions, does it really affect things? Even if we tried to prevent a war or something, if it still happens anyway, did we do anything? And it asks that helplessness about... Okay, I have a thought about Clement and helplessness and about this and helplessness. This story, it asks, like, even though they did not change anything in the grand scheme of things, were their actions not important? And I think that their actions were very important, and how they were able to save a number of people. Even if this suffering is perpetuated, it allows a few people to live, to a few people who can keep fighting and who can still see these ideals and see that a small difference was made, so that perhaps a bigger change can be made later. Which also brings me back to Clement's story, because so Clement's thing is that he feels helpless to change all of this, right? All of this is happening, all of the Sarkaz and the Sancta, this is happening. Gerald dies, Fortuna falls, Clement is there to witness it all. Clement is a witness to it all, and he feels, when he talks to Archaria, he says he's given up long ago. He's given up long ago on what on this hope and on actually making a change. But and so in the end he does have those oh fuck, I need to think over my thoughts here, but there is a thought forming about Clement's helplessness and the idea that you can't make a difference in these actual problems, and how he gave up on it. But at the same time, there is still a difference was made, even if it wasn't enough for now. Okay. I should have made a list of things that I wanted to talk about with this event, because there's so much. I'm gonna look at my conversation with Orange that we were having earlier in Discord, because that's what prompted me to think. Yeah, the fact that the abbot goes on a pilgrimage to rediscover his own faith while reinforcing and challenging faith. It makes me think of, also with the idea of, like, patriotism and authoritarianism and fascism, like the kind of idea, especially with how tightly faith is tied to the city-state of Laterano, and how you're questioning. It is not that you're questioning. What am I looking for? What word am I looking for? The idea of like believing in one's country for the sake of believing in it, and how that can lead to like, we are the best because we are the best, versus believing in one's country but wanting to improve it and seeing like, this, I like my country, I love my country, but it has problems, and because of that I want to do something about it, and I want to make a change because of it. And that's really interesting when it comes to the abbot and his faith and his pilgrimage, because of how tightly it ties to Laterano, and again how tightly Laterano laws are tied to their faith, and how, yeah, and going back to how the bishop, the abbot, is basically saying, I still. Exactly, Acer. Exactly. It has. Oh, God knows we have so many fucking problems. God knows we have so many fucking problems. But we need to look at those as it is and not necessarily blindly follow, but to say, like, what can we do about these problems? And perhaps in our lives, we won't make a major difference as to how our country behaves, as to how it handles, and maybe we won't make a difference as to whether it has problems or not, but maybe we can help mitigate the problems, maybe we can take a few steps toward preventing the problem, or to removing the problems in the future, right? Okay, let's see. Clement is the man that's wrapped up. Is it because the faith fails him, or because he's lost sight of his own resolve? Ooh. Sorry, I'm. See, it's just, I love this kind of digging into these events and what's happening in these characters' thoughts. God. One thing that I did want to talk about that Orange brought up earlier that I thought was that we were discussing, was about the main boss of this event and how it felt very clumsy in a way, but it was fascinating to me. Because, let's see, what has Orange said, like, about how it felt very odd for Clement to be the boss and trying to figure out what he was trying to do in the end afterwards with the bread, or what was his thought process, what was going on. It felt, I enjoy the messiness because I like that it's not obvious and it lets us talk about this and dig into the meat of it, and I like the fact that it's not clear, although at the same time it is kind of frustrating that it felt kind of clumsy and unclear as to what they were going for. It's like the struggle of is this unclear because it is intended to be a difficult decision, or is this unclear because it was badly done? And I think they kinda towed the line on this one. Some of it was because it was intended to be unclear, and then some of it was just simply because it wasn't as well done as others. One thing I wanted to say is that having Clement as the final boss made me think of what the Firelight casts. It made me think of Reed and what the Firelight casts, because the final battle in that event is also, well, the final battle in that event is not an actual battle. It's hold on, where'd it fucking go? Just to look for, yeah. Yeah, I'll get back to that, but like, in the end, the final battle of after overcoming the fear in the depths of her heart, Reed successfully controls her originium arts to heal her comrade. As Eblana sounds the bugle to war, Reed expresses her ideals to her companions. So, what the Firelight cast was fascinating because the final battle wasn't actually a battle at all. It takes place purely in Reed's mind. Sure, they may hear Eblana's horn. I'm not sure exactly if they physically hear it or not, but they don't actually fight Eblana. However, Eblana is the boss because Reed is, hold on, where's my fucking Tumblr post? I love Tumblr because people write these long ass interpretations of these events and it's fantastic. And this one is actually by Sarastes, who is, shout out Dreamerwave, and shout out, come on, oh god, it's loading, Dreamerwave, that's spelled correctly. And so, let me link this fucking post. Third option being too smooth brain. No, I genuinely think that a lot of it was, the difficulty of trying to make a good, challenging boss and integrating it with this event while doing the story. But so, one of the things that Dreamer says, like, in this post is later, the final map of the event was fantastic, narratively speaking. It's a fight with Eblana entirely within her mind, with Eblana wearing a mask in the first phase. Eblana's mechanics involve killing her own units to empower herself, representative of how she's completely willing to kill Terrans for the purpose of discipline without any regret. Then, in the second phase, she discards her mask and sets every reed in the map ablaze. No matter how much Eblana speaks of loving her and saying she's important to her, Reed has finally come to terms that Eblana will simply sacrifice her, even her, when the moment comes, just as she has no issue setting the world on flames if it furthers her desires. This one is also written kind of negatively towards Eblana, which I understand for reasons, and I definitely think that Eblana was fucked up. But in a way, it's also fascinating to think of it from, like, the revolutionary perspective, in that Eblana actually does have goals. And I feel like it's more of a conflict in how people want to achieve these revolutionary goals. Even though Eblana's motivations are the same as Reed, the change is how they go about it. The difference between them is how they go about it, not change. But yeah. So the entirety of the map is just Reed finally coming to terms that if she wants to help the Terrans in her way, she will inevitably come to blows with Eblana at some point, and that there's no space for hesitation because Eblana sure as hell won't hesitate. And so that was a really, really good map. I really, really, really liked the map in What the Firelight cast because of that, and how it showed us that internal conflict of Reed's, and how the gameplay, again, Dreamer mentions how she's got a mask, how she kills her own units in order to survive. She kills her own units to survive. She sets every Reed in the map ablaze, which is just, like, gameplay story integration. What the Firelight cast was fantastic. I adored this event. And I think Hortus tried to have something similar, but they didn't hit it quite as well as they did with What the Firelight casts. Yeah, most of the times where the writing is very obfuscated, it's great for analytical and discussion, but reading through it feels frustrating. Yeah, exactly. It's I saw someone's post where it's just like Arknights is a game for adults, not because of the content, but because you need a fucking college level reading ability to to understand this fucking story. And they're not wrong. It's really good stuff. Yeah, I feel that, Domiek. I feel that. After you were talking about doing it with Sniper Knights, I was looking at this like, shit, how would you do this? If anything, you would have to use Rosemontis to block, but then you have to depend on chance, because you could probably kill the enemies well enough, but the main struggle is just blocking the yeah, exactly. It just fucking sucks that it's RNG, and that's the only sniper blocking thing. Exactly. Because we really, because at least, like, you know, for casters, we have Beeswax, who makes her what's it called? Her obelisk appear, so you could use that to block. But we really don't have any other snipers that make a blocking thing, do we? No, we don't. Rosie is the only one, and that's RNG, so that is fucked. That's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up. Oh, casters also... I'm not an AoE caster user, I forgot they had freelings. But yeah, casters have various other ways to block, versus snipers don't. I do hope we get something with a sniper and blocking stuff, because that would make something, that would, yeah. Yeah, it's, that's the reason why I love Arknights, and this is also the reason why I'm motivated to play Enfield even though it's not quite my style of game, because I love the writing. I really, really love the writing, and I love how they frame these narratives and they frame these events in a way where they don't have a straightforward conclusion to them. It's awesome. Okay, so what else on my list of things that I wanted to talk about? Oh yeah, Clement and his fight. So this again goes back to how Reed in What the Firelight cast, her fight, the Eblana fight, was beautifully done narratively. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Fantastic stuff. This one, not so much. I was commenting on how I feel like, yeah, it does end up like that. Yeah. I mean, the thing that clicked that in my head was Orange talking about how, like, it felt, or clumsy, trying to figure out what Clement's goal and motivation and feelings were after HE8, after he was injured, and about eating the bread but not transforming, and that was definitely messy. I fucking feel that, Domiak. I fucking feel that. God, for real. God, for real. I'm excited to see when Caper comes, but I wanted a fucking enmity. I want a fucking enmity sniper so bad. I don't know how they would do it, but I want it. But yeah, what am I saying? Oh yeah, so, about Clement, so, the thing about Clement's fight is that, again, you're not actually fighting him. This is the interesting thing to me, and the bit that was fiddling, that I've been chewing on, is about how you're not actually fighting Clement, and this goes along with how in the story, Federico hesitates to stop Clement for like the first time. He could so easily overpower this man. He could so easily stop him from doing what he's doing, but he hesitates. And why? Because of this understanding of Clement, and because of Clement's motivations. Hold on, fixing my headphones. But yeah, and so because of that, I did very much, it's almost, oh shit, Orange, But yeah, I'm so glad you finished it, and you can listen to whatever the fuck else I talk about this, and I'm probably gonna go through the stuff you said on Discord too, because there was some very interesting things, and then we'll see what else other people bring up. But yes, go sleep, go bed, go rest. I'm so glad you finished it though. I can't wait. We're probably gonna talk about this more when the EX stages come out too. I just really wanted to talk about it today because, yeah. But yes, go get some rest. And okay, so back with Clement, it was interesting because I did very much like that he was invulnerable during the fight. He wasn't someone we could hit, because of how that's the, take care, Orange, happy holidays, about how we couldn't hit him, and that's similar to the hesitation, and then there was, Clement had a lot of very interesting mechanics. Clement, besides scripted, but yeah, he was a scripted boss in a way, and so it was very interesting because we couldn't attack him. So let's see. So Clement's game mechanics. Hold on, because just so with how we were comparing Eblana, right? So let's look at Clement and how we did this. Cannot be blocked, permanently invulnerable. Preach places an answer sign on the ground, guiding the monastery inhabitants' movements. When a monastery inhabitant reaches the sign, oh yeah, the debuff. I really want to talk about that, like story, gameplay, integration wise. I've been trying to think about that. When a monastery inhabitant reaches the sign, their panic level is reduced and will not increase for a period of time. He activates the masonry, and then Demand periodically applies a permanent negative status effect, cycling between the following effects in this order. And then he activates the second set of masonry, and then now randomly summons additional enemies or inhabitants. First of all, let me just say that is a fascinating thing with how he summons stuff, but it's RNG what he summons. So you can actually fuck yourself up really, really bad by changing his RNG. And so apparently if you actually use a slow on Clement, you know, to change the timing of when he places his signs and to change the timing of when he places or where the inhabitants go, you can actually fuck yourself up really, really bad because his summons are RNG, and he'll start summoning other enemies or I guess inhabitants in the second phase. The stage is built so that he has this specific RNG so that it'll spawn these specific things, but you can actually screw with that and mess it up, and it makes things a lot harder. Anti-stall mechanics, yeah. I think it's a very interesting thing. I'm not necessarily story-wise, but so let's see. So looking at these, cannot be blocked, permanently invulnerable. That is, again, it has to do with the hesitation, I think. Again, we're not fighting Clement or we're stopping him, and let's see, oh fuck, words. So in HE8, he had the firebombs. The firebombs were beneath the church, and Federico shot the lighter to stop him from lighting them and blowing this up, but not necessarily harming. God, it's gonna be so long. I should read through what he was saying again. Hold on, let's see this story. What's the before? I am going to be skipping through a lot of it, and then we're gonna read it from the log, because yeah. So then this was about the music, the abbot. There he is. Okay, and so then Laterache, blah blah blah, and so then pottery, finding it. Okay. Kind-hearted. Okay, so let's skim through this now that we have this here. Paradise, the okay. So this was about the mirror, right? Oh, okay. So this was about the abbot's motivation when it came to communion. You must be their keeper, that they live in paradise. And how? How would I see them stay in paradise? And so that's what I was talking about with the martyring himself, in that he would transform them into sea terrors so that they would not undergo the sin, not undergo the regret of leaving their Sarkaz fellows. But he makes his choice not to let them make their own choices. He lets go of his faith in this bit, I think. Monsters. So, and then he changed his mind and he didn't. However, Clement found it. But we never let out any word about the falling. How did Gerald learn of it? And with that fire, without someone else's encouragement, the abbot might not have been so dogmatic either. Fuck, we need to go back and look earlier at Clement talking to the abbot. And then when Fortuna went into the chapel, I remember someone else was in there. I remember that being Clement there. So kind-hearted that he strove to this day. So this bit, I'm not like him. So this is Clement's motivation, I think. So this was Clement speaking. Because the abbot, okay, so thinking that the abbot would martyr himself by preventing, or would turn the rest to sea monsters. But in the end, the abbot both abandons that faith in... Okay, let me think. How do I phrase this? Because the abbot... If we take Clement saying, I gave up hope, I think he's saying that he gave up hope in relation to things getting better, right? In people being able to make a change in Laterano. So he gave up hope that things, that they could perhaps get through this. And so he gave up hope that they would be able to keep going, even if they, to keep going after this situation, versus the abbot actually falls back. The abbot finds one last shred of hope in not in he lets himself feel his faith that the people will he finds last one bit of faith in the folks that attend the chapel. He finds that last bit of faith that they will not make these choices like he regrets, that they will make a change in this, and that they will find their own resolutions. But Clement no longer believes that that is possible, possibly? Still thinking. Okay, and so then we have Clement here. Sounds... Okay, and so then this... Oh god, and then we have this very long bit. Oh god! Oh yeah, and so then this is where Federico shoots his arm. Why go to the bother? Okay. Oh fuck! Wait, shit! Damn it! Okay, so at least now we know what the end of the story is. When asking, so Clement's asking, who wants to say, is it the law that wants to save me or you that wants to save me? Come on. But yeah, this is fun stuff. Very fun stuff. God. Fine. Make these choices for us. Oh, okay. Yeah, Orange. We were just showing off that, well, we were going through this story so that, Christ, we could see the, so this was, he shot his arm, which was why he shot the lighter. We're all feeling is lost, so it might be blood loss from the arm, too. Senior Archery. Okay, here we go. And then this is the last line. And so we were looking through this log to see what Clement was talking, or to analyze what Clement was saying in more detail. Also, while you write up, hold on. I need to set up something, get something running for work. Ugh. Why must I work? Why can't I just talk about Arknight's story and analysis all day? But yeah, so, what were we saying? Oh yeah, Clement is a murderer, and that line stuck with me, and you wanted to talk about— oh fuck, you are right. Huh. I was just talking about how, about Clement and Hope, and how, and how the bishop in a way falls back on his faith in the people, his faith in that the people will find their own path that they will not regret like he did. Take care, Acer! Yeah, I've gotta— no, you pose a good question. It might have been because the firebomb, but I'm not sure. But, that's something that I wanted to look more into, because it also confused me. But so, in this one, so this is the abbot's choice, when he was talking about this, and how the abbot chose to stick with that bit of hope, to believe that these people, would find their own choice, or be able to make a change, a difference with the Sarkaz or something, but Clement doesn't. And so, they both have their different ways of stopping these people from going through the regret and guilt that they feel between the firebomb and between the sea terror, against to have them die as believing themselves good people without having to make that choice. But yeah, or I want to figure that out with the abbot, and I want to, like, talk over it but I haven't quite figured that out. But meanwhile, like, Clement, so it was long ago that I gave up hope. And then, where is this? And so he has this paradise. It's to that room where they send the deathly ill. We can never save anybody, but even this facade of serenity is waiting to be shattered in the end. It simply and naturally came, and no matter how carefully I tend to the flowers I plant, when it's time for them to wilt, they will transform in invisible measures until they're beyond recognition. It's all the same. And so this is another thing about, like, Archuria, and how Archuria brings out these inner emotions. So in the end, the abbot still had a bit of belief, still had a bit of hope, versus Clement didn't? Question mark? Thinking? God, it's so... Flammables beneath this entire monastery. Oh yeah, so the tranquil life of this monastery was never going to last. Before things reach the point of no redemption, I will end it. And so this is again them wanting to basically sacrifice themselves and these people before they make decisions that they will regret, to say like, at least in this moment you can still believe yourself good, or you can still have lived without making this choice to harm. The theme of inevitability, yeah. The law. So many years I've lived here, hearkening to His Excellency's guide. In chaos, in the time we need it most. There was some point where the music of Signora Arturia became all I could even hear. Which is very interesting, talking about how it wasn't Arturia's Arturia could not put these choices... Arturia could not put these choices into us? Here we go. How could she go so far? Arturia did not put these choices into us, but when he listens to that music, he makes this choice. And what is that symbolic of? What is that? Is it despair? It's of our deepest emotions, of our... I feel like with Arturia, she brings out, and a lot of times how a person in a bad situation will make these choices. When are we pushed to truly do what we believe in? And it's not quite the thing about like a trapped rat will bite, about like something who would always run, but when you put it in a corner it will bite back, and wanting to push them to that limit where they'll do something. It isn't quite that. It's that comic, what we talked about, and how what is their innermost desire, and how her mom was being held back, but is that innermost desire a good thing? And what will they do as a result of it? So this brings me back to the idea of Arturia and Federico being foils, and that idea of like rational mind versus emotion mind. And I think because so with therapy, with this rational mind versus emotion mind, or at least the way, like, what I learned is that, like, you need to pay attention to your emotions, because if you completely discount your own emotions, then you will feel bad. It will not help. You will ignore your own distress, your body's own distress, your own struggles. But if you go entirely off emotion and you don't look at what fits the facts, that is also bad, because you might do things. Sometimes it feels like people are angry at you. It feels like someone does not care, but maybe it's simply your own head and how your brain is interpreting this situation. It doesn't mean that you can still feel hurt by that. Your feeling is still valid. It's just not necessarily true, because it doesn't necessarily fit the facts. And so there is this balance of wise mind between taking into your account your emotions and allowing yourself to feel that, while also taking into account reality and taking actions that fit the actual situation. So like a lot, and Arturia and Federico seem to be this sort of balance in how people interpret or how people go through that process, on how we might listen to one but not the other, and how it's difficult to actually integrate them when it comes to actually behaving. Like how in let's say, for example, if we compare Clement to or see, this one is also a difficult situation because we don't have because, well, just because what he did was not necessarily good, but it's also like, you know, the rest of this is also not great either. Versus the more clear-cut thing of in the manga, when Arturia gets her mother to feel her mother, even though it would hurt her and Marcello and Arturia and Federico, she felt like she truly wanted to go become a war photographer, and she truly wanted that, and it was her own, it was her upbringing in Laterano and the way she basically questioning, like, am I really happy in what I'm doing? Does this actually feel meaningful? And it felt like what she was doing was not meaningful, was not doing anything, was not making a difference. And so Arturia's mother chooses to stop behaving because, again, if you don't take emotion into account, right, going off to become this war photographer, why would you do that? Because you have a perfectly good job here as a diplomat, you are safe, you have your family, you have everything. But if you're not truly happy as it is, that's not something you should necessarily discount. If it doesn't feel meaningful to you, if your life doesn't feel meaningful to you, you shouldn't necessarily ignore that. And so for Arturia's mother, even though Luciana even though it may not have been a wise choice, it may not have been a logical, rational choice, she did take into account both what she actually wanted from life and made that decision for herself. But although it did come at the cost of others suffering, but in a way she did help herself. In contrast, someone who is overcome with despair, there were some folks in the funeral, for example, in the manga, that were just like, that their actual feelings were just like, yeah, you went off, Arturia's mother, Luciana, went off and did this noble thing, but she left me with all this trouble, with all this thing, and saying that in the moment, even though it might be what you feel, is probably not the best idea at, like, a funeral. And then, for example, like, in this situation with Clement, like, feeling this lack of hope, feeling that there is no hope that Laterano could ever change, that doing this will not make a difference, in contrast to the fact that at the very least, like, there is some change happening, even if it's not happening now. We were able to save these Sancta, these Sarkaz, versus Clement in the throes of despair would have killed them. because that is what he felt, there was no hope. It isn't necessarily, it's also, this one's also a really tricky one because of oppressive systems and all that, and sometimes it really does feel insurmountable. But in a way but I feel like with the fact that in the end the abbot clung to its one bit, his little bit of hope for everyone, in that they would change, that they're even though you might be in the throes of despair, you can still act to see. It does not necessarily make that action reasonable to what you're doing. Like, it doesn't necessarily make what you are doing in the depths of despair a reasonable or a good choice. And so this sort of opposing ideas of emotion and what do we feel, and how that also makes me think of how in the end the priest, even he almost succumbed to despair, he almost did that, but in the end he realized, like, it's not that he would hurt necessarily or martyr himself, it's that he wanted to reevaluate his own faith in this and feel and see if he could believe in this change again, which is why he's going on this pilgrimage to try and feel how, or try and or see if he can find meaning in this again, if he can find more than that little belief in hope and change. And so, but yeah, so I forgot where I was going with this. Anyways, I think a lot about, well, my thing with, when it comes to, like, Arturia and Federico, and my fascination with that is because I went through a lot of this. I used to very much be, like, a rational mind kind of person of, I am going to ignore what I'm feeling about this because it doesn't fit the situation, and I'm going to ignore it completely and just do whatever is logical, and I prided myself on that. But then, you know, that shit kind of fucks you up if you never pay attention to your emotions, and that will affect you even if you attempt to not be influenced by them. And so the wise mind thing, the rational mind versus emotion mind, and taking into account those emotions even if you do not necessarily act on them, or if you take different action, it isn't necessarily what you may intuitively want to do from those emotions, but it doesn't discount that your emotions... Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, you're still an emotional being. You're still a human being who will have these emotions and these feelings. And also, Orange, make sure you sleep. But so, in the end, you still do have those, and you need to take care of yourself with it. But at the same time, you don't have to... Your life is not necessarily dictated by them. Like, it's about the balance between them, and about how difficult it is to be a person and to have these conflicting feelings and situations, and how messy it all is. And it fascinates me talking about Arturia and Federico and seeing how they interact and how they're symbolic of these different ideas. Also, with what I said right there about, like, the rational bit of it, you can see why I also latched onto Federico there a lot. And how I was like, holy smokes, my mental well-being sure did fucking improve once I, started, you know, actually considering my mental well-being, and, you know, even if something wasn't, you know, the logical result, or even though I was like feeling mad at this, I would accept that, like, okay, I am feeling mad at this, and we're going to keep acting, we're going to take actions that aren't necessarily following the anger, but we can also take actions to mitigate or deal with being angry. Accepting radical acceptance and accepting that feelings, or accepting feelings as simply things that you will have and that will pass, but they are something that you will have and they will affect you. And and seeing, oh god, and then when we talked about Federico hesitating here and how he's been like worried about, like, I'm doing things because I'm just doing them. I am doing them despite not thinking through them ahead of time, or not following like the exact logical resolution. And it's very, very cathartic in a way too, to be like, yeah, I feel that. But yeah, so that has been, I can't wait for Arturia's event. I'm just, oh god, I can't wait for Arturia's event so that we can think about all the different, so I can see more of this, and I want to see more of Arturia's interactions with folks in Lithanian and how she behaves. And, oh, side note, also, that brings me back to another question when we were talking about Arturia being, what's it called? Someone who enjoys seeing the pain of others. It's not necessarily that she enjoys their pain or their suffering. It's that she enjoys people expressing their inner emotions, releasing those feelings and taking actions based on those emotions that they wouldn't normally do otherwise. Why? Breaking the chains, the silk threads that bind them, and fulfilling and taking actions based on what they truly feel, rather than what they are expected to do, or what they have been, not trained, but, you know, upbringing, grown to, the learned to do, kind of. And it just so happens that a lot of people in Terra have a fuckload of emotional baggage, which very much fucks you up, because then when you're doing the things that you internally feel, you are feeling a lot of very negative things. And so it just so happens that Arturia tends to exacerbate war crimes and all that kind of stuff, because a lot of Terra is fucked up, and we have all these people who have their inner emotion, or holding back their inner emotion of, like, this world is fucked up and we should commit war crimes and overthrow the government. Like, for and for good, it isn't that those are necessarily bad things to want or feel, and sometimes it's important to give people that kick in the pants to do those things, because that's how you actually make a difference in the world. But it's very, very messy in how they carry it out. Which is, again, why you need the wise mind. You need to consider rational behavior, or your rational explanation, as well as your emotional explanation. And you need to make your choices based on both of them. What else did Toad say about, but yeah, someone who derives enjoyment from people's reactions to their crimes. But yeah, it's just that she enjoys bringing out that emotional aspect of people that they would not normally show, or are holding themselves back from showing. Side note, this is also really interesting, given that Hortus is about Federico's character development, right? And so, about how he's asking these questions, and about how he should act. And okay, we saw this, and then we're going to go through the ending in the story with the stuff about the Pope, because that was the key thing here. I think it was in this one. Yes. God. Hold on, where is... Man, this music. Man. And then these two talked, yeah, whatever. Some smooth, blah, blah, blah. It was this. And then this was the abbot and the ending, and talking about his doubt. And the notebook from Anduin, which I think is really interesting with the abbot and Anduin. Okay, so here we go. Why was the result suboptimal if no error was committed? Okay, so here, like, are our laws suitable for all circumstances? If not, on what do I base my actions? That is where my doubts lie. And so this, again, with it being the parallel between... Okay, there's so much different metaphorical or ways... What's it? Metaphors that this could be for, both in terms of in the faith, in the law, in all of that, and then also in the rational versus emotional, and how it's symbolic of that. So in the case of the rationality, this question of, like, how do I, if not on what do I base my actions, how do you integrate that? How do you take into account these emotions to take these to take actions? How do you integrate rational and emotional mind? How do you achieve wise mind to take these actions to do what you need to do? And good stuff. But yeah, so it's also fascinating to think about this in terms of Laterano and what Laterano will do and how Laterano will change. Will it change its laws? What is the god in the Laterano basement thinking? What is this Pope doing? Who is this friend also that the Pope says that he's also beginning to ask questions that you've never considered? This is why I was so fucking hyped for this event, because God, just Like, this shit that I was just like, I felt this a lot. I felt that a lot. Going out to visit a friend. I'll take your question to him. I don't know who this is, or... Yeah. What the fuck happened to Anduin, actually, in Guiding Ahead? I forgot what happened to Anduin. Did he end up... No, he left again to go on more pilgrimage, right? I think he did. Also, side note, hold on, just... fixing up something. Okay, but yeah, Anyways, what am I... That's the bit of this event that really fascinates me in terms of, I really like this sort of character development, and I also just really related to that, so I'm really curious to see how they feel and what they're doing with this. Which, let's see, why did I get started on this? Oh, I got started on this because we were talking about Clement as a boss, and about how Clement, we didn't fight him, and about how it was the hesitation. So I interpreted the fight and the scene like as Clement struggling with himself. Oh, okay, so Clement struggling with himself, there was a bit about him and the Seaborn, right? Which I need to read through again. But he ate the Seaborn bread, but he didn't transform, right? And so, what was that for? What was that symbolic of? That I'm still a little... I know there's a meaning to it, and I've almost got it, but I haven't quite articulated or quite understood it. I need to reread that. But I was saying stuff like to Orange with just like, I don't like that Clement was a boss in a way. I don't think we were meant, although as a boss, they did a decent job of getting across the ideas that I was thinking. Because my idea was that we weren't meant to fight Clement. We were meant to understand and to feel Clement the same way Federico doesn't quite understand, but can see this struggle and is beginning to understand, even if it's not intuitively understand. And so in his boss fight, again, we have the invulnerability. We also have the fact that he can lead the civilians to places and he helps them calm them down, but at the same time he can also lead them to their deaths. And then we have the debuffing our units, which I thought was very interesting in terms of like hesitating and making these choices, in terms of how it makes things a debuff in terms, it was a debuff in that it causes us to doubt ourselves, kind of. As you can see, this was not nearly as clear as the Eblana fight, but I still thought it was interesting to analyze. Orange said, like, it's more of an ideological fight kind of thing, which I felt was very good. I like those kinds of metaphorical battles that Arknights has. I just don't think that this was as well laid out as an ideological battle as it could have been. Orange mentions, like, it kind of feels like Mudrock, where we needed a boss on this event gameplay-wise, but Clement was possibly not the best candidate for it, and honestly, I think part of the struggle is because there isn't really a good candidate for a boss, because it's a store. It's not a story. It was difficult to say. It's very difficult to say. Clement had a lot of, I guess, for who they could choose as a boss, Clement had a lot of impact, let's say, because seeing him like this, seeing just a simple gardener as a boss, and I do think that also helped with the idea of the event of just a simple gardener. What can just a simple gardener do? And what can just one person do? And how just a normal person can be driven to despair, too? But it also, I don't know, would it have been better if we fought, like, the Abbot? Because the Abbot, it might have made for a more interesting battle in terms of how he re-establishes his faith about how he almost wanted to martyr himself and everyone here, but he decided— hold on, sorry, give me a second. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, never mind. We're good. But yeah, I was talking about Clement, and so the Abbot would have been interesting because you could definitely shape some part of the boss around losing, how he goes to the depths of despair but is able to find that last bit of hope, versus Clement succumbing utterly to his despair. It's a very messy situation, and unlike Twilight of Volumond, where at least they had Mudrock to be the boss, this was a lot messier, where none of them were really a boss, you know? And so it was... to make them into a boss, you need to make them into a very abstract sort of battle, which is, again, what happened with Clement. Yeah, there was... what else was... oh, talking about the Abbot, it was interesting how Abbot Stefano was going to do the stuff with the Seaborn and the bread, but changed his mind. Oh, side note, just glancing at, following up on a couple things. Okay. But yeah, one thing that was fascinating to me about the Church of the Deep in this event was how, they didn't Aulus at least, Aulus didn't, oh, what's the word? Push it the way that other Church of the Deep cultists have. Quintus was anxious. Amaya had her experiments. They both I mean, Aulus sure did an experiment on Highman, but like, the fact that he gave the bishop a choice and that Abbot Stefano went to ask him for the stuff to turn everyone into Seaborn, and he told Stefano to wait until the next morning. It feels like I need to dig into Aulus's brain more, because he's very focused on the philosophical aspect of the Seaborn, about this inherent desire for survival, but also about what these fundamental ideas of people are, or what people. He's similar to Arturia in a way, where it feels like he wants to dig into what people fundamentally feel. And how even if what they feel don't necessarily match with his own, he wants to see that and play around with that. Very, very interesting to hear from Church of the Deep, and I'm very curious what we'll get on him later and learn about these motivations, and what has he learned from, like, Highman? What did Highman... Oh, that's a whole fucking thing. Where did that go? Destruction and rebirth. Transformation is complete. Will the Laterans treat those children? They're not my kin anymore. And so, if that is what you think, then that is what will be... Okay, Aulus's thing was very centered around what do you think of yourself, and who do you think... It was of self-identity. Ah, okay. The thoughts are connecting. The red lines are coming together. I'm thinking. It's more about how Aulus is very, or at least how I've interpreted it now, is just, especially seeing this line, is that Aulus is about the self. What are you in yourself? Of course, in the self we have we have that desire for survival, like the Seaborn, but it is in the Seaborn transformation and evolution that we can find a more accurate, not more accurate, but an ideal of the self in what we are. If that is what you think, then that is what it will be. Aulus said something similar to that to Abbot Stefano about his decision. If that is the decision you make, then that is what will be. And so something about how forming this sense of personal identity and decisions, and how, which could also tie in with choices, right? Choices and decisions and what to do, and how our identity is made up of all of our choices up to this point. That's an interesting thought to have. About how our identity is made up of our choices. About how Clement's choices. Orange mentioned that idea, the thing about the narrator calling Clement a murderer. Is it because of the idea of self, of that he intended to do this? And then how we talked about Lemuel too, and about like what is more deserving of punishment, harm caused out of benevolence or malice not put into action. What is that the thing of a choice between trying to do something good but having a bad result, like Rosa, or malice not put into action, having a choice to do something that could harm others but choosing not to do it. Oh, that's another interesting idea posed here. There is just so much in this event. There's so much in all of the Arknights events. And whenever I go through and I read the events on my own, this is what goes through my head. This is just that I actually want to talk about it, and I actually want to talk up to all of you and get out a bunch of thoughts on it, because I actually, so far I've seen like a few analysis things on Hortus, but not that many, which actually I'm going to go grab that tag before I forget, because I wanted to look at some of those posts that I saw. I may not talk about them yet, but yeah, so we welcome you, Hi Man. So this is, I want to know more or play around more with this sense of self now. I'm gonna read through this event and think about how, if Arturia and Federico are a contrast between emotional mind and rational mind, if there's a sense of Laterano and Faith, and Delphina and Fortune. Oh, fuck. I have too many thoughts. There are too many thoughts right now. However, I was looking at Dreamer's explanation of, or description of Hortus, and I mean, Dreamer was saying, like, it was okay, which, I mean, I can see that. I'm just extremely biased. I definitely can understand where to be honest, when it came to, like, again, the gameplay story integration and the boss fight, I definitely agree with the fact that it was just okay. It could have been done a lot better. Not that I know how you would do it better, but it didn't quite have the same impact as what the Firelight has, like I was saying earlier. And I mean, Dreamer also mentions how it's smaller scale. I personally like the smaller scale stuff because I like these character focused pieces. But yeah, what's it? Dreamer. Oh, let me post this post from Dreamer, by the way, just to let you know what I'm looking at. It's about, like, Federico is a funny fucking guy, for sure, so it was nice seeing him in action. I like the other Laterano in a love-to-hate them kind of way. They reinforce the notion that the Laterano we know and like are very much outliers, because they are fucking weird and eccentric by Laterano standards, and thus cool in the rest of the world. Or just so good at being a Laterano that they loop back around to being cool. I think that's funny. I did find this take on Lemuel fascinating. Lemuel is a pretty cool character that shows institutionalized bigotry in an otherwise very decent person. I don't agree with the whole, oh, Lemuel is actually fucked up, take too shallow and surface level. Lemuel's shown plenty that she's a good person. She's also a high-ranking member of, you know, the whimsical ethno-state armed forces, and grew up with whimsical ethno-state beliefs and assumptions because, yeah, that's what happens when you grow up in a whimsical ethno-state that has, in fact, provided you for all you could ever want in a famously cruel world. She's representative of how Laterans are pretty insular but not inherently vile or discriminatory, same way Sarkaz are not all bloodthirsty mercenaries and crooks. If you had the ability to empath with select people, then you likely would think a bit badly of those you can't empath with. Lemuel's a bit above this because of Theometa, and as we've seen, people like Exu and Ambriel are perfectly socially adjusted with non-Laterano. Stuff like how Lemuel is a window into good core values versus institutionalized bigotry is where Arknight's writing shines. They just need to land narrative payoff better at this point, and that I agree with. But yeah, so it was that kind of stuff about I really like the way Dreamer describes this about like institutionalized bigotry in the Laterans, and like how they have these different degrees of it built into them. And oh god, what were we talking about before this? Oh god, all this stuff. There is so much. There is so much here. Oh fucking hell, Oren. Fuck you. Oren was very interesting. I like Oren. I think Oren is an interesting character too, with how he is a lot more I don't like him, but I think he's an interesting character with how focused he is on the international relations aspect of it. And he's an interesting character in that he doesn't have any, how am I saying? It's kind of like how Lemuel doesn't have any personal reasoning for being against the Sarkaz, but she has grown up with the institutionalized bigotry, and how she, however, has... Hold on. There's a thought here. There's a thought here that I'm, like, trying to tease out. Oren being someone who hasn't necessarily questioned the institutionalized bigotry, or ends up helping maintain it, not because of any personal animosity. Although he may have a little bit more personal animosity in this event because he saw what was happening in Victoria. But he doesn't have any personal animosity. He's reinforcing these oppressive structures. Versus Lemuel does not have... what's it? Is attempting to not reinforce them, but is still ending up reinforcing them. It's also interesting to think of Oren, interesting to question whether, or looking at stuff in the event and how he talks, if he kind of did double down on what he was thinking about the Sarkaz and about being prejudiced against them. And
Rhodes Island is a beautiful ship.
Interesting to
Sadly,
think about
I cannot feel the breath of the sea
way
breeze.
he behaves in that regard. Yippee! Right, I should have everything. Thank God. Okay. But yeah, Oren being someone who is exposed to this and yet isn't making an effort to learn or to change and is instead still upholding it, versus Lemuel and the rest. Fuck yes. Oh fuck! We forgot to read this! We forgot to read this! We forgot to read this! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, we have something else to read. Okay, what does this say? Federico, how's this one? Extrapolating based on the Sanctilla Minimum Ambrosii outer wall searchlight covers, it has not been used in at least a year. It looks a little worn, but the size is about right. We'll just have to cut it open down the middle, wipe it clean, then we can place that flower inside. Have you obtained the inhabitants' permission? Oren dragged a batch of supplies over when he sent the commandos, and these are the scraps the inhabitants don't need anymore. Leave it to me once we're on overtime. I don't want to see you cracking it open by hand. We have at most an hour before the monastery resumes its journey. We'll make it. That reminds me though, Federico. What is it? I don't believe that gardener left a will. Okay, this is... Monastery resident Clement Dubois has received an appropriate burial. He did not leave behind an executable will nor any other personal estate. You know, I'm trying to ask, right? He picked up something! You wish to understand why I'm preserving this flower. This isn't your first time handling an assignment with so much baggage, right? But I've never seen you leave a keepsake for yourself before. Are you doing okay? Oh my... Are you doing it? Let's go. My assignment is complete, but there are... Typo! Are still unaddressed doubts raised by the Sanctula Minimum Ambrosa. If I'm remembering correctly, there was this quote from some saint. A gun needs a target, but not every question can have an answer. Oh, fast. I love in-universe quotes. I cannot overlook any issues. They will directly impact any follow-up assignment. Oh my god. What am I even worrying over? Wait, don't tell me you questioned His Holiness when you went to report the mission frog. I wonder if he's talking to Raquel. I did, but I did not receive an answer. It's Raquel! So that's why you're insisting on giving a nearly burnt out flower another drying. Now I get it. Still, I have to say one thing. Whether you can keep it preserved or not doesn't depend much on this glass bell I'm cutting. It's already dead. It's not the flower it was before, Federico. Raquel, your word count in this conversation is significantly above average. I love you. Okay, I love him. Okay, I'm fine. I'm normal. Just making small talk. And I'm not even going to ask where you got that average from. Alright, it's settled. After we give this a wash, we'll stick it onto the pedestal. It'll be as pretty as what they sell in stores. Thank you. Federico takes the grimy glass bell from his coworker's hands and walks out of the junk-filled shed. Well then, what kind of answer will you find, Laterano's newest saint? Oh shit, okay. Oh shit. Okay, this is good. We have... Ooh boy, okay, we have a lot of stuff to think about. Oh boy, okay. Oh boy. Oh man. Fuck. What am I going to... Ooh. Okay, so this is more stuff about personal doubts and... God, asking about the will and everything, and about Clement. God, okay. What else did I want to talk about? Oh yeah, let's see, we mentioned Church of the Deep guy, and then the final boss and how it was a little bit clumsy, and... Oh god, what else was I reading in y'all's questions about this? Or an orchestrated, Arturia. Oh yeah, we talked about Arturia and how her motivation is more to bring out what people are internally feeling, which is why her role in this event was just to raise the tension, basically, to bring out what everyone is feeling and to, again, contrast what people want to do, how they react. The line with Clement. Oh yeah, the murder. Okay, the murder. That I wanted to reread because I wanted to look at this. He ate after. So there was something about Clement and. Okay. This part and Wow. Wow. Did that fit? No, it's not. Okay. Yes! Yes! Okay. We're gonna pause here and we're gonna look at this and look at what Clement said because I wanted to. How strange. And so this was Clement's ideas. My flowers, they're all. Wow! Okay. And then unable to analyze. So this is again the idea of Clement having all this internal conflict about chaos. And he ate. Oh yes, he ate the bread. You are not doing this to prolong your own life. Why are you still attempting to change? Oh, it's a really good. I just want an answer. Is there? Fuck. Okay. This one is still difficult. Okay. Why did he not act? Why has nothing happened at all? Huh. Fuck, okay, I'm still thinking about. Okay, one thing that was here that I've been thinking about in terms of Clement and these ideals is someone otherwise so ordinary used his own life to prove one thing, that there is no such thing as a savior. His unyielding mind triumphed over his own changing flesh. So is this intentional because Clement? Because oh, we also talked about how the Church of the Deep priest, Aulus, if his thing is about self and identity and personal meaning, then unyielding mind triumphed over his own flesh. What is this about Clement? Clement stayed human despite eating the seaborn bread. Clement stayed human and did not change even though he ate it. And he did not believe. Oh, fuck. I haven't entirely made sense of this part either, which is why I wanted to talk about, or I would like to hear what other people have to say about this, and to think about. Oh man. Just to think about everything in here. Because oh, what? Murderer bereft of strength that he is. Oh, wait, I'm wondering if Orange said murderer. Clement burned the holy statue. Clement burned the sacrarium and the holy statue. And so I when I read this, I was reading it as him being a murderer of this. Almost seems to he burned. Almost seems now to accept him once more. Murderer bereft of strength that he is. And it could be something else. It depends. Yeah, what bit of it are they referring to? But so, okay, so there's a couple questions that I have here in that, like, what does Clement dying here, believing that there's no salvation, how does this relate, and what does this mean for the story? So Clement died believing that there was no hope, completely not abandoning, yeah, abandoning, I guess is the word, abandoning his faith, versus the bishop. The bishop found his faith again. What is... I guess the other question is also what has Federico thought in response to this, which is, I mean, a whole thing that he's still figuring out as well. And I'm piecing this. This is a thing. The other thing is, the other question I have is, if he ate the seaborn bread, why didn't he transform? It was something about the conviction. His unwielding mind triumphed over his own changing flesh. His own conviction triumphed over the change to become a seaborn. But what conviction was that? Was that the conviction that they cannot be saved? And why did that win out over becoming a seaborn? Is it an idea of the seaborn being like survival in all its forms will happen? Is it the idea that eventually he might survive, eventually change can happen, in that idea of that the seaborn are constantly evolving, but yet he was so hopeless and so entrenched in his own lack of faith from what he learned that in the end he could not untie himself from that identity of helplessness, and instead, if we also consider identity as part of the seaborn, what is it like? If that is what you believe, that is what it will be. And so believing that there was no hope in changing is what caused him to not be impacted, because that is what he believed as part of the seaborn, not survival or if perhaps he felt this so strongly about the hopelessness that the seaborn, if that is what you believe, then that is what it will be. If that actually made him die, if that in becoming, considering how Highman wasn't communicating but evolved as a seaborn to communicate and made her choices, is it that despite the fact that usually as things become more seaborn they become more inhuman, is it that Clement was so deep in the depths of his despair that even this physiological change could not affect him because he believed so deeply, or was so certain, that there could be no change. Generally, the Seaborn are seen as bad, which is or at least we've been thinking about the Seaborn in a negative sense, but it could also be that, like, the Seaborn representing it's also that bit, and the symbolism of it is messy, given that the bishop was also using the Seaborn, transforming them into Seaborn. And so it could just be that this is not like a metaphor at all, this is just me taking these out of what we're thinking, or just the different ideas of it. But, oh, it's interesting to think, if it is symbolizing something, what is it changing? Or what is it representing? What is that change representing with Hyman? Is the Seaborn representing change with Laterano? There's also, okay. One thing that I wanted to say is I also found an interesting post about Hortus, about, we talked about the Laterano, the goal of the Laterano god, the god in the Laterano basement, and about how, this theory is that the true crisis that the god is panicking about is the risk that Sancta society sees the beginning of a collapse because people question the awful things it's built on, which is another thing I was feeling with the crisis of faith, right? I mentioned this before with the bishop and the crisis of faith, and how it could be Laterano and that being a crisis. And like, it's I don't quite agree with their interpretation of it being that the reason that Federico was sent in, or I don't, from their perspective, from this post perspective, it seems like they were saying if things went worse, other Sancta would have been radicalized, like in order to make change. See, at the end they say, like, it maintains the status quo. It maintains the status quo, so the god in the Laterano basement is intentionally sending him because he will end up diffusing the situation and maintaining the status quo, so that people aren't hurt, so that other folks are not inspired to fight against Laterano. Which I think is an interesting idea and a viable, well, I think it's an idea that goes around a lot right now in some circles of discourse that I'm in, about, like, the idea that maybe it's better to have a revolt, because then when people see the actual danger, when people see the actual atrocities that governments commit, then they're more likely to be radicalized and fight against it, versus constantly staying moderate. Which is, again, goes back to what Reunion was doing and that bit of the story. At the same time, it comes at the cost of a lot of people's lives, and would it necessarily be, if the Sarkaz were massacred, if that happened, and Lemuel, would it have radicalized Lemuel to fight more against Laterano, or would it have been more death? Or is it even worth, I guess that's the other thing. Is it worth that death, that struggle, is it worth those people in order to motivate more change? And I guess that's also the question on, like, is it those people themselves making that choice to sacrifice themselves for it? Because, like, in the main story, when we've talked about, like, Patriot, it is a noble, or it is depicted, like, as a good or noble thing in that he makes his choice, in that he believes this is the last chance for the infected to throw off, like, armed revolution is the only way that these oppressive systems will be overthrown, and he is willing to dedicate himself to that, and that is an important thing. But at the same time, all these other civilians who or these people who may not want to sacrifice, is it okay to sacrifice these other people towards that cause because it will make less suffering in the future? Is it okay to sacrifice, would it have been okay to sacrifice these Sarkaz, to massacre these Sarkaz, to show the brutality of the Laterano state, if eventually the Laterano state is overthrown? But does it make it worth those group of people? And I don't I don't quite agree with this. I like this analysis, but I don't quite agree with it, in that I think that this was an ending, this was the best possible. This one may not spark revolution as quickly, but it allows people to live more. It allows people to live and to form these ideas. Revolution is not built in a single day, or systemic change is not dismantled in a single day, in a single action of inspiration, in a single action of radicalization. Systemic change is done by slowly helping people, by slowly fighting bit by bit, and perhaps one revolution is a jump, one protest is a jump forward, but is it, but are the lives of, like, those, but is it's not worth these lives of people? If you're willing to throw away these lives for the sake of people's lives being, if you're willing to throw away other people's lives for the sake of these future people's lives being better, what does that say about you? There was an incident? Oh no. What incident? We are currently discussing some very deep topics about systemic oppression and change, and about this one analysis that I saw about how they didn't, or at least how it read to them, was that the Sancta God, this worked out according to the Sancta God's plans because it didn't radicalize people. And in a way, like, seeing this on Tumblr, especially with the folks on Tumblr, how it seemed to read as it being a bad thing. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. I see what the incident was. Godspeed, Citrona. My deepest fucking condolences. Oh no. Oh no. What happened? Did she get scared again? Could have been worse. Oh no. Yeah, she got scared. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. But yeah, like, it's so interesting to think about, like, how this person wrote about it in a way versus how it feels like this is a good thing, because while these people, oh fuck, it was minimal fallout and now she's just stinky. Does she get a bath? Does she get a bath? But yeah, so like, about this being a partial success and how it I was thinking about how in a way it felt more hopeful to me than this person describes it, because both of us would die if she got a bath. I see. I understand that. With Kitty, I'm able to lock her in the bathroom well enough that we just get very damp. And we also clip her nails. And she's more of the kind of cat that just freezes. Although she will try to escape. Honestly, she's more of a flight cat than a fight cat. So she just tries to run. She just tries to run. So all of us just get very damp when it comes to giving the my child a bath. But I see Sally is not like that. I see Sally has a different approach. I don't think she's ever gotten a bath in her life, Lamau. Oh man. But yeah, like, meanwhile, I think that the thing is, they're more questioning Laterano in that they're questioning, the bishop is questioning, and how Lemuel was looking at what Anduin was questioning, and they're looking at what they are looking at, like, what is wrong with this system. And again, the bishop is figuring out, like, what can I do about it? Why he goes on his pilgrimage to say, like, what can I do about this? And will I ever find my paradise? Will I ever find my Laterano where they actually are not built on this systemic oppression, and what he could do about it? And so I think that with the way Anduin is questioning, oh my gosh. But yeah, no, Citrona, this is really also, this is extremely fascinating, and I was like, I don't know what I would ask you, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff here about how the Laterano faith also is tied so closely with their laws. And so I don't know what question I would ask you exactly, but no, about the fucking church, about religion. Because about Catholicism. Because so Laterano is built on this idea of religion, on the idea of this, they're able to have this paradise in Terra, which is quite literally a paradise in Terra, like, because it actually does provide for everything, and they're not, like, fucking dying of fucking everything like the rest of Terra is. But so basically, the way Laterano works is that the god in the Laterano basement came over to a bunch of folks and was like, hey, I think we should, like, stop fighting and, like, be peaceful, but I can only provide this to a small number of people. So do you guys want to accept these laws? And hi, Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie, were you here from earlier, or should I talk about the event? Should I summarize the event? But so I just read that message and I only registered part of it, so I'm gonna ask about that one in a second, because I don't have the mental brain power to parse that one yet. But your mood is music making. Oh, no worries. I got you. But so basically, the Sancta agreed to, or we think they agreed to these commandments, to these laws that the god in the Laterano basement made, and as a result, the god in the Laterano basement was like, cool, we can now build this city, but you have to follow these things, but we will actually be provided for. And also they gave them guns, because like, it's really interesting that they say guns were discovered, not invented. It's so funny to me. I say it every chance I get because it's so funny to me that just God is literally just there in the Laterano basement. Anduin had a crisis. Anduin had a crisis of faith, just like, why do we do this like this? Why are these people chosen? Why do we have to follow these things? And literally the Pope took him down to the basement and was like, check this shit out. And he was like, oh, that really is just God in our fucking basement. Okay, that's why. I'm still gonna question things, but like, that tracks. And it's just so funny to me that they quite literally have just God there in the fucking Laterano church basement Vatican thing, and just it's just like that. So I take every chance I get to say the god in the Laterano basement because it's so fucking funny to me. Oh, but yeah, Bonnie, I started this stream off by giving a summary of this event and discussing it, and I did get on a sidetrack about Raquel. I bet the church does have God in the base. Sometimes they let him make a tweet! It's those fucking Tumblr posts where the original post got deleted, so you can't even see the OP, and it's just a blank thing where you just get a message from nowhere. That's the God speaking out, making a Tumblr post through social media. Orange did, actually, Bonnie. Hold on. Orange made a 2-sentence summary event. Or 3-sentence, but close enough. But there's so much more. There's so much that I could keep talking about, and again, I want to try and, That's the basis of it, but of course that doesn't get into any of the actual meat of the event, which is the interesting stuff to talk about. But that's what happened physically. Also, welcome Frogmellow. Is that like a frog marshmallow? I love that. If you have a name, if you want me to call it like Frog or Mellow or whatever, let me know. But yeah, thank you. Welcome in. We're discussing Hortus. I've gone through the whole story, and I just recently had a friend, another person, message me that, they finished it, so I started this stream to discuss it more. When you went live, you were, oh boy, Frog plus Marshmallow? Nice. So we're going to keep discussing it, so please, if you haven't finished Hortus de Escapismo and you don't want spoilers, there's gonna be big spoilers. And you saw the stream title? Not yet, you went back to Yeah, that's understandable. That's very understandable. But yeah, so we were talking about, Catholicism and how Laterano is built on that idea. And so that is why, we believe, hello, thank you, Toad. Good to see you back. Toad, were you here when I talked about, Arturia and her emotional voyeurism, kind of? And the reasoning? And how it's not quite wanting other people to see her crimes. Okay, I'm gonna get back to that in a second. The electroplated what? No, I didn't. That came after. Oh, never mind. No, I did. I didn't look at it. I saw the post and was like, that's a lot of stuff. That I cannot tell what is in that first box. I will find out later. Oh, great heavens, Pompeii chicken, no. But so the thing is that I wanted to get some interesting insight with Citrona and these different ideas behind Catholicism and they what? No way! No way! No way! They fucking served it? No! No, that's fucked up. No! No! Holy shit. That's awful. That's awful. That's horrific. For those nickel turkey, Christ! That's the post that Citrona sent, by the way. But so, that's great heavens. But yeah, so Laterano, and there's, so this is some really interesting stuff when it comes down to faith and, oh, okay, so one thing we were talking about Citrona is how, the, part of this was that the bishop, the abbot of this place, was going to give everyone seaborne food and basically turn them into monsters. And there was this idea that, because he wanted to martyr himself and prevent them from going through the struggle. We talked about Rosa and, suicide warning because we talked about Children of Ursus and how Rosa... Hold on, time to duplicate tab and go find that tab. Hold on. Because I need to tell you Rosa's thing for the basis behind, why, because this sort of idea in Arknights that they've done, and I posted this earlier too, the real kicker on Children of Ursus is the reveal that Peterheim wasn't the only school that Reunion had locked kids into, but it was the only one that devolved into a Lord of the Flies hellscape. Absinthe had escaped from a different school, but was shocked at the state she found Peterheim in, nor did she even consider that it was the students themselves who had wrecked the place to that extent. But Peterheim was not a unique case, merely a microcosm of societal tensions that were present throughout all of Ursus. As Estina said, the first fire was merely the trigger that set off... Oh, okay, sorry, I just looked at my URL and was like, did I fuck something up? Okay, but no, I didn't. The trigger that set off something that was already brewing. The tragedy at Peterheim had everything to do with the fact that... Also, I'm gonna exit out of this. Oh god, that's so... No! For the summary, they wrote that about the children bringing Clement the quilt. No! But we're gonna go grab Rosa to look at her and listen to her thing again as we read this. But so, the tragedy at Peterheim had everything to do with the fact that it was this school specifically where the children of nobility had been locked up together with children of much poorer background like Seema. Okay, but is the synopsis going to be correct? Is the synopsis up to my standard? I'll read the synopsis in a second and I'll tell you if it's up to my standard. Within the first day, the nobles had started infighting, and Rosa was only able to unite them by throwing around the weight of her name and then turning them against the common people, who had been scared but reasonably united until then. Only then did the situation at Peterheim snowball into a living hell. Rosa is not a bad person in any common understanding of the term, but she was still the result of a noble upbringing and believed herself to be preserving peace to the best of her ability by allowing the commoners to be terrorized for the sake of the nobility's comfort, something which she did understand as a bad thing, but believed herself to be forced into by circumstance, which is a line of thinking she is now so horrified by that she can barely stand to live with herself anymore. Rosa did not kill anyone, but she is directly responsible for the chaos at Peterheim by allowing those under her command to pillage. The continued existence of nobility itself is a crime that Rosa is guilty of and doesn't know how to even begin to atone for, now that she realized the harm she used her position for, even when thinking she was being helpful. And this is a quote, I believe, but it's, if if you'd killed me back then, I would have been able to die believing myself to be a good girl forced by circumstance, versus now when she actually has to confront that. And we can see how this is horrible with her trust increase lines. And we'll listen to these.
Doctor, I wonder if you could ever understand. I was a victim at times, I know. But at some point, I found myself an unconscious victimizer. And I even indulged in it. I can never forgive myself for that. Doctor, is it easier to forget when you're fully grown? When I come of age, will I be able to forgive myself? Will becoming as mature as you allow me to finally deal with the misery in my heart?
So, Rosa's story is fucked up, and again, warning for suicide, because her potential item, the item that Rosa gives you as her token, is a paper cutter. She solemnly handed it to you, but you're not sure why. And so that idea of being a good person forced by circumstance, or being a part of perpetuating these oppressive systems, is a big part of this. And so as part of Hortus, one thing is that this bishop, the abbot Stefano, feels so much guilt over... No, there are not, Toad. No one has 2 altars. But not yet, at least. Although I kind of, I would like them to focus on other characters, rather than doing, because they would do the popular ones, and we would end up with Chalter discourse. We would end up with Chalter style discourse over altars. That was such a fucking thing. But yeah, so it's interesting because the bishop speaks about how guilty he feels about having to turn folks away from the monastery, and so having and how the Sancta would have to abandon the Sarkaz to the wilderness, right? To go back to Laterano. And this resentment between them and the Sarkaz is brewing between them. And the bishop is having a crisis of his faith and wanting to save these people from both save these people from going through this guilt and regret and being part of that oppression. And both he and Clement feel this, which is why they intend to kill all the residents before they can make that, so that they can die still believing the 2 of them are both thinking that they will make the hard choice and they will choose to martyr themselves to kill everyone, so that the rest of them don't have this guilt and this being part of this oppression for the rest of their lives that they have carried through, like the 2 of them have. Which is very, like, there's so much to talk about with that. It makes me, it's very interesting in terms of how they speak about this faith of theirs too. But yeah, oh yes, so Toad, going back to what I was talking about earlier with Archuria. So Archuria, it isn't necessarily that, oh, what was I looking at? I was looking at HE8. Yeah, I was looking at HE8. Oh, fuck, we should have stayed there rather than, okay, we're gonna zoom through some of it so that I can read through. But so Archuria is not necessarily here because she wants other people to witness her crimes. What Archuria is she wants to bring out the innermost feelings of people. Wow. So then here we go. So here, when Arturia, aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go ape shit? But yeah, no, it's actually, you know, you're not wrong. Actually, you're not wrong. That's a pretty good way of putting it. Although, like, well, I mean, technically, if someone did, like, want to be nice in their inner self, then, like, she would want to bring that out. But unfortunately, Terra is a crap sack of a world, so everyone has all this emotional baggage, and, no one has internal... Oh my god, I forgot this. Yeah, this is where we were before. So no one has, like, internal good stuff, and instead has all these internal struggles that she then gets to rise to the surface. But so, the thing about Arturia is that, she, last note so sharp. That melody was calm. Song will bring his story to all. And so, the way Arturia feels is that, again, we mentioned the comic that I brought up 6 times, and how previously her mother, Arturia's mother was a diplomat, but she felt restrained in Laterano because she wanted to go outside and help the people fighting in these wars outside of Laterano, outside the Holy City. But, she felt restrained by what is... Okay, so the reason we started on this is because I was talking about rational mind versus emotional mind, and how integrating those two things are very important. It's important to pay attention to both of them, because if you only pay attention to emotion mind, then you'll end up doing things that don't fit the facts. For example, in those throes of despair, you will... Again, they would have, like, killed these people in their throes of despair. However, or in like, ow, sorry, hit my mic. I just hit myself in the face because I'm fucking, sometimes I wish I was on cam, because then you could see how much I gesture when I talk. But so, the, in terms of this, I was saying, like, you know, emotional mind, you might feel that, like, oh, this person is not speaking to me, they're ignoring me, so they hate me, and you feel like they hate you. And you feel, like, frustrated and angry and resentful of them for that. But it's important to take into consideration rational mind to say, do they actually hate me, or is this because of some other reason? Maybe they're ignoring me because they were busy with something else. Maybe they have something else going on. Maybe it's another problem that I haven't talked about as well. And so it's important to take both of those into account when acting. Well, sorry. So that's why it's important to not immediately go off of, like, wise mind. Sorry, to not... Yes, Bonnie. Yes, Bonnie. HE6 was a fucking doozy. But so, in emotion mind, they... Sorry, I'm making sure no one's fucking walking up some... So emotion mind would say, like, cut them off, be angry at them, etc., resent them for doing this. Rational mind says, don't care, like, no, they probably aren't doing this for any reason, and you should not act on that. But it doesn't also in the which obviously, like, rational mind is, like, the behavioral thing it's better to do. Oh god, they're doing construction next door. But yeah, so I was saying, Toad, I need to read the official synopsis and tell you guys if it meets my fucking standards for this event. But so, what was I saying? Oh yeah, however, you can't completely ignore emotional mind either, though, because even though it may not be accurate to what's actually happening, your feelings are real and they will affect you. And so that resentment, that feeling, it's important to even if you will not take action in the situation, it's important to take into account those feelings and help yourself deal with them, and figure out what you need to do with that. So they're both very important for your own well-being. To take both of them into account, but not specifically rely on one or the other. This was from cognitive behavioral therapy that I did. And this one, part of the reason why, again, like, I related and like, just have been completely fucking over Federico is just the fact that I very much used to be... Oh my god, that was so fucking delayed. Anyways, used to be, like, a rational mind only sort of person. And how, like, I would do things, and sure, like, I would act based on the situation, but I would also not take myself into account and see, like, oh, hey, I might be fucking mentally affected by this, And my well-being has greatly improved since I've done that. And so, that's an important thing, and one thing that I've been fucking gnawing on that, and just absolute over this story, and about Federico's character growth, and everything with that. Okay, but so... Going back to the point of this, is that Federico and Arturia act as, like, these opposing forces, like, to contrast each other. This emotional mind versus rational mind. And we can see how Arturia, it isn't necessarily that she has ill intentions. It's that she wants people... Oh, sorry, wait. This was going back to... Before I go back to that, Arturia's mother, right? So Arturia's mother was previously only using irrational ideas, and I should stay in Laterano. I have a good life. I should not risk all of this and go out to do whatever, and be a war photographer, because I have a good life here. However, what Arturia's music brought out in her was her internal realization of, like, I'm actually not happy with this. I'm not satisfied with this. It does not have meaning to me. This doesn't feel like a valuable life to me. This does not align with my core values, and I need to make this change and do this action because it actually aligns with what I want. And while the way she did it had a lot of fallout on Marcello and the rest of them, it was in a way good because it inspired her to, again, as Arturia says it, break through those strings and break through those silk threads and take that action to make it feel meaningful to her. However, in other cases, Arturia is bringing out these emotions, and maybe this person is already relying too much on emotion mind. For example, in the depths of Clement's despair, he was going to blow up the church and saying, like, there is no hope for these sancta. There's no hope for Laterano to change, to actually make a difference in how this is happening. And so he would have followed that inner emotional despair and blown everyone up, had Federico not stopped him. And so Arturia's thing is that she wants to feel that emotional mind, or she wants to see how people go through this. About this here, such beautiful music. This is the spirit of mankind, tenacious and free, of a timber those lamentable sea creatures could never know. And so, understand his feelings, exalt his determination, sing praise of his courage. And so, what she's fascinated by and what she likes to bring out is those internal conflicts and those decisions in what do people truly feel and what will they do based on what they truly feel. But again, that comes at the cost of they're going to do these things even if what they feel is not actually true to the situation. She wants people to act on their emotion, to act on to play those emotions with her music, basically. And this of course contrasts to Federico, who goes about things in a very rational way, and whose doubts in this event is around, like, if these laws, when you don't have rational mind, if these laws do not cover everything, then what do I base my actions on? Which is from the story 3. And so by asking, like, what do I base my actions on? How do you integrate that in a reasonable way? Because clearly, from what he's seen a great deal with Arturia, and the thing of, if you go purely off of emotion, well, there's a reason why she's wanted for war crimes. But yet at the same time, they're also important, because what are people if not emotional beings? And what do you do for the happiness? Like, it's important to take into that account for a person's happiness and for the way they live. But yeah, so that's the thing about these two cousins, and that's the thing about how Arturia works, Toad, about what she's fascinated by, and that's her fucking deal about this. Of course, we'll learn in more detail about her deal in her event, which will come in probably like 5 months, I think, 4 or 5 months. And we learn more about her motivations and what happened to her after she left this event. And likely more about the way she thinks about these emotions and the way she plays them. It will be very, very, very interesting. Arturia is just a fascinating character to me, because she's not necessarily bad, it's just that she's going so much on these extremes of wanting everyone to follow, to go off that emotion despite everything else that it causes. Yeah, huge amount of sympathy for people who do stuff without considering the effect they have around them. And I think, again, part of it is she enjoys... I think it's also the idea of Arturia is looking at this like a play, like a story, like a symphony, not as in people, you know? The way she approaches it doesn't feel like she's approaching them like people. It feels like she's approaching them as a story she wants to be told. Here we go. This song will bring his story to all. They will understand his feelings, exalt his determination, and sing praise of his courage. Clement Dubois will be remembered forevermore. But that's a person, not just a story. And while a person is a story, is that she's not viewing, I guess there's that other question of, like, what is a person but a story of all these choices, which is, I said another thing about identity and Seaborn, which is really interesting when it comes to Aulus. But I'll get back to that in a sec. But the idea of what is a person but a story, even if they go through suffering, will we not be all gone in the end? And is it better to not, like, again, in the story with her mother in the manga, she asks her mother, like, is it not, like, won't Alex and the giant be in a lot of danger now that the giant broke free from his strands and is adventuring? And her mother says, yes, they would be in a lot of danger. But I think that he's happy to have broken free from his restraints, even though, he might suffer more. And that is Arturia's core belief, that people's stories, even if they themselves suffer. Criminal is haha criminal angel. She is fun. She is fun. She's very, again, I'm fascinated with her as a character because of all this, and this idea of looking at people as in a story to be told, as in, like, what does it matter what happens to you, because in the end you will be gone. Like her mother was gone. In the end you will be gone, but your story remains, and what did you do with yourself with this, and are you happy with that? And she believes that by bringing out these emotions within people, they will tell the stories, these people's lives, these people will go through their lives in a way that tells the stories they want to tell. That tells the story, that they'll live their lives in a way that they will not regret. Which, I mean, again, and this is very interesting, and how is she deciding for them? Supposedly, again, as they talk about, where is Clement's bit about Arturia? Hold on. Clement says something about Arturia, closer, rooted in place, shock, wait, fuck. It said, oh, was it in the before? It might be in the before, because he says, like, Arturia, these are all feelings that we had. How could Arturia, like, change our choices? And it's more that she simply, and again, her thing is, she brings out what people are already feeling, just in their full intensity, whether good or bad, or changing whether they should be in the moment or whether they match the situation or not. Oh man. Sorry, I'm also just looking through I'm getting stuff like on Discord, and I'm also looking for that to reference what other things I wanted to talk about. Arturia, Clement. But yeah, like, I don't necessarily have sympathy for Arturia. I just think that her character is interesting. I think she's, oh, sorry, Mike. I think she's a fascinating character with how she perceives the world and her goals and what it brings out in other people. And as a story, she's excellent. Same to as how she approaches things. As a story, this would be excellent in what she's bringing out in people. But they aren't stories. Unlike us looking at her, looking at this, me being able to look at this. These are people, though, in her case. And so that is the difference. That is the messy war crimes bit of it. But yeah, so what else was I saying? Oh, the Seaborn! Right. So there was a really interesting line, in the story, Arturia to go, that's all. Yeah, fourth wall breaking. But, there was a line in, oh fucking hell, sorry, work has a problem. Let me just make a note of this, bitch. But so, about F for playable Arturia, if that happens. Oh no, Arturia's playable. She's Virtuosa. She's out in CN. That's why I was saying her event. She's Virtuosa. If you look up Virtuosa as an operator. Which is part of the reason why I'm so fucking hyped, for her event, because I want to know what the hell happened to her, and why is she here with us, you know? Like, she's fucking war criminal ass woman. Why is she, how, I mean, obviously because of popularity, like, for the what's it thing, but like, well, I mean, I'm saying character motivation, like, why? What has changed, and what has motivated her to do this, and, like, in the way that, or, like, what motivated her to do this, and why did Laterano allow this? What the fuck is up with that? I mean, yeah, exactly, we've taken war criminals before, but what the fuck is up with Laterano? Why are they actually allowing it? Gotta work on the pizza? Ooh, enjoy the pizza. Let us know what it's got. What stuff you're putting on it. But yeah, it's like, clearly, considering how Federico was about to shoot her, and did shoot her. Oh no, I was saying, like, in terms of Arturia and why she's playable, like, what is the first of all, like, what is her motivation for joining Rhodes Island? Second of all, like, how did Laterano fucking allow this? Because Arturia was a war criminal, and I mean, she fucked off to Lithuanian, which is why they didn't do anything in this event, because of international relations. But, you know, if she's left Lithuanian, then why is Laterano not running after her, just like, excuse you, what's going on? And so, what's the reasoning for Lithuanian letting her go? If, like, whether it's letting her go, or in whatever terms they were inviting her, or just, you know, what was that relationship with Lithuanian, and why did she, No, they do, right? Because they take in, they do take in a lot of people, but it's interesting to me to think of, like, the motivation, considering, again, how she's wanted by so many crimes, how she's wanted for so many crimes by Laterano and by this, and, like, or what did she tell Rhodes? Why did she join? Because Rhodes may have taken her in, but, I mean, we have Federico here. What the hell did she say or do to convince us to take her in and not turn her into Laterano? Why, or what political international thing is happening? And I guess that's something that we'll find out. I'm just speculating right now. But yeah, so Arturia, the synopsis. Oh yeah, the synopsis. So this sure is a fucking event. All sins forgiven pass? Yeah. God, I'm so, this fucking summary. How dare you do this? How dare you? The children bring over their bedding, soft and warm. Let's tuck him in, they say. The nice man will get a cold sleeping here. Fuck you! Fuck you! Really? That's what you put on the skip? Fuck you! I'm so... But yeah, it's really interesting, to think about that motivation. Okay, what else did I want to... Or, Bonnie, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and, like... Or if you're just, like, digesting what the fuck went on here, don't worry, I also felt that too. Let's see, or what else about the church? There's honestly so much to talk about in this event, and... Oh, the Seaboard! Right! That's what I was talking about before I got distracted by Arturia, the Seaboard. So, one thing that was very interesting was the Seaborn and Aulus. Aulus was the Church of the Deep cultist, and the reason why I found him so interesting was because even though he asked the bishop, in contrast to some of the other Church of the Deep cultists we've met, the abbot asked him, the abbot Stefano asked him about getting the Seaborn food to feed to the churchgoers so that they would become monsters and not have to go through the guilt of becoming an oppressor or doing that for various reasons. But Aulus actually tells him to wait the night. Aulus doesn't go right ahead of it, in contrast to, say, Quintus from Under Tides or Amaya from Stultifera Navis, who were very motivated to do their experiments on Spectre or themselves or other folks for the Seaborn. Aulus, well, he surely had his experiment with Hyman, but it was interesting to me that he didn't immediately be like, okay, sure, take the Seaborn. He told Abbot Stefano to re-evaluate it and to come back if he was absolutely certain. Which seems to go against the Church of the Deep, right? Since the Church of the Deep they like Seaborn and they want to assimilate more into them. So why would he turn that down? And I think it's because of Aulus, Bishop Aulus's very philosophical musings on the Seaborn in this event. There's a line in the story, in the ending story, where he's leaving with Hyman, right? And Hyman, he says, like, leaving behind your kin, or Laterano following your kin, following the Sarkaz. And Hyman says, yes, but not one thing. They are not my kin, not anymore. And then Aulus responds with a very interesting line. If that is what you think, then that is what it will be. So because Hyman no longer thinks of the Sarkaz as her kin, that is why she is being subsumed, that is why she is joining the Seaborn and the Church of the Deep. And so there's one night stand of stupid ship. But so, Aulus's thing about the Seaborn seems to be this idea of self and identity, and how he talks. Oh fuck! There was something else too that I pointed out earlier about. Hold on. Aulus reminds me of Arturia in the way that he wants to bring out people's innermost desires, even if those desires don't align with his own. He wants to bring out that inner desire for survival, but he's also interested in what the Seaborn will become, I guess, if they are their own person, because that's another thing about the Seaborn and how they evolve. How we saw how Hyman, even though she was a monster, she came back and she evolved, she changed, she mutated into being able to communicate again. And so there's a question of Aulus as part of the Church of the Deep as saying, if these people or these Seaborn have this opportunity to be as what's the word, like, as they grow, as they become, how does this change their evolution and what they're doing? And their desire, how does their desire for survival and their desire for their internal identity change the Seaborn that results? And so I think that was interesting with the bishop, with Abbot Stefano and Bishop Aulus, how Aulus wanted Stefano to dig inside of himself and consider what was his motivation, what did he want out of this, and is this truly what he wanted, and how that would which is why he had Stefano wait rather than immediately being happy that they would get more Church of the Deep cultists. He would rather... That was an interesting thing, because Stefano also commented on how, like, he was like, you would think you'd be overjoyed since you've been fucking asking me about the Church of the Deep all this time, and now I finally want to come over to it. Like, you would... Why are you not fucking celebrating? And Aulus has a bunch of flowery words, but I think that came down to, like, I want to see if it's truly what you believe. And if it is, then yes, you will join us. But if it's not, then your identity you will grow into your identity, and if it's not what you truly want, then you will not truly have that identity as a Seaborn. Which also goes back to what happened in HE8 about Clement, and how Clement was eating the Seaborn bread, but he didn't actually transform into a Seaborn. And so we were saying, yeah, like Garcia and Alfonso, so Garcia, because, exactly, hi man, Garcia had his desires with Alfonso to take care, like, to help Alfonso and to still fight for Iberia, even though he was being overtaken by being a Seaborn, he wasn't necessarily succumbing to it. And, so we could see how, interestingly, with, Clement, because in the end, in HE8, Clement eats the Seaborn bread. He eats it, but he doesn't, nothing happens. He doesn't change. And, okay, we're gonna reopen HE. There's so much fucking packed into this last thing that I'm like, shit. I keep having to go through it. I know there's a thing online where it has the dialogue for this event, but, keep going. No, why? Okay, so then here we should get... Oh. Okay, so, oh no, he kept... No, we passed where we usually... Oh yeah, no, sorry, here's Archuria. And then we're gonna just leave it on this screen because I think this screen actually has music and is also a sick-ass screen. But so, we could see how, he said, where is it? Originates from some sort of oceanic detritus. It will have induced mutation on the physiological level, but it did nothing to him, right? Or it effectively did nothing to him. And then Archuria says something interesting here about someone otherwise so ordinary used his own life to prove one thing, that there is no such thing as a savior. His unyielding mind triumphed over his own changing flesh. Such beautiful music. This is the spirit of mankind, tenacious and free, of a timber those lamentable sea creatures could never know. And so, it's curious to me because I wondered why Clement didn't change based on... So there was also an interesting parallel to how Clement does not find hope. Clement dies believing that there is nothing, that they cannot help this, that they will not change, and that this cruelty is inevitable. Hold on, sorry. Meanwhile, the bishop changes his mind in the last part and chooses not to feed the Seaborn. And he says something about finding a last bit of faith, which I should look through in the story one when he's talking to Lemuel. But, so I was comparing this faith to Clement and how the abbot, in a way, found his faith in believing that perhaps these people would be able to enact change with Laterano, believing that maybe they would have this regret of having to leave these Sarkaz, but they might possibly grow to go further and to make a difference, or that they would find their own meaning or their own righteous, their own moral path, question mark. And how he himself still had that faith, but he wanted to go on his pilgrimage to explore it and see if he could reconcile and, well, if he could find his faith again and reconcile it with this ability, this desire to not leave people, to not harm people, and with the Laterano faith itself, and how Sarkaz are not allowed, and how the Laterano law is tied so closely to the Laterano faith, and all that stuff. So it was interesting to me, seeing that that Abbot Stefano actually found that bit of faith in people's ability to change at the last moment, which is why he chose not to make them into monsters, why he chose to let them forge like their own paths, rather than becoming a martyr and transforming them. But Clement does not find that. He goes to the end saying no one can truly find redemption. There is nothing. Your faith is hollow, and no one can really be saved. Which, oh man. But it's fascinating to me that we have this intense conviction, his conviction about it being false, compared to the idea of self, and how Bishop Aulus wanted Abbot Stefano to figure out what he truly wanted, if he had that bit of faith left, rather than just bringing him into the Church of the Deep. And this idea of identity and transformation with the Seaborn is this conviction that Clement has the reason why he didn't transform. Would the transformation into a Seaborn represent his ability to change? Would it represent his ability to make a difference, in contrast to the bishop's, condemning these people to die as sea terrors, Clement's being a transformation to change, versus condemning these people to die as sea terrors versus letting them live and to change and possibly impact Laterano. Clement being resigned to this ending and not transforming into a sea terror because he is so tightly tied, he's so convinced, so deep in that despair and belief that he did not transform. Also interesting, like, unyielding mind triumphed over his own changing flesh. But it's really interesting to think of that metaphorical transformation of a Seaborn and how it changes with their identity. We also have some really interesting information about Highborn and how Curse of Cognition, the reason why in Mizuki and Cirilla Arbor, Highmore tries to become a Seaborn, which is why she is a big old jellyfish, but she doesn't complete her transformation because of, as it says, Curse of Cognition. There's something about the way she's thinking or being tied to her human form or her human thoughts, her human ability to comprehend and reason and determine. And so that's the reason why she doesn't complete her transformation, and Mizuki later peels the tentacles off of her after she reverts back to being a person. And so something about that tie, it's just fascinating to me that Clement's lack of belief, not his faith, but his lack of faith and his belief in the non-existence of that faith, of that change, is what anchors him to being a person. Unlike, like, rather than it being faith that anchors him to being a person rather than a Seaborn, it's his lack thereof, which is, I am not sure what to make of it, but like, it's something that I want to chew on quite a bit. But yeah, like, also, let's see, the idea of identity. The idea of identity was also something, what is, going with the Seaborn, and how did he say it again? If that is what you think, that is what it will be. And something, Orange brought up how they refer to Clement as a murderer, despite the fact that he never murdered anyone. He may have lit it on fire and he set up the fire bombs, but he never actually murdered anyone. Although the other thing that I mentioned was in this, the graven image he burned because he fell in front of the statue, right? And so it could be saying murderer in terms of murderer of the statue, of that faith, of the holy Lateran statue. And so using murderer because he's the one who caused the fire that caused the statue to fall, but now in death it is embracing him. Identity, there's that other, again, the identity of, if that is what you think, then that is what will be, and how Gerald as a hunter did not want to be a mercenary. He simply wanted to find these, oh fuck, okay, we're gonna look at this ending bit because I liked this dialogue about also just like, wait, hold on, I want to see what Arturia says here. It was his will to seek death. Even had I not performed, he would still take this path. Time after time, I simply shed light on the scars across these poor people's hearts. And what do bystanders do but turn and look away? Are you stung by his experiences, just as others are? Federico, you still can't make sense of uncontrollable urges even now, can you? Just as the abbot persists along his path of thorns. Just as I cannot help but want to perform the emotions of others. And so this... I have to think about that. Okay, and then this is her getting carted off to, we're going off to Lithanian, which will be story, and then no, the kids, no, wow. Okay, but yeah, like, oh, sorry about that, again, with the mic. This bit at the start, and this idea of identity, and what you are versus what you want to be, versus what your choices make you. Because there's just tying this all together with emotional mind and rational mind. What are the choices that make you, your actions, and how do you, and the idea of a person as a story, right? So the idea of a person of a story made up of all the different choices that you've made, and what do you choose to be? What do you want to be? There are like 12 different ideas here that I'm like slowly piecing together that I'm not entirely sure about. But so we talked about I'm just gonna I skim through these so that we can read through the log instead. But yeah, okay, here, hold on. So, this was interesting about, again, the legacy, right? So we talked about the knife, how, Gerald gave Federico his knife, and about carrying on the legacy of his name. You have to know what it means to take the weapon of a sarcasm mercenary. And then here, this very interesting bit about, like, I challenge you. I refuse your challenge. Gerald was a mere hunter. There is no legacy to inherit in this knife. If you want a knife that inherited the name of a sarcasm mercenary, I have never been in possession of one. You're wasting your time challenging me. If you want the knife of Gerald the Hunter, then yes, I am currently in possession of it. And so, that idea of identity and how he shed that identity of Holst, the mercenary, but wanted to become, or how he tried to shed that identity, although in the end he ended up sacrificing himself by using it, or that's not the right word, but I cannot think of the fucking way to say this. He fell back upon that identity to ask for mercy for the other Sarkaz, but what he wanted to be was simply Gerald the Hunter, just a man leading his group of people, leading the Sarkaz to have a home. And the idea of identity, it's very, just thinking about, God, just comparing that also to the Seaborn now, and how Hyman decided that no, the Sarkaz were no longer her kin, and she would be a sea terror and would become that. And then in terms of identity, oh fuck, there's so much to talk about. I mean, we have Fortuna in the background here. Previously, her identity as a Laterano, she wanted to be able to go back to Laterano and to dream of, and she dreamed of being able to live there. But versus how Delphina didn't care about Laterano. And yet Fortuna's Laterano, her Sancta identity is torn away from her by becoming a Sarkaz. But at the same time, she does hold on to it because you said you couldn't hold a gun anymore. Are you praying with it? I have a feeling it will answer me again. And so, oh shit, okay. There are thoughts. Thoughts are forming. Because the idea of Hyman accepting her transformation into this identity, Fortuna becoming a Sarkaz, and that aspect of her identity, but still holding on to the identity of a Sancta and still praying with her gun again. And holding on to that idea. I have no idea where I'm going with this, like theme or story-wise, or what meaning this has, but it's interesting to think about that in terms of, you know, how Fortuna is re-embracing her Sancta. She still feels that Sancta identity despite not having empathy, despite having horns, despite falling and becoming Sarkaz. But here she holds on to her gun and is praying with it, and how that affects how our choices are shaped and how... Okay, how she would... How the identity may align with what we are, like with Hyman, and our... There's a lot going in my head about, like, stuff with identity and beliefs and choices, and also the whole thing of faith, going back to Laterano and their faith, again, because she says she's praying with her gun, right? And the Laterano faith and the Laterano law And oh fuck, and then we can go into, hold on, I gotta we gotta go talk and see what the Pope was saying again. Oh, I need to look through what these two are saying again, but also fuck you, Warren. But also like, oh my god. Oh yeah, and here's this bit which I will scroll back and look at, and then this is the bit with the abbot, which I also need to scroll back and look at. But okay. And then there's the Pope. Okay, and then here's the doubts. Okay, yes. Okay, so we can look at this from here. So like, you've done well, but I failed to meet your expectations. There were 3 casualties, and you have doubts. But at no point during this mission was there a clear course of action. Are our laws suitable for all circumstances? If not, on what do I base my actions? Again, going back to rational emotional mind. Interesting in terms of choices and identity, because also with how... Oh... That's also really interesting, given that his code name is Executor, because he is an executor of the Laterano Notarial Hall, and that is who he is. He's simply one who executes the will of the Laterano Notarial Hall. But now, what does it mean to be a saint of Laterano? There is not something cut and dry for that. And if he is questioning this, is he truly an executor of Laterano anymore? Especially if we're talking about this in terms of identity and choices. So if he's making these choices, if he's not basing his actions upon purely the Laterano law, then what is he now? What will he do now? Oh, this is good shit. Oh, this is good shit. This is good shit. Okay, I need to roll that around my head some more. Oh, listen, Hyman. Okay, this is also what I wanted to look at with these. Transformation is yet incomplete. Will the Laterans treat those children well? It's unlikely that your kin will face any retribution. They're not my kin anymore. If that is what you think, then that is what it will be. The stranded paradise is no more. It is time for us to set out. Once again, we welcome you, Hyman. But so, if that is what you think, then that is what will be. And then, let's see. You may have had the intention to cause harm, but at the end of the day, you didn't do any real damage. This is also another interesting thing. Judging oneself. It is the truth that I fell to despair and knelt before the malice in my heart. What is more deserving of punishment? Harm caused out of benevolence, or malice not put into action? And so the fact that he made this choice to not hurt, I'm still piecing together this one. I don't have a concrete thought on that yet. And then doubting his faith. If even faith could be false, then how much of Stefano is real? Oh! In terms of identity! Okay. Yeah, okay, this is really... Okay, so this idea that I was unable to dispel the doubt. How much of Stefano is real? So in making his identity the abbot in what he's doing and what he believes, then if he's questioning his faith, then who is he himself? Okay. And I must rediscover my faith. If there comes a day when I atone for my sins, if there is truly such a thing as miracles, perhaps I will find my Laterano then. So he wants to find... So by his Laterano, he means the paradise in which he could still follow his faith and still do what he believed, versus having to turn people away, versus having versus the Sarkas having to leave, like, in this situation right now. So will he find, questioning if he will find a way to reconcile that faith, or to find a new faith, or to change his faith and also himself in his choices and his identity. Okay. I am... Great heavens. God, there's so much to play around with this. God damn. This is fun. I really like these very character-driven events where we look at what they're thinking and all of this, and how this is really, again, a microcosm of Terra, of these different oppressed groups. But how... Oh, if you all missed it at the start, like, if you missed what I was talking about, like, at the start, because I was saying, this event is very interesting, because in the end, nothing much happens in the grand scheme of things. Laterano, the Laterans go back to Laterano, the Sarkas still have to leave, they have to wander. Laterano is still a state, the laws aren't necessarily changed. But, and so, in the grand scheme of things, did they really make a difference? No, not really. They didn't make a change as to the laws. However, in this situation, the fact that they intervened did a lot. The fact that Orin would have brought in Laterano troops and taken control of the monastery and massacred everyone, and instead of having all the Sarkas killed, they had 3 casualties, which is still not good, but given that what could have been, does it mean that their actions did not make a difference? Does it mean that, like, they didn't matter, even though in the end they didn't make this change, or perhaps even make this change yet? But in the end, they were able to go through this and start asking these questions and share this. And the Sarkas stayed alive. Fortuna is still alive even if she fell. And like, it's not that they're it may not have made a difference in the globals in a global sense, but it did make a small difference in that not as many people died, at least in this day. And it's this idea that they'll continue to keep questioning and figuring this out. But yeah. I know, right? Okay, first of all, it's fucked. But like, okay, also, I'm so mad because I've been trying to do a stupid fucking auto with this stage because it's rocks, and I need rocks, but the RNG keeps fucking killing my operators. But yeah, God. Fortuna, I feel like Fortuna... These rocks, or Rye rocks. Because I've been trying to grind this stage because I need, the drop, yeah. Yeah, not the rolling rocks in the stage, yeah. Although, it would make it interesting, or, genuinely, I think it's really, HE7 is really cool because you have to weaponize the rocks against the enemies. But I think Fortuna Fortuna was a very interesting... There's so much with the event and the delivery, but yeah, so like, has a chance to miss ranged attacks, large amount of physical damage. It's a lot of physical damage. I feel like this event was very, I mean, it was, of course, I loved this event and the way we went through it, but, oh, side note, motherfucker, sorry, I have a thing I need to make a note of. Give me just a sec. But, oh yeah, the Ifrit tile, for distance, yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, the bosses! Yes, okay, the bosses. How, I think these were very interesting bosses. I thought Clement was very interesting, but it was not done, it felt very clumsy as compared to what the Firelight casts. I was talking about what the Firelight casts earlier, and how I loved the final battle of that event, how it was a metaphorical battle within Reed's mind. And I feel like they wanted to achieve something like that with Clement, with the fact that you're not actually fighting him, you're it's very interesting because Clement's skills all talk, preach, question, demand. You're not necessarily fighting Clement, you're grappling with these questions that he is also asking himself. And grappling with the understanding of him in this situation, which is the reason, I mean, and grappling with starting to understand him, but not knowing what to do, which is why Federico hesitates. And I think Fortuna was also really good. I liked Clement as a boss, although I felt like it wasn't presented quite well, and it wasn't presented quite right. It wasn't presented in the best way, and it could have been altered, it definitely didn't show off things the way like Eblana's fight did. So like I mentioned, oh, side note, hold on, sorry, gotta, just making a note of something, but, what's the word? How Fortune, words. Okay, so the thing is about Reed's event, let me go pull that up because Dreamer has a really good description of it, and I think a lot about how he described that final battle, about how Eblana starts with her mask on, right? And she kills her own soldiers in order to restore her shield, representing how she's willing to do anything for the goals of Dublin and for the goals of Terrans. And then during the second half of the map, she removes her mask and sets every Reed on the map ablaze. And this represents like Reed is coming to terms with the fact that as much as Eblana says she cares about Reed, she will not hesitate to sacrifice her as well if it furthers her goals. And if Reed wants to help the Terrans in her own way, not in Eblana's way, then she will come to blows with Eblana, and she cannot hesitate, because Eblana sure as hell won't hesitate. And that was brilliant gameplay. I'm still just, I love that wonderful integration, the way it symbolized that was excellent. And I feel like they could have tried something. They wanted to do something like that with Hortus, with Clement. They wanted to do something with Clement's boss mechanics being symbolic of not being able to harm him, of the fact that he guides the civilian, he guides the monastery inhabitants to places, but he can also guide them to their deaths. And I feel like they wanted to do something similar to Reed in the symbolism of it, but either I'm not getting it, or they just didn't. They did it a lot clumsier than they did with Reed's event. And that brings me back to also Fortuna. Fortuna being a boss was very unexpected. that for sure. It was extremely unexpected. I mean, Orange was just like, oh, Micah's gonna scream when they see this, and I mean, I did, because yeah, I wasn't expecting her to be a boss at all. And I think they could have done some very interesting stuff with her being a boss, but and I do like how that was representative of the random attacks, but it felt like there wasn't as much motivation for it story-wise, or it wasn't well laid out story-wise. It didn't have the same impact. It was just more like, hey, what the fuck? She's here? If we consider this event to be like a metaphorical fighting, like in terms of internal hold on, I'm thinking. Internal conflict, because again, the hesitation and the internal conflict with Clement at the end. Is this a moment of doubt? I mean, it's a moment of doubt with HE6 because this is when Gerald sacrifices himself. And so this is one of the first time, well, I mean, okay, there was a lot of other times, but this is a very major turning point in the event in terms of how Federico's thinking about this and what is the correct action to do. What do you do? And Gerald already chose this, and what do you even do in response? And the fact that Fortuna is here as a boss when Gerald makes this decision, and having her be representative of the internal conflict. I'm thinking. So if it's not necessarily... Okay. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, honestly. Genuinely not sure where I'm going with this, but these are ideas about this event and what it was symbolic of. But yeah, I wonder, because if that's supposed to be Fortuna losing her faith or being or questioning her faith, same as how sorry, I'm just it's very interesting to think. I suppose if these are less, again, this is rather, I would say, even if this is what they intended, it's rather clumsily done, so it's not really as effective as it could be otherwise. But something about these two being bosses because there are moments of questioning, because they're not a boss, they're not a fight with someone else, they're a fight with yourself, with your own internal conflict prompted by these characters. Huh. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. Oh man. But yeah, I'm... Whew. Whew, boy. What else were we talking about? Ideological fights, Seaborn and sense of self. If I'm summarizing this, hold on, I'm Clockwork is turning. Processing. I think we need to set aside some time to read Twilight of Walumond, because now I really, really want to compare these two events. Yeah, what else did I want to look over? I wanted to look over... I don't remember. Oh, one thing that we did was we looked at the operator record. So we looked at the module records. Because you have a module, and so this one, it's the flower, and it's Raquel and Federico it's Raquel discussing the flower and Federico answering in very short, you wish to understand why I'm preserving this flower. But I've never seen you keep a keepsake for yourself before. Are you doing okay? And so it's this question, keeping this flower as what am I even worrying over? Wait, don't tell me you questioned His Holiness when you went to report the mission progress? I did, but did not receive an answer. So that's why you're insisting on giving a nearly burnt out flower another trying. But yeah, so... Also, side note, I just like it. Raquel, your word count in this conversation is significantly above average. But yeah, it's interesting. It's, again, questioning what does this flower symbolize to him and his choices and who he will be now that he is not just an executor of the law, but also a saint. Which also goes into how he is making these choices. Will it just be based on the law, the laws of or how they will no longer just be based on the laws of Laterano and no longer just on the rationality of a situation, but also questioning the emotion and the meaning behind it, and that change in how he's approached stuff, and that change in... Oh man, okay, sorry, I'm still... Good stuff. I really, really... Oh man. Okay. What are we doing next? What am I doing next? I literally just started this because I wanted to talk about this event more, because now that Orange finished it, Orange was messaging me and I was like, Oh, I need to discuss this shit. Like, I was writing like paragraphs upon paragraphs in Discord, and I was like, actually, I think we're just gonna start stream really fast, and we're gonna do a stream just to discuss some of this, you know, just real quick, because, God, yeah. So that was honestly all I had planned for right now. I wasn't like really thinking of anything else. I literally just got on here to talk about the event some more. Sorry, I lost my I looked at the screen and I lost my train of thought. God. In other news, I was playing around with my base. I was
Rhodes Island
trying
is a beautiful
to
ship,
redo some
but
of
sadly,
my dorm things.
I cannot feel
How
the
long
breath of the
do I
sea
have?
breeze.
Here, I know like Irene's. Okay, I still have like. You asked me. Oh yeah. No worries, Bonnie. You wouldn't even know where to. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, I was just saying, like, if any of you have questions about specific parts, or you know, if you had one, then you know we could use that jumping off point, talk about more stuff. But I completely understand not having any questions, because I also, after finishing this event, had to sit here for a while and fucking process everything, because what the fuck? Just, there's so much to it. It's Arknights really does quite a job with these events where they just, shit starts happening and it doesn't stop happening. You just heard the cooling off timer go off for dinner. Well now, time zones. Have that one-on-one to talk about the cultural specifics? Oh yeah, for sure. Oh my god. Cause yeah, like Bonnie, when I was talking about Sancta Empathy, oh hey Bonnie, do you wanna hear Raquel? I think his name is actually Raquel, cause I don't know if you were there earlier, but I was saying, you know, when I was looking at, stuff, I was seeing tags as, and his Japanese, name is Dikeru, and so I was like, oh, am I saying this wrong? But yeah, so he's very interesting when it comes to, oh, have I unlocked any other files? Claims to be normal, blah blah blah. Strong sense of awareness and excels at keeping. So one thing that's been kind of funny about Insider is, about Raquel, is that he is very much the kind of guy who looks out for himself and his own, well, like, safety over, like, it was interesting because, you know, Ezel got involved in a bunch of stuff in Guiding Ahead, and, Raquel over here was just like, well, that is none of my business. And, you know, it's kind of like, okay, you little bitch, being all bureaucratic, like, that's not part of my job. But at the same time, we're going through this event, this is what the fuck, yeah, Arturia being a girl boss, absolutely, I can go more into each of the why those things make sense in lore, but continuing on with what I was saying about Raquel, it's like, at first it's like, you sound very much like a dick in that you won't stick your nose out for anyone, or you are not going to care about others. But then you go through this event, and the more you fucking read from this event, the more you're like, okay, Raquel is not sticking his neck out for others, but it's also because he has so much other fucking bullshit going on. He has to deal with Federico's fucking property damage and lack of tact and all this stuff in these situations. He has to deal with Serpilia, fucking... They get into this monastery, and they immediately meet a Sarkaz who's hostile to them. And as soon as the guy gets, the hostile Sarkaz gets distracted by Federico, who is saying the absolute worst things to say in this situation and is absolutely ready to shoot this guy in the face, while Raquel is sitting here just like, please don't shoot this guy in the face, please, we're trying to keep this on the down, we're trying to chill the fuck out here. Serpilia sees her chance and just fucking runs off into the building like a fucking cat burglar, which I'm sure is not going to, which Raquel is like, well, that's not going to fucking endear the inhabitants of the monastery to us anymore. And this poor man, this whole event is just like, okay, so Spuria did this thing and then is going off and causing chaos. Federico is doing his job, but probably in the least personable way possible, which is causing more interpersonal stresses that will result in people getting shot if I don't get myself involved. And, like, the fact that in Guiding Ahead, we know, also, oh, this isn't gonna show up on my face. It's funny, look at this. But, but yes, that is my answer. Like, so he's dealing with these two, and then, like, in Guiding Ahead, we had Ezel, who was an actual normal trainee, who was, like, is actually responsible, and is doing everything he should've, like, and is actually normal in terms of talking to people, like, actually does his work, unlike, for example, Serpilia, who's trying to pass it off on people, is normal with people and doesn't cause more problems by talking to them and then immediately going to, okay, well, we can use force, because has Sancta empathy, and this promising new trainee who Raquel is probably looking at like, thank God we have someone fucking normal here, immediately starts his job and finds a half sarcasm, half Sancta child and gets caught up in this massive scandal with a guy who started questioning the Laterano faith and was turned traitor and got in a whole situation with some of the other notarial folks and caused Lemuel to become disabled and Mastima to fall, and poor Raquel is probably just like, I was hoping so much for one normal, one, like, normal trainee or whoever's working under him. He's like one normal person to fucking manage, and immediately that happens to Ezel. And so it's just like, okay, as much as you sound like a dick who doesn't really care at times, I understand why, you know? Like, I think that's fair.
You need my help with your mountain of work?
You go.
I'm not sure if I should be intervening in Rhodes Island's internal affairs, though. It's no problem? Really? This one, I can't help laughing at this one, because, like, the different ways you can read it, which I'll get into, the different ways you can read the Sancta intonation, and how they have, like, a different level of intonation, and about that communication and empathy, and, how, one, you could read this just like, oh, yeah, like, oh, you want help with your work? Oh, well, I shouldn't be, you know, intervening in Rhodes' affairs. And you're like, no, it's fine, you can help. And he's like, wait, shit, that was my excuse to get out of working. But also, it's this, it's actual curiosity, too, in his really, about like, wait, oh, I can look and see what's going on here?
Our laws are incapable of perfectly solving every dispute. There are many situations where even the saints can't help. I must admit, I have a deep respect for people like the bishop from that monastery, considering the problems he faced. Too bad I don't have such lofty faith.
Very interesting. Like, he's
very normal. He does view he has a good view of how things are in Laterano and a good understanding of just like the limitations of it.
Was that Irene earlier?
Also, I laughed at this one.
Now, when did that punk learn some manners? You taught him? Well, now that's impressive. I guess even a devious boy like him is still just a boy. Easy enough to trick him onto the right track. Huh? You didn't trick him?
So this bit, this is also one of the things that I was saying with how the Sancta seem to immediately refer to Tricker, or at least these quote-unquote normal Sancta, conventional Sancta, versus the weirdo Sancta that we normally meet, like Ambriel and Exusii. How they go to trickery. Like, Serpilia comes in here with a fucking booby-trapped suitcase, so you won't go picking in her stuff. Raquel immediately expects that you tricked Irene. I keep forgetting how he does the intonation on it. I say Irene, but his intonation on it is slightly different, which is why I've been like, oh, wait, trying to reset brain. But how, his first response is to be like, oh, I thought you tricked him into behaving well. And, something about it adds to the sliminess, the manipulative feel, the feeling of lacking information, or the feeling of in Laterano, a lot of stuff is like presented as a truth, or sorry, it's presented in a way that when you interpret their emotions, oh god, what's the word? What word am I looking for? Misdirection. We were talking about misdirection with it, and how in order to not seem, or for personal privacy and also for the sake of, well, lying, a lot of these Sancta seem to talk around stuff where they're misdirecting you or to what you're interpreting things, kind of, or it wouldn't be misdirecting you if you had the additional insight of the empathy, but because we don't, it's weird. Okay, what's another one?
Yo, Doctor.
Oh, this
Ambriel
one.
and the others are doing a dessert potluck, and I'm bringing donuts. Mind helping me taste test? Okay, so what do you think? Whoa, slow down on the water. It's too sweet and greasy? Strange. I thought the sugar level was just right.
Also, it's really funny how like all the Sancta have a sweet tooth. Have a sweet tooth. It's cute. They like their sweets. Ezel drinks black coffee for business, for him to stay awake. But he likes having fancy coffee with all sorts of stuff mixed in. Raquel likes donuts. Funny enough how we talk about the donut house, and Raquel likes donuts. And then, what's it? I think... I don't recall if... Oh, redacted. Am I going to expect... am I going to need to expect a message in the Soupies Discord about Raquel? But yeah, so they have a okay. Yeah, that was about what I expected. But yeah, he's very interested. I was saying, Bonnie, that we need to get Kyle in here because Kyle's so down bad for Serpilia, and then we can all be down bad over the angels for this event. But yeah, hey Hey Jin! We were discussing this whole event story and the different things. Citron! Citrona. That Bonnie has just added things onto that message. That honestly, if you look at a bunch of their quotes in their Discord, especially related to the ones related to Bones' League of Legends Smash or Pass stream, that these will be relevant, or and other things frequently found in common with those messages. But yeah, so but yeah, I was just like, we need Kyle here so that we have the trio of fucking horny over these angels. Right,
Yo, Doctor. Don't get me wrong,
Oh,
Doctor.
this here.
Yes, I was elected as a representative of the Notarial Hall. But that's just because everyone's curious about what magical place could Federico endorse, and they needed someone out to take a look for them. In other words, they picked me to come take a look-see here. I've got no say on any matters relating to the Notarial Hall, so don't ask me about that sort of thing, okay?
Yeah, exactly, Bonnie. Like, that's one thing that, like, he does sound different. I think, hold on, I haven't listened to that much of the Japanese, hold on, let's see.
仕事が多すぎて天使の手も借りたいってかロドスの内部事務によそ者が関わるのはさすがにまずいって大丈夫え本気で言ってんのかよドクターアンブリエルたちがスイーツ大会をやるってんで俺もドーナツ作って参加しようと思ってるんだけどちょっと試食してくれるかどうだ味はっておいそんな水をガブ飲みしたらむせるぞ甘すぎてくどいおかしいなちょうどいい甘さだと思ったんだけど
Yeah, but yeah, you see, like, it's the English VA, the way they've had him read it is very interesting to me because the intonation is as you said, very intentful is a very good way to read it. It feels like each word, he's choosing each word with a lot of weight, and just hearing that and knowing about like the way Sancta present themselves with the empathy thing is, I've been thinking.
Liaison from the Lateran Notarial Hall. Insider. Here's the paperwork for our collaboration. May I ask which office I should be heading to next? I'm making my first impression here at Rhodes Island, so I want to do this perfectly.
Yeah, head over to Bonnie's. Oh, I like this one too. Also, the battle record.
Let's see. Izel is still so merciful in battle, huh? Oh, sheesh. Federico is the exact opposite.
Also, I like listening to his voice lines because it's fun hearing the commentary on other, I'm sorry, what is that Citrona's message above my horses? Huh? I'm sorry, hold on, I'm just, what? Wait, what? Where? Huh? What do you mean, up there? What? From where? Hold on, I'm sorry, I just got preoccupied, by that statement, because it sure fucking is a statement. Okay. Anyways, okay, hi Citrona. I was like, I'm sorry, what? From where? Wait, where? From... Oh! I see, your commission. Okay, never mind. I see. I understand now. I understand. I get it. I see. I get it. Yeah. Also, it's very interesting to hear. I'm fascinated by. I'm fascinated by Raquel's voice lines in battle because he's such an easygoing or seemingly easygoing guy, and then you hear some of these, and he still treats it in the same easygoing. He says it in the same easygoing way, but it's like, oh, okay, that's something. Yeah. I did. Hold on, let me just
I'm actually better at wrestling than shooting. Makes the cleanup easier. I'll give you some time to cry out in pain while I adjust my weapon. I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this. In our current situation, a complete sweep would be the most efficient solution.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was expecting. I wanted to play that one for Bonnie. But yeah. Let's kill this man. I mean, look, it's not like I'm doing anything different when I'm listening to Federico's voice lines. For real, like, I listened to the fucking Trust 3 voice line and I was like, hey guys, hold on. I need to get up and walk around my fucking room for like 2 minutes to calm the fuck down. But yes, so Sancta talking to an individual lacking angel okay, so there's some really good question. That's one thing that I'm not sure about. Well, I mean, okay, so they do talk to each other, but it feels like, okay, where was I going with this? When they talk, it feels like we're missing something. Let me pull up Spuria's. We'll see if Kyle's around.
No problem. Just leave the documents here, and I'll filter out anything that isn't worth you reading. Can't do it that way? We have to take each one seriously? Fine. Whatever you say.
Spuria might be a little different too, because she was also friends with Lemuel and Masima, I believe, and they were friends with Fiammetta. So Fiammetta is a Liberi, not a Sancta.
I guarantee that field op will be cleared without a hitch, so... I can't dump it on another operator? Come on, it was a long trip for me to come here, and I'm better off spending my time in the workshop while I'm on the ship. Work with me here, will you? How's my stay? So far, so good. Here, I can focus on reviewing my designs without headphones on my head. No need to block everything out with music. Feels kind of refreshing. Still, I haven't modded any of the equipment in the dorm myself, so it does feel kind of like we're missing some features here.
Oh my gosh.
For example, something that automatically orders cactus tarts takeout at preset times.
This girl. And this is the one where I was just like, where the fuck is Kyle? Hold on. Speaking. Does it? Okay, no, it just does. Okay, maybe I have to do lowercase. Hello, Troy Monster. Thunk. This one. It didn't show up on my face. But yes, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're discussing Sancta intonation and speaking, and yeah, it generally sounds sassy or suspicious. And then I was also saying that I was hoping Kyle would show up some point so I could show him this Spuria line. If he hasn't seen it already, because I feel like he would also thank you for putting that. I forgot I had that in here. I forgot I had that emote.
Do me a favor and tell me when Lemuel shows up, Doctor.
Oh no, wait, it's not
maintain
this
her
one. It's
sister's
talking
gun every now and then. Laterano has tons of magazines covering the combat attire of other countries. Their designs seem to have drawn inspiration from a variety of sources, all of which I'd like to try out. Oh, just so you know, I'm more of an order by phone kind of girl. I don't go shopping unless I'm invited by some very specific people. So, you can ask me out?
Anyways, I was waiting. I was like, where the fuck is Kyle for this? I need Kyle to hear this one. Considering how much he was here for Spuria earlier. But yeah, the Sancta, so Ambriel is normal to us Sancta, but she's kind of a weird. My actual feelings on the matter can be very easily read between the lines if you listen to my exaggerated Yeah! There was, oh, and I wanted to listen to Irene. She's not gonna intentionally kill us. She's just going to do some experiment with her gun, and her suitcase is gonna blow up, which, actually, hold on, let me show you that, because I do like her. I like Serpilia a lot, and I think she's funny, because, and especially with her onboard line.
Spuria, liaison from the 6th Tribunal of the Lateran Curia, here for cultural exchange. Oh, right. To prevent any safety inspections, my luggage has a self-destruct mechanism. Yep, the stuff inside isn't necessarily all safe.
Thanks, Serpilia. Irene is interesting because I believe he's been outside of Laterano. He had to leave after becoming infected, exiled after contracting oropathy during a Laterano firearm inheritance-related incident several years ago. Yeah, so he might sound a little bit different. He's kind of a little shit though, so like, I mean, blah blah blah. Irene, his arts tend to have toxic, disintegrative, and corrosive traits. So he's also out here using war crimes arts. Let's see. Sheepish. He's more proactive to interacting. Okay, so he's not as Laterano, although he says, oh, when Irene first joined our ranks, it didn't take long for us to notice his completely nonchalant attitude and lack of restraint. At first, none of them, not a problem. Compared to them, the young boy's tendency to play pranks on operators or his mildly sadistic attitude towards enemies were hardly issues at all. However, when Irene brought back an enemy combatant back with him after an operation and then half-jokingly suggested practicing new Originium arts on him, it became obvious to us that it was perhaps not a good idea to afford our still-growing adolescent operators total unrestricted freedom. Operator Irene should no longer be able to do whatever he pleases. The young, sensitive Sancta is in dire need of proper guidance and instruction that, crucially, do not bore him. And so then Professor, so he calls you Professor, calls you Sensei, and so he's learning,
僕がアーツを放つときはあまり近寄らないで。離れないの？じゃあ好きにすれば？なんで先生って呼ぶかって？それはあんたについてけばいろんなことが学べるからさ。戦闘の配置とか指揮とか、他にもいろいろ。それ以外に何か理由はいるの？
Congratulations! Yippee! Good luck! Best of luck with getting Cal and Sutter, since they're very helpful. I'm out here just I have like 14 hours left on the last mastery to have him M9. I was so ready. But yeah, so as my actual feelings on the matter can be very easily read if you listen to my exaggerated intonation. So it's very interesting the way Sancta operators, the way these Sancta have been talking. You have like Ambriel, some others like Ambriel and Exusii who have been out of Laterano and interacted with non-Lateran folks for a while, and so they sound a lot more normal. But having these quote-unquote normal Sancta, or as in the more conventional idea like of the or a more expected Sancta rather than a weirdo Sancta, because the rest of the Sanctas we have are the weirdo Sanctas. And so hearing this intonation again, it feels different. It's like, are they questioning are they emphasizing it more because they're not used to talking to people who don't have that empathy. And then in the event, some of it when they're talking to each other, it's interesting because it feels like we're missing something, or it feels almost manipulative, or we're not exactly sure. And oh, also we should I saw someone cool just got on. Benny is playing chapter 3, which means that it's time to set up the scrying jar. There's gonna be a bit of lag for a second. Alright, let's try this. Please. So this should be loading. It might cause a bit of lag. There's a fucking ad. Hold on. Shit. Hold on. Let me see this. Oh, it's a fucking... Oh, hold on, guys. I need to... Oh, where's my page? Terrible. God. Oh god, I have too much stuff open. It doesn't like it when I try and run another stream in the background in the scrying jar, but I do it anyways because it's fun. Come on. Benny, sorry, you're gonna get a bit of lag as I pull this up. Where the fuck is... Come on. Loading, loading, loading. But yeah, so been started the... Yeah, understandable. It's... I mean, god. If this was a normal event, or a regular, you know, event, I probably would not have been doing this much for it. It's just that, you know, this was fucking Federico, and I was so fucking ready from before this. I was legitimately going to take the day off work, for this event so that I could just talk about Federico. And I was like really grateful that we were able to work from home, so I didn't have to do that. But I genuinely would have if I yeah. Genuinely would have taken the day off work for it. Cause otherwise I probably would not have had that same amount of time. Also, I'm so sorry, you probably are hearing horrible lag right now. Because of the sheer number of things that are showing up that I have to go through here. Okay, come on. Come on. Please? Oh god, I can see Benny better on my fucking scrying jar than I can on Firefox because Firefox is being so slow. And then... Lameo. Where is... Oh god, not the emotes thing. It's... Oh, this is so bad. Okay, there we go. Okay, now please go away. Please. Oh, great heavens. Great heavens. Okay. That's fine. I need to close this. This sure is... Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Okay, now you go back away. Okay, is it slightly better now that I've closed a bunch of stuff? And also, I'm going to close this. It's fine now. Okay, good. But yeah, so like, they have some very interesting intonations and the way they, they say things, and so I wonder if it's them like overcompensating about not not having the empathy aspect of it. So there was this one bit in the event that I did want to show off, where it's and I just also wanted to look.
You have changed greatly, Doctor.
It for myself. Yeah, I wanted to look over it for myself because of another part of this event in where was it? Was it HE6? No, it wasn't. It was before that. Must have been like HE4. Stop melting. I'm fine. I'm normal. I'm so normal. I'm normal. I'm going to be so normal about this. Yeah. God. Okay, let me look at the before and let's see, because if this is where the fire was, that should be correct. I'm fine. I'm normal. I'm so normal. I'm so normal about this. Okay, hello, Aulus. Oh, okay, so this is the conversation that we were talking about. Turn my back on the faith, what you're evading. Not so far gone that arts would sway me. Is this decision of mine not what you always want? So this is the interesting bit that I was talking about with how Aulus turns down or asks Stefano to reconsider at first, despite this being something that he wants, right? He wants to get Stefano to come over to his faith and all that. I can't deny it. Back, blah 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 blah. Very many. Why would you help me continue to wait? Of course not. But I walk the path I believe is right, and I would hope I could say the same of you. And so this is, again, that internal conflict, that internal... This desire of Aulus not necessarily to do this for the Church of the Deep, but because he wants people to evolve themselves into their best self. I feel like, again, there's some... it feels similar to Arturia in that regard. I will advise you to continue contemplation. I am lost for any other choice, and so... Should this be truth's ordain, then I will welcome you, Stefano, my brother anew. But it's interesting how Aulus refuses or asks him to reconsider at first, rather than immediately accepting a new Church of the Deep brother. And so that's... I'm fascinated by his character in that regard, in that, like, what is his motivation for doing this and being part of the church? Let's see, what was this? Serpilia, wait, I wanted to look at this to say, in abrupt... Yes! Okay, so we are in the right spot. We are in the right spot. Not doing too hot. Oh, and then interesting about one last bloom for the road. Oh, right, that's what he wanted. So this is Fortuna and Serpilia feeling guilty for Delphina's death since Serpilia helped her fix the gun. Aha! Here we go, okay. So here we go. Repeat that. We have a fallen angel, that Fortuna girl. I wasn't expecting that one, let me tell you. Blah 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 blah. The surprise visitor. So Lemuel is chasing after the Church of the Deep creation, Hyman, the Sea Terror. And Federico, she's now run into Federico because Federico heard music. Federico heard the sound of strings, and so he was trying to see where those strings were coming from, because those strings, again, thinking of Arturia. But so The fact here is again the hesitation, and this is the good stuff. I require your assistance, Executor Federico. It has mobility on its side. I managed to chase it down this far, but that was a stretch, and I've lost it now anyway. And here he pauses. Huh? No immediate reply? That's rare. You're making me feel like something bad happened to you. Hey, I see those knit brows. Something bad did happen then? I heard strings. Strings? Did you? I don't think I heard anything. Based on my inference, the sound came from the aquarium on the top floor. Right. Let me be real. I've gotten to know the length and breadth of your work at the Notarial Hall, which is why I'm relatively willing to trust your judgment. I am now formally querying you. So this is I've been thinking about this. Notarial Hall Executor Federico, do you truly believe this unidentified, unasserted, and possibly completely benign sound of strings stands to be more important than the request for assistance I'm making of you? And he hesitates here, which is ooh, that's good. The fact that he hesitates and says, it does not. Obviously not. The occurrence of the sound is a chance event. I have suspicions about it, but I cannot deny that I, as of yet, find no direct correlation between it and our catalog of current affairs. Based on present circumstances, I judge that priority should be given to providing requisite assistance in tandem operation with you. All done then? Alright. I'm not here to bully you anyway. Just, I do need to check in with how you're doing real quick. I see now. Point me in a direction. I'll continue target pursuit, and I'll leave you to sort out the strings debacle. So, it's fascinating to me. She asked him that specifically to get that question of, like, what is the actual logical rational priority, right? This mission requires that we prioritize assuring yours and Orin's safety. Due diligence is great and all, but I say priority is the kind of thing you need to judge yourself. I can't sense your emotions, Federico. Still, I have this Liberi friend, see, who's the reason I learned long ago how to guess what people are thinking. Couldn't do empathy with her after all, and that's via meta. But so you can see here, this is where Lemuel discusses that, and how she, like, just need to check in how you're doing real quick. So there, she scrutinizes, like, how Federico is acting, and analyzes that, has to learn, and what she's learned. She might be a lot easier to figure out than you are, but some things carry over. One teensy little word of advice? Maybe sometimes you need to learn to trust your instinct. And so, this is just such an interesting little bit, because here she tests him. She specifically asks him just like, so what? I'm sorry, what the fuck is on Benny's face? Oh, he's inverted. Okay, but so, she asks him, like, given, like, you're, clearly you think this, you feel like this is important, or you're at least acting like this is important, even if perhaps you don't know if you're feeling that. But, and so she tests him, asking him, like, is this the actual priority? What is, like, the logical priority? And he agrees that, no, the strings are not a priority. Your operation would be the priority. She tells him, I see. But he still hesitates when telling her that, even though he knows, obviously, that's true, and she looks at that hesitation and goes, I see. Federico, go look for the strings. Go see what's up with the strings. I can take care of myself. Sometimes you need to learn to trust your instinct. And so the fact that she's actively, like, asked him to say, like, no, logically, no, I wouldn't, no, it's not the right thing to do, but she wants him to go do it anyways. And the fact that he goes and does it is ooh, ooh. I've been very much thinking about this. But yeah, so you can see how she also mentions about Liberi Friend and about Fiametta. Operation to go, move out everyone. Lemon is a very interesting character. But yeah, so oh god. What am I saying? The event, audio, oh yeah, reading between the lines. And so that's another thing with the Sancta and how they would... Oh god, what did I talk about with you? Where did my discussion, or what did I want to touch on? I wanted to touch on like oh, it's not in here, it's in here, I think. Yes, it is in here. After I sent that picture, that, yes, because you asked me about that picture. And yeah. Summary. Oh yeah, but so there's another bit in Guiding Ahead that I unfortunately don't know Guiding Ahead well enough to go find it like off the top of my head. But it's where Fiametta looks at it's not Mestima, it's Lemuel and someone else, and she looks at them talking about like Anduin and how Anduin the Martyr, how he turned traitor and caused again this to happen to Lemuel. And Fiametta is just like, you two sharing that look because they were able to feel what Anduin was feeling. They know what he's feeling, and Fiametta doesn't have that. And it's a very interesting scene because the two of them, Lemuel and whoever it is, look like they're going to forgive Anduin for what he did, despite Lemuel literally being in like a coma for like 5 years because of this, and Mestima falling, and but they're like sitting there and they look at each other like they're going to make an excuse for him, make an excuse for him to having done the thing that he did. And Fiametta looks at them and is like, are you serious? I know you can feel this. I know you have this empathy that I don't have. But at the same time, even if he had a reason, it doesn't change what he did. And it doesn't mean that he's without consequence, and he should be punished for doing this to you guys. Like, you may get why he did it, but that doesn't mean he's above the consequence of paying for how much he hurt you guys, for losing however many years of your lives. And so that's the kind of, it's that we're missing a layer of that conversation, like how Fiametta, it's interesting seeing oh, sorry, what am I saying? What is the word? Can be very easily read between the lines. About how the Sancta, to some degree, it's expected, and I don't remember exactly where oh, he's doing pulls, Lamau. Or is this just recruitment? I didn't see. But, oh yeah, it's just recruitment. I'm saying something. About the otheringness of Laterano citizens, because we do hear, oh fuck, where is Plume's info? Hold on. Where's Plume? That's not Plume. Laterano guard, a Liberi who bumbled her way out of Laterano into Rhodes Island security inspection, blah 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 blah. Needs to learn the art of the standard battle axe, speed but lacks strength. So she made her own style, a simple but effective battlefield style. No life outside of work. Working hard to reconcile both as a Laterano guard. Regimented and ritualized. Why did Plume authorize? Seems she was involved with 2 senior operators who had left Laterano. Dragged along by the staffers, purely coincidental. I don't remember exactly where it was, but there was some stuff where we talked about, how different non-Sanctus citizens— oh, I should look at Fiametta's, hold on. Where's Fiametta? I see Benny showing up the base. We should go look at Benny's base. But, oh my god, her fucking job title with the Lateran Church. They have these stupid ass job titles. She was first introduced to us with the name Suffer. Actually, no, it was something else, and then we got fucking Suffering as her name, as Mustima's handler. And then apparently they changed it again, but her name is— but yeah, so job title, Apocalypse Punisher, and this is gonna get updated every month. If I'm supposed to add this stuff to the terminal archives, you might as well kill me now. But yeah, interesting. Mustima's overseer. Wait, sorry, are you you're a nuts senior special correspondent. Mustima alone is all in charge of the formal— okay, she's a nuncio. Fiametta is her diplomatic role. Overseer. Question further grounds of papal conventionality. Sancta firearm. Heritage gun. Blah 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 blah. Lemoon's proposal of dispatching her. She overcame her racial handicap and became a gun knight candidate solely because she's one of our finest students. There we go. So you can see how that's one thing. Fiametta is a Liberi, and so that's why what is Rokure talking about? I wish I could slurp Benny's color. Hold on. I need to also eyebrow raise. But yeah, sorry, that's the other problem. Like, I love the scrying jar, but I do get distracted. But it's fun. But, Fiametta, so you could see how, overcame her racial handicap and became a gun knight. And so that's because that most Sancta— well, okay, first of all, there's the whole thing about Sancta and guns. And so the Sancta are able to shoot guns easily, unlike most other races need to have a lot higher level of concentration. They need to concentrate a lot more or have a lot better— it takes a lot more skill for them to use a gun than it does for a Sancta because of yada yada god in the Laterano basement and all that stuff. But so you'll notice that's one thing with Fiametta, how it mentions how she's overcome that. Yeah, how she's overcome that, but it's still an element of Laterano society. But yeah, so it's interesting to think about, like, the way they've talked to how there's that expectation again of Fiametta, of how Lemuel and how the rest of them talked to Fiametta, and we could see how Lemuel talked to Federico over there. how she had to pause and like parse and think about what he was thinking. And that idea of talking to an individual lacking the empathy ability without the Sancta connection. So it's interesting the way they speak about it, and I'm curious about how about that. I want to hear more interactions throughout this event. It's been really fun to read through all of their interactions and to read like Raquel's and Sporia and all of their dialogue. But it also, again, it makes like, also there's what was it? I mentioned how if I don't know about the intonation, how it's very intentional intonation, or if when they're speaking between Sancta, if they don't have as much intonation, because they don't need it. That was one thing that I brought up because I was curious about. I was curious if perhaps, or I was wondering if maybe because they don't they have that empathic connection. Oh fuck, that's right, I forgot to change that. That's not community games. Scrying jar. We're currently watching Benny Bloom play Arknight's main story. Yes, and blah blah, twitch.tv/Benny_Bloom. But yeah, what else am I saying? Words. We're talking about Insider and about the Sancta and how I'm not sure like how much they emote or if they emote less, considering like that they don't need to emote at each other behaviorally so much because they have that empath connection, which of course could make it harder for like Federico to learn this emotion, which also could explain why if he was in Laterano, if he didn't get that as much until later. Although, what's it? They do mention God, and we also talked a bit about his operator record, in where they did mention his parents gave him that idea or tried to help him learn how to use the shapes and patterns analysis to analyze other people's emotions, to try and understand them. Which I'm still but yeah, what other question? We were talking about intonation and about Raquel.
All right. Mission accepted. Bullets may be fast, but they aren't always so quick to solve disputes.
And how very intentional, or very intentional each word's intonation is too. How it, and so we're discussing, are they saying this with this extra emphasis because they're talking to non-Sancta folks who wouldn't, so they exaggerate the emotions, or exaggerate that in order to ensure that it gets across because of not having empathy and not being used to that. Oh man, you have an operator record. Fuck, I really do want to E2 Insider, He's actually quite fun to use. I was mentioning earlier how it's really funny because I haven't seen much use of Insider at all because he's very, well, he's relatively generic as compared to a lot of other Arcanite's designs, and so people were very much, he's very much slept on when it came to art and the art that or when I was looking for stuff. Like, there is art of him, but it's like not nearly as much because people were just like generic at because of his design. And then also his kit isn't anything that special. So it's like between Spuria and Serpilia and Federico, like I've seen a bunch of stuff of them, but poor Raquel, I have not seen much at all. Yeah, guy plus generic looking design, not much art. And then even gameplay, I haven't seen very much with Insider either, because, I mean, Raquel, there's nothing special about this. Now the EG should expect it. I mean, it's a cool E2. I like it. We're gonna get lagged for a second as I pull up the image. God, I was saying earlier, I saw someone describe him and was complaining about how people don't appreciate it because they were like, oh, he's so generic, blah blah blah, and they were like, no, it's the practical. And I think so much about just, he's got that federal agent drip, which, I mean, that's really how it is, yeah? You're not wrong. Oh, I see why this is taking so stupid fucking long to load. I forgot to close the image gallery from last time. Oopsie. Please go away. Because the image gallery... That one skin for Silver Ash? Oh my god, the summer skin? Yeah! The fucking summer pirate Silver Ash skin, that one was quite a hit. That one was quite a hit. I do admit, I like his other skin better. With the little snow leopard in his suitcase. But boy, do I remember people flipping the fuck out when that Silver Ash skin came around. There was a summer... Oh, is there a different one? Here, I'll pull up Silver Ash on a ship. Apologies for the lag, because it's like that. Silver Ash has 2 skins or 3 skins? I forget. 2 skins, yeah. It's pirate and, suit with snow leopard. Yeah, it's the pirate one. So for those who are wondering what this looks like, here you go. And if you look at, a ship here. Oh, Icefield Messenger, really? I know people, I thought you were mentioning about yeah, exactly, because of the pecs. I have my Silver Ash on Icefield Messenger, actually, which is, incidentally, this one, which, copy link. And again, I like it because of the little snow leopard in his bag. It pokes its head out during, when he's walking around in the base. It's cute. Oh, I see Benny is working on more of chapter Oh my god, wait, this is the best fucking stage. Is he using Shaw? Hold on, is he using Shaw? We need to look at this for a second. Oh my god, is he not using... I can't see. Does he have Shaw on his team? This is the best fucking stage because you can just fucking yeet the boss. Oh my god, he's using Surtur. Okay, you could do that too, to just nuke the fucking boss. But this is the funniest bullshit. I yeeted so many enemies off this stage. I love this fucking stage. Yeah, I can't tell in his team if he's got Shaw, it's hidden behind him. Shaw is... Oh, I have right, at pot 6, so probably 19 well, at E2, she would be 19 DP. Mine is at 17, so when she's promoted, does she gain DP? It's Sniper and Caster behind him? Okay, he doesn't have shot. Lamau. But yeah, okay, he's not doing the fun stuff on that stage then. The fun shit is just that, Crown Slayer is just light enough that she can be immediately yeeted. So it's fantastic. You don't have to bother about the boss at all. I love these stages. I love those stages. Yeah, it's the Halloween skin. I love it. Her Ghostbuster skin. Oh, I know, right? Kyle! I've been fucking waiting for you. Because we have, obviously, I'm out here being horny on main for Federico, and then Bonnie, I've been showing off Insider, and Bonnie's been unhinged, and then I was like, where the fuck is Kyle? I need Kyle so that we have the trifecta, so that we have all three of us being unhinged about the fucking angels from this event. Where? Kyle, have you heard her fucking voice lines? I was like, Kyle, holy smokes. Yeah, that's true. Bonnie has been more behaved than I am. I've been going full over Federico. But Kyle, do you hear this? I was like, I listened yesterday, or not yesterday, the days before, I was playing her fucking voice lines and I was like, I played her promotion line and I was like, where the fuck is Kyle? Holy smokes. Here, Kyle, listen to this shit. Like, Kyle, holy smokes. Her VA did a really good job.
No problem. Just leave the documents here, and I'll filter out anything that isn't worth you reading. Can't do it that way?
Like, God.
We have to take each one seriously? Fine. Whatever you say.
Like, these are cute,
I guarantee that field op will be cleared without a hit, so... I can't dump it on another operator? Come on, it was a long trip for me to come here, and I'm better off spending my time in the workshop while I'm on the ship. Work with me here, will you? Do me a favor and tell me when Lemuin shows up, Doctor. How's my stay? So far, so good. Here, I can focus on reviewing my designs without headphones on my head. No need to block everything out with music. Feels kind of refreshing. Still, I haven't modded any of the equipment in the dorm myself, so it does feel kind of like we're missing some features here. For example, something that automatically orders cactus tart stakeout at preset times.
Oh my god, girl. But anyways, her promotion line, I was like, where the fuck is Kyle so that he can listen to this fucking promotion line? Listen to this, Kyle.
Laterano has tons of magazines covering the combat attire of other countries. Their designs seem to have drawn inspiration from a variety of sources, all of which I'd like to try out. Oh, just so you know, I'm more of an order by phone kind of girl. I don't go shopping unless I'm invited by some very specific people. So, you can ask me out?
I was like, where the fuck is Kyle for this? Kyle better hear this. Kyle has gotta hear this shit. Holy smokes. Girly. Yeah, exactly! It's like, yeah! Bam! Exactly! Are you the MC for that tournament? If I am, oh my god. But yeah, it was just like, I played this the other day, and it was like right after you left or went to go lurk somewhere else, and I was just like, I can't believe Kyle just barely fucking missed Spuria asking this and me going over this voice line, cause holy shit. So I've been waiting for you to come back so that I could do this. The Amazon dash button, Lamau. But yeah, hold on, I'm gonna pull up for her real quick. But yeah, no, I've been sitting here just when the fuck is Kyle going to show up again so that I can play this for him? Cause Jesus Christ. And And then look at the fucking idle line.
Hey, you asleep? Well, seems like a good chance to release a drone in the hallway and stream someone sleep talking. Huh. No response? Looks like you're actually asleep.
But yeah, good luck, Kyle. I believe this. You got her. You fucking got her. She's a 5-star. It's easier. I believe. It's higher chance. She's so fucking funny. I genuinely I like a lot of the Sancta. They're very interesting characters. And of course I like her because she's a geek specialist. Like, I mean, I really love the characters that we got here. It's just that, you know, my love for those characters is completely fucking overshadowed by... God! Look at him! Well, at least... Oh, man. At least you get a Cantabile dupe, though. Good luck, though. I believe. You got this. You got this. You so got this. You get the... It's so funny. It is really Toad. It would have been nice to get her from the Guaranteed. Yeah, Kyle. Oh my god. Also, but you can see how I almost... I almost have him at M9 already. I've been ready. I had everything ready. M9... module, which the module wasn't actually supposed to come out until chapter 13. Yeah, I was prepared. I was, God, I was so, oh my god, Kyle, I was so low on shit because of Munar and Dorothy both fucking surprising me and showing up with the banners, and I was like, well shit, I need Horse, and I need Dorothy, because I need my trap specialist, and then I was like running out of fucking everything, but then I was like, oh fuck, we have Hortus coming up, and so I was grinding the hell out of this. Also, yeah, oh shit, Ayo! Got a 6-star? Alright. Let's see who it is, yeah, also this, I'm trying to get the contingency contract. Oh, surely. I'm trying to get the contingency contract guard thing, and then I'm waiting for a time in the shop to get the other potential, because I will have him max pot. Oh, you got Eunectes? Oh yeah, I remember you were saying you got Eunectes. She's cool. She's so cool. I know Kyle is a big fan of Eunectes and her skin. Yo, let's go, Kyle! Let's fucking go! Woo! There she is! And her almost sneaking. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. God, I love Spuria's E2 art too. I've seen a lot. Yeah, yep, Toad, for sure. God, but yeah, it's the, she's really cute. God, we were actually discussing some of her play style as well, and we were saying that like it's fun because she actually she synergizes relatively well with like Toddyfons and other ammo-based snipers because oh, I see Benny got Cantabile. Nice. Cantabile. Great. Agents are really good. Vanguards. But yeah, cause... Oh, Kyle? Yeah? The 6-star? Did you get someone? Did you get? Oh shit! Ayo! Ayo! Wait, Carnelian? Or... It was Inez! Oh my god! Yo! Holy shit, Inez! Oh, Inez is so fun. Holy fuck. I've been playing with a friend's Inez. On integrated strategies. Oh, she's so good. I've been waiting. Oh, I'm so Congratulations, Kyle! Let's fucking go! Inez is so much fun. I would, her skill 2 is incredible with the stealth. Her skill 2 is her bread and butter, and then her skill 3 is the one that you just meme with. Her skill 3 isn't great unless you have like a redeployment time down, but that makes her really fun in integrated strategies, because if you start halving her redeployment time, you literally just have a fucking sword flying across the screen, just piercing through everything in her way, and you just keep redeploying her, and it's fantastic. But yeah, congratulations! Oh, hell yeah, we love Inez. We love Inez in this house. I need my wines team so bad. W and Inez. Girl bossing. But yo, hell yeah. God, what else was I doing? We were discussing W still haunts you. One day. Good luck. Godspeed. Where's my... Godspeed. One day the double agent will come onto your side. One day. Did you post it in Prowlers? I just saw- yeah, okay, yeah, you did. I just saw, like, my Discord bing, and I was like, is that Kyle? Yeah, it's Kyle. But yeah, holy smokes. Did you play through, I know, I fucking love Arknight's music. I love the church battle music so much. I have been, oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. But yeah, I've been also sobbing over the furniture. I swear to God, the Arknight's ability to make us fucking cry with the fucking furniture. Kyle, well, if you just pulled for Spuria, have you started on the event? I would guess not then. Cause earlier today, we basically, I basically went through and I summarized the story and what happened, and we've been discussing a bunch of the stuff in it and all that, and just so much about, just a bunch of stuff about Federico and character development, and I've been, oh my god. Good stuff. There's so much fun, there's just been so much fun shit to read, and then like his module has some like really interesting things with the story and the flower, and oh my god, I've been losing it. It reminds me of Twilight of Walumont. I don't know if you read that one, Kyle, but the one where Mudrock was the enemy. Twilight of Walumont was also one of my favorite events. And it reminds me a lot of that, as Orange brought up that it had a similar tone to it in how the story, in what's happening and how the story goes through. And it's very fun. Hortus de Escapismo. Hold on. Where is terminal? It's mainly, yeah, here we go. So, Hortus de Escapismo. And so it's it's a lower stakes piece in terms of like well, okay. It's a very character-driven piece versus a large bit of lore versus a large bit of stuff that changes how Terra works or our understanding of Terra. It's a deep dive into these characters and into Sancta, which is why I've been fucking obsessed with it. Okay, Kyle, on the day Hortus came out, I streamed for 15 hours. And then the next day, oh, Twilight of Volumont. Here, I'll type it out. Yeah, and then I've streamed on the next day, I streamed for another 11 hours and 30 minutes, and then now we're going on 6 hours, and I haven't even played any stages today. We've just been discussing the event.
You have changed greatly, Doctor.
Yeah! We've been discussing the event! Yeah! Yeah! It's been good! It's been fun! It's been awesome! I've been very excited! Yeah! Twilight of Volumont was our first metal set. I've calmed down yeah, yeah, sorry, I completely lost my train of fucking thought. Yeah, okay. So this was the one where Mudrock was the villain, and honestly, I'm down. Honestly, if you want to go through it, or whether you read it, honestly, I would go through it for I would go through some of the early chapters for a few good moments with Spuria, because Serpilia's really fucking funny. But, if you start getting, the fog, the eyes glassing over. Oh shit, nice! Watch Shriek! What was it? I was actually talking about guiding ahead, and how, a lot of guiding ahead, it was like, I was very interested because I like the Sancta and Laterano, but also I was like, there is so much happening here, and I don't know jack shit about religion, so, I'm reading this, and my eyes are glazing over, and then I would go through so I went through, like, the whole story of guiding ahead, just, like, periodically, like, eyes glazing over, and then Federico would show up on screen, I'd be like, I'm awake now, hello, I know what's happening, so honestly, I feel like, with the complexity of, like, this event, and, with the way Hortus has worked, I feel like it will end up being similar for you in terms terms of reading through story, where it'll be like, okay, this is a whole lot of shit going on between all of the different factions of Arcanines, and woo, systemic oppression, and then, oh hey, there's Serpilia! Yeah! Woo, Serpilia! And then, okay, we're back to systemic oppression, and, this is happening. Yeah. So honestly, like, if you end up going through it like that, I'm down to give you the Spark Notes, although they're probably a bit more than Spark Notes, based on how into it I was, and how much, because it was Federico character development, which meant I was screaming a little bit, more than a little bit, yeah, brain loading, Spuria! Spuria! Serpilia! And her name, I like. Also, side note, what I've really liked is getting these operators with their names, more than just, their code names. So, like, we know, like, Federico, and then Raquel. I think it's Raquel because of the Japanese way it's written, it's Nikeru. I'm going to lose my fucking shit that CC's just picked that up as dickhead. which honestly, like, some of the time, yes. But Raquel, excuse me, Rikeru. Oh my god. CC knows what's okay. See, that's for Orin. That's for Orin. They fucking changed his last name from Aguilas. Orin used to be Orin Aguilas or something like that, and now he's Orin Argioles, and I'm like still adjusting. Oh my god, wait, that's too funny about Raquel. Oh my god, I can't believe that picked that up like that. Holy shit. Yeah, so we get that his name, Insider's name is Raquel, and Spuria's name is Serpilia, spelled like that. So, it's fun. It's so much. I love having their names over their code names, because then it's like you can refer to them in a like, or just the different way it feels when referring to them versus by name versus code name. The one downside is sometimes it's hard to I have to recheck myself to make sure that people know who I'm talking about, because I start talking about Serpilia and Raquel and Federico and it's like, wait, if you don't know the game and you don't know the characters, it's like, hold on, who the fuck are those people? What are the actual code names? Yeah, it's more personal. Exactly. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm normal. Yeah. Side note, Kyle, do you know how I'm still not over how Federico in his first voice line, when you appoint him as your fucking assistant, he puts up fucking fragmentation mines around your fucking office.
Doctor, 安心してください.
Wait,
地雷を設置しておき
I forgot.
Doctor.
I'm not used to, it feels interesting how, since I'm so used to Japanese voice for having it this long, I stick regular executor on that, but I have Exalter on English. But listen to this shit. I love him.
Fragmentation mines deployed. None may interfere with your work or rest, Doctor. You can focus on your duty.
I'm sorry. You're like, I understand. I love his fucking chain of logic here. Like, yes, I am calling them their names as well as their code names. They're recalling them like cello. Yeah. To be fair, it took me like the first like 9 hours of stream to remember that Spuria's name was Serpelia. So, you know, it's only because I talk about them this much. But yeah, so like, the fucking logic here of just like, oh yes, I am the doctor, I have been appointed as the doctor's bodyguard, I'm going to protect them. How can we protect them against, like, fucking assassins or whatnot? We're going to set up fucking fragmentation mines in the middle of the Rhodes Island fucking land ship. Like, I love him so much. And then you know what his fucking alter, you know what his fucking alter assistant voice line is, Kyle? Listen to this shit. I cannot stop fucking laughing about this. Listen to this.
Yes, I have received the notification that fragmentation mines are forbidden in the corridors. But rest assured, Doctor, the high voltage fencing installed on your door violates no ordinances.
Someone gave him the fucking memo that you're not allowed to put fucking fragmentation sign up, and he went, okay, and put up an electric fence! I love him so much. I fucking love love him. Yeah, we did actually have an electric fence, and about the lethality of it, didn't we? And about how Originium would work with an electric fence, and the circuits. But I fucking love him. I love him. It's like, it's more that it's, the fact that you say that immediately gets me started on, no, it's not that that he gets things, but so you could see here how it's widely believed that Executor lacks common sense, but such an blah 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 blah. Executor has indicated that his problem is not that he does not understand the facts, rather that he does not understand the meaning that others attribute to them. Our studies have shown that Executor's lack of empathic ability is not illustrative of psychopathic tendencies, rather it indicates a sort of mechanical absorption of information, with an overstimulated nervous system reaching similar conclusions. Adding more information to his mind does not result in the formation of secondary conceptions. And so, basically, in this, if I look at, or there's this one Tumblr post that I was posting too about how it's like, there's absolutely, like, nothing malicious about how Federico causes, like, insane amounts of collateral during his missions. It's just that he's 20 int, 0 whiz. He understands that people feel a certain way about things, but he doesn't but he understands that people feel a certain way, and that people will behave a certain way, but he doesn't do anything with that information, or doesn't understand. Well, yeah, he doesn't do anything with that information. So you can tell him that if he destroys 6 civilian homes, causing serious injury or death to their inhabitants, a lot of people are going to be very mad at him, and he will understand that that is the case, but he won't do anything with that information because he completed his mission and that was his priority. And like, the post that I always see about his fucking patron saint of autism, and I love him, and I'm honestly, yeah, but it's fascinating because, again, the way he understands or he doesn't understand, exactly, it's irrelevant to him, or he doesn't understand as, or doesn't apply the fact that people will feel, like, I always talk about how I love, like, algorithm, or the way, like, computers think in comparison to the way people think, and about, like, a paperclip maximizer. The paperclip maximizer is a thought experiment where, you have, like, a machine, and its job, you program it so that its job and for that and you program it so that its job is to, make as many paperclips as possible. But if you don't, and this is a self-improving, recursively self-improving machine. But so, if you if you don't program in restrictions to it, it might say, oh hey, what aren't people made out of materials? I could make paperclips out of people, or people could possibly turn off my machine, which would stop me from making more paperclips. And so it might end up, this is one of the things that people worry about with AI, and self-improving AI, in that unless you program it with the right values, or the same values as a human does, then it could end up with some very bad results in human terms. And so it's similar in the way, like, he analyzes things, which I absolutely adore, also because, like, I also have mentioned before in the story, and about, like, his operator record and the stuff that we talked about here, and it was like, oh no, wait, I am so immensely gratified and excited, because this is exactly how I think about things, or how I used to think about things, or how I get it. And, like, oh my god, in his fucking operator record at one point, he was talking about how he draws out patterns with curved lines and straight lines to help analyze other people's emotions, or to help himself analyze it and try to understand them. And I immediately fucking pulled up my snipping tool and I was less like, guys, I need to tell you about how, because I used to analyze, I start like drawing my fucking diagram because I used to have, or think about things in terms of like a diagram. I still do sometimes, but I was just like, oh my god, but yes, God, but so then like, God, the other thing is that I've been sitting here just like, because of his trust increase 3, just like, for real, and like, this bit is why I start fucking frothing at the fucking mouth. Wait, also, I forgot, I change it back, hold on. This one.
Being treated as an aberration is normal to me, because I cannot understand other people, nor do I have any desire to deal with them. On the contrary, talking to you is quite interesting to me, Doctor. Neither you nor the Notarial Hall has denied me because of the way I live. You make me feel at ease. Thank you.
I'm normal, I'm so fucking normal about this, I'm so normal about this, I'm fucking normal, I'm fine, and I'm normal about this, I'm fine, okay, I'm fine, I'm normal. But yeah, so, like, just, God. No, he doesn't need to be, excuse you, he doesn't need to be this is, I'm fine, I'm normal. Like, it's the rest of you motherfucker, like, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm fine. I read this, and I see the, like, being treated as an aberration, and I swear, I've mentioned this before, Kyle, but, like, my fucking 5 foot even ass, 5 foot even muscle atrophied, gets winded walking up a flight of stairs, doctor ass is just here, and I'm like, I am physically like sitting in front of my computer, like putting my fucking fists up, just like, whoever fucking said that to you, I will fucking fight like, no, it's fine, like you think about things different, and it's fine, it's like, I'll fucking, as I'm there looking at Federico, who has a fucking line in his files where it's just like, last week I saw him tear out the aorta of a vicious beast with his bare hands, spraying his partner with blood. That was not the first time an operator came crying to me. That executor is terrifying, and it's certainly, I am looking at this guy, just like putting my fucking fist up, just like, whoever fucking said this to you, I'll fight them, as if my measly doctor ass, like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I think just fucking.
Indeed, this mission makeup, the title Saint can neither enhance.
Like, and just the fucking. There's so much, and then these voice lines with.
Most confuse Arturia's arts as tampering with cognition and mental faculty, but I know the fact is just the opposite.
Oh, and this is
Arturia is interested only in the truest emotions, and cares not for where these emotions lead. The influence she can command is far worse than anyone can possibly imagine.
I'm so normal. So that's like a bit of lore on Arturia, and then what are
you doing, Doctor?
Oh, this one!
Bodily contact is no replacement for spoken language.
I'm normal.
I cannot decipher your thoughts through your limbs.
I'm normal.
You think that I need comfort? If that is your judgment, then I have no reason to refuse. In fact, I am merely thinking back to my recent mission.
Oh god, wait!
It leaves a man no other choice but death.
Oh, no, we know what this is. It's talking about Clement. Fuck! You'll see, Kyle. That, in what kind of way, you'll see. But, Not, wait, with, you mean, G? I would say, that too. Kyle has not. So don't spoil that. That's a good point. It could be about a lot of them. There's so much in this event, Kyle. There's so much. If you don't play it, if we talk again, I'll give you the fucking spark notes and the synopsis and everything. Cause there's just so many things. There's so many fucking things. I've been dying. I've been fucking dying. But just yeah, this one and just. And then okay, also this line, which this voice line I've been fucking screaming about all of these.
As you can see, this is a burnt flower. I have, to the best of my abilities, maintained its condition in order to bring it to you. It is not a gift, because it does not meet the criteria for one.
I'm fine.
It's a question in my mind. I am still pondering the things behind this flower.
This is event relevant to oh my god, fuck, because this is in him questioning and the rational versus emotional and how I'm fine, I'm normal, I'm so normal about this. I'm going to be so fucking normal about this. But yeah, Kyle, good luck with it. As you can see, I enjoyed it a lot, but I'm biased, so oh god, fuck. No, I don't want to open you back up. I don't want to. Okay, yeah. So I enjoyed it a lot, but as you can see, I'm biased. You know. But yeah, just I've been so just need to be prepared. Yeah, understandable. This one was a little bit. I will say that this one is shorter than like you know how long Lone Trail was? This one is much shorter. You could always watch my VOD, yeah, although I mean that's 15 hours of watching. Although what you could do is you could skip through the VOD and find the highlights where I played the stages. Cause I was like going through it like I'm not gonna read all of it, you know, because you know it takes a toll on my voice to try and read all of fucking Arknight's story because it's long as shit. But then I ended up reading like all of it. So I did. Yeah. I did thankfully, oh yeah. We're currently watching Benny play main story. He's in chapter 3. But yes, we have the down bad trifecta now, Acer. We have me for Federico, and then Bonnie for Raquel, and Kyle for Serpilia. So we have the trio of obsession over these two new things. Yes, these yeah, these are this event is DP management. Oh hey Kyle, you'll have fun since you just got Inez. But yeah, these stages are like DP management, the game, and so you'll have fun with Inez there. But yeah, so we were showing some of their voice lines, and then I was going, you just e-tutor? Nice. I need to get my stuff back up. Wait, hold on. I was waiting to M3. Hold on. I was waiting to I was waiting to M9, Federico, to make sure I had enough for you. Oh, I haven't. Okay. We're gonna do this real quick because, again, I wanted to make sure I had enough to get some modules, but one more chip, but aw, rip. Durian theme 2A and cannot get any sniper operators. Oh, this one! Oh, I wanted to play. Oh, yes, this one was fun. So we can do. What we're gonna do is we're gonna grab these folks, and then instead of scene. Honestly, this is great because I get to. The one thing is thinking about where Ak will be. Oh, I have Paprika for healing because I just got her when I you might notice my pots on I don't do that often, but sometimes, or in very specific cases. Okay, let's see here, because we should get. Oh, I don't fuck! I had a sniper in my. Oopsie. I forgot. Feel like you are Bonnie. No, for real. There's so much to think about in it. Bonnie, just thank God that you're. Hello, Orange. Thank God that I just went and started a stage to get Ox module because Federico is finally on his last mastery of M9, and so I was like trying to remember if I had enough. Cause see, I couldn't. The planner has been really slow to load, so I haven't been able to check the second tutorial. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. It's interesting. Oh, Bonnie, if you need help, yeah. Yeah, Kyle hasn't started the event yet though. So we'll see. Kyle hasn't started the event, so he doesn't know any of the challenge things, any of the mechanics yet. Luckily you've been able to totally ignore that mechanic, Lamau. Yeah, yeah, what was I saying? Soon. Multitasking. You slept for like 4 hours. I hope it was enough sleep. If you need to go back to sleep, please don't worry about it. We discussed a bunch of stuff here, and we also went over some voice lines, and Kyle finally got Spuria, or Kyle pulled Spuria, because I was like, I've been fucking waiting. I've been waiting for Kyle to show up again, because I was like, Kyle, where the fuck were you when we read Spuria's promotion line?
Laterano has tons of magazines covering the combat attire of other countries. Their designs seem to have drawn inspiration from a variety of sources, all of which I'd like to try out. Oh, just so you know, I'm more of an order by phone kind of girl. I don't go shopping unless I'm invited by some very specific people. So, you can ask me out?
Oh my, orange you banana! But yeah, anyway, so I've been like fucking waiting to play this line for Kyle and for Kyle to hear it, because just like God. Considering how she's a gun technician, I'm sure she's very good with her fingers, Kyle. So, yes, the event, and the mechanics, and the powering through. I mean, look, you can even see she has, these gloves and stuff. We know she has a whole bunch of very interesting inventions. A whole lot of interesting inventions that she works around. So, I mean, I'm sure Kyle would have an interesting time, an enjoyable time with her. But so, anyways, the fucking, if you couldn't tell, the character development novelty has been beginning to wear off, which means that I am left with the slightly less wholesome side of how I'm excited about these characters. God, although I could still talk way more about, but yeah, oh my god. Novelty is gone, we're still remain. But yeah, holy sorry, I'm just, I also completely forgot what I was just saying. I clicked on this because I was going to talk about something else. I was going to say something character-wise, and I completely fucking forgot, which, I mean, you've seen, yeah. I mean, Kyle, I have as well, just, slightly less, well, a little bit less so, well, no, I've been like that as well, but I am a big, okay, look, I mean, this was also done, like, right after Operational Intelligence. And you know, Operational Intelligence was what, like, the fucking third event or whatever? God, I'm sorry, but also every time I look at this, I always think about how people mention I mean, me too. I mean, not people I say as if I'm not one of them, but wasn't it like, okay, I couldn't remember whether Grani, because it was a record event, and I couldn't remember whether like Grani and the Knights, yeah, it was before okay, I genuinely could not remember, but I knew it was early on. I think it faded out in my, well, okay, it did not fade, the timeline of when it was out failed to place as well because I didn't have a set of, or as many stages to do. You know, we had some stages for Operational Intelligence. I'm sorry, I just glanced at my screen and got distracted. The stages, they weren't like set and, they weren't set like, it's not in, I'm fine, I'm normal, I'm so normal, I am so normal about this, but yes, because, you know, Operational Intelligence had week 2 of being oh god, you're right, it is a new week, isn't it? I'm fine, I'm looking somewhere else. I'm looking at chat. Hold on, what chat said, Operational Intelligence. Oh yeah, so the stages, you know, the stages for Operational Intelligence were those side story stages, or they went on the side. You should do !BRR. And so, while I was very excited about this, it was harder to place in my head than, like Grani and the Knight's Treasure and Heart of Surgeon and Flame, because I didn't have, you know, a set of defined story stages to go around it, versus Operational Intelligence, because, you know, it's a lot of independent records, so it doesn't, it's harder to place in time. Ask Bonnie, they're the one who wrote that copy pasta for me. Although you can interpret it as you will, because honestly, if you're interpreting it the way I'm interpreting it, I don't, especially considering, then, I mean, you're probably not too far off what I'm thinking. Genuinely though, Bonnie did make that copy pasta for me. And it was just noises. But I mean, you know, if it's relevant, it's relevant. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a bit of a it's a very, they really want you to manage things with vanguards, and it's a very anti-stall event, basically. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Oh right, I wanted to find where the fuck is my logs, my chat logs, because my chat logs clip Twitch. There's that shout out. There's that shout out. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. Where the hell did it go? Honestly, understandable, Bonnie. I feel that. Yeah, honestly, understandable. I like, again, I was playing this with, different restrictions. I was actually playing with... I'm sorry, I keep looking at the screen. Where is my chat logs? Where is this one? Because, history.log, no. Yeah, honestly, that's, if you want, like, if I play the start of one of them, yeah, so in this one, basically the thing is, it's DP management. The core of it, if you don't mind, Kyle, or if you don't want to be spoiled, then, I'll give you a second. Get off the screen. Immediately goes to a different screen with Federico on it. Oh my gosh. The fucking marquee! Okay, let me pull up, what was this, the 21st? The 21st, so then if I open, oh wait, I did have that on. Oh, no, it's because it was on the 22nd, was when I was posting a bunch of things. I sent a bunch of y'all stuff that I did from the first stream, because, come on, where's the 22nd? There's the 22nd. If you would like to see, this, Kyle, you can watch this as I look over the first bit of the event. But yeah, the main struggle is vanguards. So, the deal with this, so you got through the second tutorial stage, you said? Oh, HE4, right. So you said if you got through the second one, so Bonnie, if anything, what you should do is you should borrow Robin from me. I'm gonna go in here and I'm going to use Ox Durian's skill to maximize that, because I can, with my ops, I can solo this, but, so, what, that's adding more. That's true, but no, in this one, do you have to bother? The fundamental, so in this idea of this stage, you the main thing is your early start, right? Just like me for real. Yeah, Kyle. Yeah. No. See, the key about Robin is, watch, if you put her here, I'm also going to let Ellie go. Watch this. It does nothing. It counts as an operator. So you can just fucking ignore it. Literally, don't even give a shit. I put a Vanguard up here. Your civilians can run back and forth, who cares?
Prayers are unnecessary.
Oh yeah, fine! If anything, you could, I think the stage is short enough that you might not even have to use this. If you have someone else, what you could do is stick a healer over here. And, block the rocks. From hitting these guys.
Is by no means out of animosity.
Oh, hey, yeah. So first of all, if you have a good defender, which Bonnie does with Hung, you can stick someone right here, and as long as you deal enough DPS, you're fine. Other than that, these guys will walk around this way, and your main problem is just you don't want these to fall. And if you borrow my Robin, you can literally just drop traps on them, and you don't have to think about them anymore. And then this part is just getting enough DPS, so getting enough casters on this guy. Federico is...
Your request is reasonable. Annihilation is the most common result.
I did say that, didn't I? I did say that, didn't I? I'll look over that and I'll add it to my quotes. But yeah, there's another person, there's another fucker that comes this way. So again, if you're focusing your firepower right over here...
Victory is an illusion.
I'm fine. I'm normal. You know, you stack your firepower over here.
Then prepare for execution.
These guys will keep walking. And literally everything else walks up and around from along, like, this way. The civilians will keep panicking. And they should go back over here. And then once you have... Oh yeah, I love Saga's new outfit. Once you have everything set up... Oh yeah, that's another interesting... I mean, again, it's low rarity, and I'm sure they probably don't have trap specialists there. But yeah, I guess the low rarity guide is likely... Because you won't be as pressed for DP, right? Because the low rarity guide, I assume, uses more Vanguards, and so you're intentionally spending a lot more DP managing civilians and managing their panic level. So you're intentionally managing their panic level. Yeah, it's 2 Vanguards off the bat. Yeah, I figure. So if you don't have... However, if you don't have enough Vanguards, I actually have, I have Robin on my support list right now. Ak actually left my support for once in 3 bajillion years. He's literally been on support since I got him, and so, this is a new thing. But just for the sake of this event, the, trap specialists will just absolutely fucking
greatly, Doctor.
Trivialize, just absolutely trivialize the rest of yeah, it's DP management the event. But yeah, oh my god, Orange, for real though, looking at some of the yeah, oh my god, Kyle, I was like looking at someone on my friends list and I was like, you get me. Because look at my fucking friends 1 of Arknights, and considering how I found, like, I've been friends with this person from year 1 of Arknights, and you know, take a guess why I fucking followed them on Twitter. Take a fucking guess. If their Twitter is VDraws, take and look at the operators here. Van Horse Sam, you're so right, Orange. But oh my god. But yeah, I just thought it was so fucking funny. I thought it was so fucking or at least they used to, and so that's why I fucking followed them, and so that's why I got this, and it was so funny because they've had Federico as their friend support for the past like 3 years. And so it was so funny because the second I opened up the event and E2'd Federico and put him on my friend support, I was looking at my friends list to see if it changed, and I immediately go on and I see that V also has Federico on friend support. And the best part is, when I was checking this, I had just M1, I had just done M1 for his skill 3, and that's what I had him up as because that was the highest. So literally we're like, what, 4 hours in or something? And I checked V's thing, and they also have him at M1, so I know they also started having started like doing his masteries literally the second I got him. And the fact that I just finished it, and I check this, and I see immediately that V has the same masteries, and I was like, I know, my friend, I know exactly what you did. The fucking level of handshake that I'm feeling. Oh my god. But yeah, I was just like, it's just so funny seeing, like, my friend, it was so funny going into my friends list and immediately seeing this and being like, you fucking Spider-Man meme. Oh yeah, the muscly arms handshake. No, it's not the muscly arms cause flimsy doctor. It's the fucking Spider-Man meme where he opened it up and we're pointing at each other. Oh, but yes. Anyways, I've been laughing about that. Who else do I has anyone changed up stuff? Honestly, not that much. I got a bunch of new friend requests after I set Federico as my as oh my god, I can't think of the word. The fact that I can't think of the word is definitely not related to the fact that I exited to the home screen. After setting him as my support unit, I got like 5 or 6 friend requests because it was literally like, what? It's like 3 minutes after the event goes off and I instantly had him at E2 level 90. Literally on stream, I finished that first day, I finished his mastery on stream, and I was like, okay. But yeah, it's been great. But yeah, I hope Bonnie, I hope you're doing well with the stage and it's not giving you too much trouble. Again, the fundamental idea of that stage is just blocking off those specific locations and then either using DP to manage your civs, or you use like a trap master specialist and just let them run wherever as long as they don't get hit by other stuff. But yeah, oh my god, it's I've been is Benny using Horn? I see someone asking about him with Horn. Oh, training me, yeah, just discussing. But yeah, it's been fantastic. Also, I love, I don't think Raquel's voice lines had any commentary about, like, Spurry. It's fun, because I like seeing them actually relate to other operators during this. So we had, like, in Raquel's battle, or in Raquel's voice lines, you have, like, this one.
Let's see. Izel is still so merciful in battle, huh? Oh, sheesh. Federico is the exact opposite.
But yeah, so like Ezel being Enforcer, and it's fun listening to him talk about the rest of them. Yippee! Yay, Bonnie! I was going to make a joke about his name, but then I lost my train of thought, because I was thinking about something, else, something else, yes, definitely. I was thinking about, barely not. Wait. Perfect. Fantastic. I was thinking about
No, Doctor.
this one about the potluck, but oh my god, yes, perfection. One brain cell, folks. Which classes, all the kinds of ways. Do you mean the ways to oh, it's hard for you to remember the in like when deploying them on a Oh. God, that's so stupid. Okay, I'm fine. Anyways, congratulations, Bonnie. Good luck. He has, God, I love this emote. Orange. Oh my god, did they have a red emote? Yeah, deploying your ops very close together. This stage was, like, DP management was the main, this event, like, DP management was the main focus, but, like, shit, dude, they were really, like, they really want you to figure out positioning with the fucking other shit going on, and then later, some of these enemies, I was like, Jesus Christ, you're really making me, like, just with the way the other enemies work, it's like, either strategically place everyone or just get fucked by DP reduction. But yeah, for Insider, this emote is That's Kyle. Pray hard, pray to Jesus. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, oh my god. Bonnie, can you imagine? I was fucking suffering. I was playing this, guys, I was fucking playing this with Enmity Knights, i.e. only Reaper Guards, or I was fucking attempting to play this with only Reaper Guards, or, Musha, or Juggernaut Defender. I know, right, Bonnie? For real! And because they're enmity, because they basically count for two operators, both a medic and, like, at the cost of not being able to heal, they heal themselves, right? So they act as a medic and also, like, a guard, and but because of that, they're so fucking expensive, and so all of the fucking all of these fucking enmity folks are at least 20 DP, and I was like, are you shitting me on the DP management event? Real Mad Lad plays only merchant. Great heavens! At least they have fast redeploy though. At least merchants have semi-fast redeploy so you can push them around places. I should try it. I do have both Lee and Jay. Mr. Nothing isn't leveled, but at least I can use him for blocking in some of them. Although, considering how some things take away DP, that's pretty fucked. Also, I finally, when I was getting my pots, so now my only fucking Reaper, my only fucking enmity who's less than 20 DP is Hummus with 19 DP. Also, Bonnie, you've seen Hummus before, right? I was excited for him. I was saving for him because of, yeah. I mean, why not? Are you complaining? But yeah, I would say, I really like his kit just because I really like Enmity team. And so I've been, God, you know what I want? You know how we can sort by classes and everything? I want to be able to sort by archetype. Sending my head like an ICBM straight into the open section of his outfit and into his pecs to destroy him. Yeah, I feel that. God, I need to do some more modules. That would be nice. God, Bonnie, have you heard his English voice lines? Hold on, guys, wait, Bonnie hasn't heard. Hold on, I see Benny's doing rolls too, by the way, Lamau. Oh, he got Matoi mod. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I have something very important to show for Bonnie. Where is, for example, No, this is very important.
Can I have the printer that's written off? And my gosh, how could you dump that whole pile of paper in the shredder? You can still write on the back.
However, the reason why I say this is because other stuff with his battle lines, which are
Huh? Whose car is this?
Okay,
how should I know?
but-
Are you ready? I'm all set to go.
Oh no, it's his battle lines. I was gonna say, listen to this.
A one-on-one? Tough guy, huh? What? You think you're gonna grind me down with numbers? There's more of you? Ugh, what a day.
Also translation for fuckery.
Ah, screw it! Bring it on, all of you!
Oh wait, no, where did? Oh! No, it's...
You come at me like
this
that.
one.
You can't blame me for what happens next.
That one, and then also...
Man, this bed is too soft. I just can't fall asleep. Could you give me something firmer? That's how I like it.
Yeah. Anyways, Hummus' voice lines. Yeah, I did not actually expect that of Hummus. Honestly, I just raised him because he was an Enmity Reaper guard, and I was like, fuck yes, because I knew Federico was coming, and so I was going to have, because, okay, so for Reaper guards, I basically, I ended up having a Reaper team because when La Pluma first came out, I was like really intrigued. I love Enmity guards, so I was really intrigued. Oh my god, Benny got Kazemaru! Hold on. Ew! Hold on, I love Kazemaru. Kazemaru! She's so fun! And also Kazemaru's so funny because she's a ninja and she enjoys being a ninja, but she's like such a bright and friendly girl. We're taking a detour to talk about Kazemaru because her lore is really funny. Actual big titty men and himbos, unlike Mihoyo. Oh my god. But yeah, hold on. We're gonna take a brief detour to talk about Kazemaru, even though I got distracted. But I was gonna say, So the reason why I have like these Reaper guards is because I started off with La Pluma because La Pluma was the first like tester Reaper guard to see like what the how they would be and how they would work. And so I raised her because I love enmity and not being able to where's your info? Cannot be hailed by allies, attacks deal AoE damage, recovers 50 HP for every enemy hit during attacks up to block count. And so I fucking love enmity and Reaper and this style. Yeah, I know, Kyle, you have her skin, right? Honestly, I prefer the aesthetics of her regular skin, but I won't deny this is real cute, and I can see why Kyle wanted it. And why Kyle has it. Yeah, personally, this is more my aesthetic, which is why I haven't bought the skin. You know, but I see why Kyle has that. Bark bark. Fuck yeah. So, La Pluma was the first one, and so I leveled her because she was the only enmity guard, and I love Reaper guard, and I love enmity. And then we got Highmore as the reward from integrated strategies, and because she's an integrated strategies op, her talents improve her abilities in Mizuki and Cerula Arbor. And so I was like, well, considering how much I play IS-3, I want to level her because 1, she's really cool, and 2, I get plus 25 attack speed and block plus 1 when using her in Cerula Arbor. So like, why not? And so I ended up promoting her. And then I skipped a bit, so I actually didn't see when Hummus was going to first arrive, but then, of course, you know, I ended up getting back into the game during Il Siracusano on Global, which was the same time that Hortus de Escapismo was premiering on CN. And of course, I see that Federico is a Reaper guard, and can I not? So I was like, well, shit! So... I'm sorry, I'm, Reaper guard, yes, Reaper guards. So Reaper guard, so I was like, okay, well, I had La Pluma, and then I ended up leveling Highmore for Mizuki and Cerula Arbor, and then now we're gonna get Federico, and I have to, and then I saw that, like, Hummus was, happening in the background, and seeing what stuff was going on there, and I was like, oh, you're kinda cool. You look kinda cool. Oh, you're kinda funny about, how he's good with fixing stuff up. And I was like, oh, you're kinda cool. So, oh my god, new insider, oh my, is that what the Bing I just got? Yeah, that's the Bing I just got on Discord. And so I was like, well, he's only a 4-star too, and he's a Reaper guard, so you know, I mean, did Benny? Oh shit, Benny got Cal. Nice. Or no, wait, is he looking at Cal? No, he's looking at. Oh, he's so himbo. He's so fucking himbo. Oh yeah, he's looking at Cal. He's looking at someone's Cal. Oh, he's so fucking himbo. He's hilarious. But yeah, so then I was like, oh man, you're only a 4-star, and you're a Reaper guard, and you know, then I could have all 4 Reaper guards, so here I am. So here I am. Benny's hip. God. Femboy hip. God. But I mean, mean, you can see the rest of how much I like Enmity too. Cause I have Heliger, and I have Utage, and then I have Neuerkorn, then we've got all 4 Reaper Guards, and then the only Enmity who I haven't leveled yet fully is Akafuyu. But eventually I will level her because Crab. She's so funny. She's so fun. I love Akafuyu. She's so cute, and she's fucking Crab. She's just, it's time for Crab. And then when it comes to Juggernauts, I have Mudrock, of course, and then eventually I'm going to level Penance because I want Juggernaut. So then I'll get like full Enmity team. That's what guys, I want to do an integrated strategies Enmity run so fucking bad, but it's going to be such a bitch because do you know the only 2 ways you can hit flying enemies with Enmity team? You can only use Neuerkorn's skill 2 because the enemy in front counts against a flying enemy. And the only other thing you can do is using Penance's promotion thing increases a barrier attack every time this unit is attacked, so she has a retaliation. That's the only fucking way you can only hit flying enemies with Enmity if you're using Penance and Neuerkorn. That's the only way, and I'm like, this is going to be hell, but I want to do it. IS2 should be easier, that is true. But at the same time, IS2 has all those small surprises, remember? What's the small surprise, the fucking confetti-ass bitches that deal, elemental damage? So, I have to, and I don't, it's really, Neuerkorn's skill, I need to M3 his skill, to be honest, so that we get a shorter charge time, but like 25-second charge time with the number of small surprises that come through, I'm fucked, and they don't even attack, so I can't use Penance's retaliation. But yeah, Crab is good, it's just that God, I'm so sorry, Bonnie. I'm so fucking sorry. That one, at the very least, we do, what was it? We were saying that, CN is rerunning Rainbow Six Siege. They're rerunning a Rainbow Six Siege event, and they're doing some of the other, like, nine-colored deer? Yeah, nine-colored deer, who is located right here, and also I need to minimize this page again because I have Firefox. But yeah, so Nine Colored Deer was a collab CN event thing with the story, and so they're rerunning Rainbow Six Siege and they're rerunning Nine Colored Deer, which is why I'm really mad that I missed the little guy, the cat, the legend of do I have anyone on my friends list? I thought I had someone on my friends list with them. I thought I did, but they might have changed it. Where is the little guy? Where is the little cat? Where is that little collab only that I'm crying? Okay, maybe not. Yes, them, Orange. Here, let me go into, oh yeah, the KFC. Bonnie, you haven't seen. Have I never talked about this? Holy shit! Hold on, guys. Have I never talked about this? Hold on. Okay, we're gonna pull up Firefox because yeah, it's CN exclusive because it was popular between, like, you know how it's popular with Japan and whatever, and hold on, guys. Hold on. We're gonna get a bit of lag because I'm popping this open and Firefox. But yeah, it has to do with legality of the legality of using these certain Hujimawetsit, of the company's licensing. Okay, licensing, that's the word. Hold on. What was the first thing? Lo Xiaohe! Okay, Xiaohe, you. I'm so fucking mad I missed it. I'm sorry, but also you look at the rest of these fucking faces and then do you see this shit? Do you fucking see this shit? This is the funniest thing to me. You have this whole like panel of all these operators and then you see this shit and I lose my fucking mind every time I see it. I lose my absolute fucking mind. Look at this fucking cat. But yeah, so, he is a little, it's because of a story. It's like this, the kid turns into a cat or something. I forget the exact details, but it's an old Chinese, movie, I think? Or show? I'm not sure. But it's so fucking funny because you look at this fucking cat in the middle of the operators, and it's amazing. It's amazing. And I really, really, really wanted him because I like, the cripple ability, and, this was a really interesting skill about how it's a switch between skill. I've actually never gone to play the voice line before. Holy shit, hold on. I've never actually tried doing that. You probably can't hear it because it's Firefox, but which one? Controlling metal. Look a lot like the spirits. Which one, Orange? Oh, hey, executors do errands for the Hall of Spirits, huh? Holy smokes. Okay. Oh my god, wait, you sound so cute. Hold on. I'm gonna look at this one. And... oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. Okay, you can't hear it right now because Firefox is not, but, promotion. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my god, you're so sleepy. You're a kitty. Oh my god, okay, you're literally a kitty. Does A-Ship have them E1 or E2? Oh, does it change? Oh fuck, they might only show the E1. Does it change? Fuck! Shit, they might not. Okay, I'll have to look it up. Audio, SF. Here's the sound effects. Is there any other audio? No, it doesn't. My old form to jump. The table's really high. I guess it's easier if I use my old form to jump up. Okay, he's talking. Okay, let me try this. Oh god. Please? Oh god.
大きい机だな。元の姿に戻って飛び乗った方が楽かも。
Does he fucking meow? Is he a cat? Is he genuinely a fucking cat in Wait, is that what you're saying? Is it just a fucking meow? Feel free to link the YouTube video. I cannot play YouTube at the same time as I'm watching someone in the scrying jar and also playing, Firefox. That's too much. But, if you send me the video, I will listen. Holy shit. But yeah, so this is them, and I fucking love them, and I'm so fucking sad that that was one of the ones that I missed during the break because it's a collab, and collabs don't come along nearly as often. Okay, I see. I'm opening up on my phone. Hold on, guys. I need to see this. Come on. Copy text. Alright, let's go. The link. Let's listen to this. Okay. Oh my god, the cat. No way.
I'm listening. Oh my god. They're literally fucking cat. Holy shit. I'm so sad. I'm so fucking sad I missed. Yeah, anyway, so this is why I've been like hyped as shit about 9-Colored Deer coming back around, because it means it's a chance that they'll rerun other collabs. And I fucking desperately need this cat so bad. I'm sorry, but also literally every fucking time I see this, every time you see all these like normal regular animal fucking people and then you see these fucking eyes, I lose my shit. I lose my shit. I love this. I love the fucking contrast. I'm gonna keep him on his E1 art just because I love seeing the fucking cat in the middle of all these. Second of all, KFC collab. Yeah, so, you know how KFC is, oh god, not the fucking horrible audio crunching from this, but it's fine, it's fine. So you know how, like, KFC is, like, really popular in Japan? Well, they did a collab there, and so because of, you know, licensing or whatever, it was CN only, so they weren't able to bring it to global, which I'm sad about. Exisiais is cute. As you can see here is the KFC Exisiai. The one that I wanted though, was, oh god, the fucking crunch. I'm so sorry, guys. This is what I wanted. I wanted Ifrit. Look at that. With her party outfit, and she has a fucking, her flamethrower is a fucking streamer. Look at that. And she has a silence doll. Look at the owl plushie because it's silence. I'm so sad. Look at this shit. KFC times Arcanus. Ifrit's happy child time. Girl. Birthday Ifrit. Like, man, we couldn't get this. Really, guys? Fuck off. I hope. I'm so sad. Like, God, I'm so sad. I hope they revise the licensing about some of these collabs, but I don't know about this one, since, yeah. But yeah, there was another one? Hold on. No, Amiya, it wasn't Amiya, although Amiya has, I'm excited to see this one. Was there another person with the KFC? Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's like, if God is on our side, perhaps, maybe, Croissant! Thank you! I knew there was one more, but I could not think of it. Also, apologies for the dropped frames, it's because of Firefox. Yeah! Look at that! Man! Oh god, it's freezing. Oh, it's bad. Okay. We're gonna have to close this up. But yeah, like, man! Thank you, Orange. I could not remember, whose they were, But yeah, like, God, I'm still sad about that, because I really, like, God, they're all cute, but I really wanted the Ifrit birthday skin, cause man. But yeah, oh yeah, we were talking about enmity, and then fucking, we were talking about enmity and about, collabs, and yes, right, because we were saying that Monster Hunter collab, we're not sure, but we're hoping that since, again, Rainbow Six, got a rerun, we're hoping that, Monster Hunter gets a rerun too. Previously, we just had no idea whatsoever if we would get collab reruns, and it was likely no, but so that's why this Rainbow Six Siege rerun and the 9-Colored Deer rerun had people hollering,
when they were announced on CN, because then it means that we have a chance of other stuff rerunning. So hopefully, again, Monster Hunter, hopefully that we'll get a rerun for that, so you can get Neuerkorn alt. Oh god, what is going on? We can hope. Yes, we can hope. Oh, it's because Firefox is being slow again. Okay, hold on. We gotta close this up, and then we'll reopen it in a bit. Apologies, folks. Oh god. Sorry for the lag. The problem, also side note, the problem here is because I have the scrying jar up, which means that there's an extra layer of oh god. Oh god, it's getting worse. Oh god, it's closing Firefox, it's closing everything, it's freaking out. I'm still here, it's just, okay, oh god, okay, I see movement, I see movement! Why did it pick up my statement as Olive Garden in closed captions? Lamau? Oh god, it's slowing way the fuck down. Alright, let me see. Hopefully... But yes, oh great heavens. Oh great heavens. Why? I am so sorry, everyone. Lamau Acer. I don't even know what it picked up as Olive Garden. Are you guys actually getting my voice? If so, I'm really glad, because I can't see shit. I went to close Firefox, and everything just started freezing. So, that's not good. Oh Christ alive. Okay. Oh Christ alive. I sure hope I'm back in a second. Oh great heavens. Oh great heavens. Why does this happen? It's because I have too much stuff running. It's because I have the fucking... I wonder if I have a memory leak too. But it's because I have the fucking scrying jar up. Everything is loading. Yeah, fuck, do I have to turn off the scrying? I don't even know if I can get... Okay, the audio seems fine. We can hear you periodically. Awesome. Or at least periodically. Okay. I might try to turn... Yeah, so you can all hear me freaking the fuck out as we get this. But it's loading. Awesome. Okay. Hold on. Let me try turning off the freaking scrying jar for a second and seeing if that helps. Maybe, question mark, please? Fucking please? Okay. How are we now? Are we doing better? Maybe. It still seems a little bit rough. Jesus Christ! I closed Firefox! Why is it doing this? Okay, give me a second, folks. I'm going to do what I did last time, and, time traveling? Oh my god, fuck. Okay, hold on, folks. Maybe.